Good morning, good evening, and good night, citizens. Welcome to the Inforunners. I am having a brain fart right at the start of the show. I shouldn't have done that. Anyway, my guests today are Pisspoor Pete and Expat Brat. I don't have any real friends, so I got two virtual ones. So here we go. Hope you enjoy the title of the show as well. I should be polite and say, how are you doing? How are you doing? No, they're dead.
I will let the dog speak first.
Well, thank you very much. I'm doing fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah, he's
very good to be here.
You look like you're very drunk, dog. Just gonna say.
Yeah. It's a day off for me. I'm allowed to sit here with a drink. It's okay.
Do you want to tell us what you were telling everyone else before the show about your onesie?
I'd rather not describe what I'm currently wearing now. It's not the most flattering of outfits, and part of the reason why I don't have a webcam.
Yeah, we were saying you hit partner, so you went and got yourself a Twitch onesie or something, and I was just like, that's so good. Anyway,
it's a giant comfortable blanket that happens to look like a furry hoodie. It doesn't like it's on brand, but it's not something you want to go outside in or display to anyone else if you have any pride,
dignity,
which I'm trying to hold on to.
Yes. Okay, I'm just getting a few things set up so you guys can see things here. Just give me a second. Normally I have Agrit here and he knows to talk while I'm working, but that's fine. You guys are not used to it, that's fine.
Yeah, sorry, my bad. I was just sitting there in silence.
So you can obviously now see Twitch on that side, and I'll just double check I'm streaming. Yep, I'm in the right quality, and YouTube down the bottom for you guys. Right, cool. What are we doing today? We're obviously going to be watching Inside Stuff, and I had a brain fart of what that show was called for a second. I'm still waking up. And I've been up for an hour and a half. Anyway, so yeah, we'll be watching that. I do have a bit of sound coming from you, Pete, still. You asked me before if I could hear things. Your noise gate, I can hear noises. And then we're also, I've got a cool little song a fellow content creator for Star Citizen has made, so we're going to listen to that. And then we're obviously going to be taking questions. If you can pitch your questions a little bit more towards Pisspoor Pete and Expat Brat, that'd be awesome. Especially if it's in their fields of interests. I don't know, but Pete, I'm noticing. So I was thinking about Expat. Expat does a lot of in-game cinema stuff. I actually have noticed that you seem to do a lot of in-game bugs. Would you call that or test? You literally are testing, trying to find the stuff that is wrong with the game. Yeah.
Yeah, I try and find as much fun as there is. We all know what the state of the game is. It's one of the best examples of a game that's so close and yet so far.
Yeah.
If you've played it enough, you know enough of the glitches and workarounds to sort of work around the glitches and the bugs and stuff in a lot of ways. And you can find a lot of fun there. That's basically what we do. We just try and break the game so CIG are aware of how it's broken and how it could potentially, lead to misuse by nefarious players. Obviously, I try and
known as nefarious players in Star Citizen. Pete, what are you talking about?
Just real quick for you two.
Sorry,
can you both see in Discord? Can you see the stream questions channel? That's where the questions will come in from folks. If you guys remember from last time that you were here. So stream questions. If either of you can't see it, please let me know and we'll set up a role for you so you can see it.
I can see it, yeah, thank you.
What about you, Expat? Can you see that as well?
I'm just looking for it. I will find it.
Hey Tom, nice to see you. It's about 5 or 6 channels above the one that we're in. It's just called. It's in the Inforunners group, and it's
got it.
Yep, you got it. Cool, sweet.
Got it.
Ones from YouTube, purple ones from Twitch. Yep, cool. And we emote them off with a as we do them. But we haven't had no questions come in yet, so this will be a very short stream. As usual, stream ends when the questions end. But we do have.
I can get back to killing Ninetales.
Yeah. No, you've been killing Ninetales. You've been catching animals in balls. Actually, let's talk about that, because I came onto the stream
Don't talk about my balls.
I came onto the stream the other day, and all I heard was talks of balls and breeding, and it was really bizarre. Like, just hear, I've got to breed this. I've got to breed. Got to breed. And I'm like, whoa. So yeah, what have you been doing the last week? To put that in context, because it sounds really.
Whole world has definitely caught me, and I'm now addicted. and I'm building my base, and I'm capturing little, definitely not Pokemons in, definitely not Pokeballs, and it's just been really fun. It's been nice to have a breakaway and something that was I don't know, I'm just enjoying it. Just enjoying it a lot.
Yeah. What about you, Pete? You playing anything else besides Star Citizen?
I play boring games like Hearthstone and Overwatch, dying games with companies that are laying off thousands of employees, so they're not going to get any better anytime soon.
This is true.
Shit.
Actually, I did back a game on Kickstarter. It's about to end. I don't know if it's ended yet, but it's about to end today, called Stormgate. And it's by ex-Blizzard devs that broke off because they said they're not going to make another StarCraft. So they all left together and made their own studio called Frostgiant, which is obviously a derivative of Blizzard. See the theme, it carries over. And they're making a new one called Stormgate, and they've kind of got like the human side's kind of a lot like Terran, but then the next side that's a bit Zerg-like is actually like Diablo-esque. And I reckon the last one, they haven't announced the last one, but I reckon the last one's going to be like Druid Orc type thing. And it'll be really interesting to see how it comes out. But it's a very Blizzard-like franchise. It's actually going to end up being a free-to-play game, but they've got like founders packs and stuff like that. So I like to support my developers, so I backed that one. And then I've been playing Inshrouded, which I talked about Expat before you rocked up, Pete. Not as popular as Power. Power's up to like 18, 19 million or something now. Bizarre, like it's just
Yeah.
I don't play Power.
Initially, when I saw it, I was like, no. But then I got into it, and I was like, yeah, I can see why it's so popular.
Yeah, I don't play Power, but I can see why it's so popular. It's essentially Pokemon and Ark combined, isn't it? It's like the crafting elements and the capturing of Pokemon. It's that thing. I've got no idea what Enshrouded's about. Could you describe it?
Enshrouded is like a lighter version of Valheim, is the easiest way to explain it. It's got very Valheim-like qualities, but it's kind of like a better engine, and it's early access, but it's probably one of the most polished early access things I've ever seen.
So it's like medieval combat.
It's more like it plays a lot like Zelda, like if you've ever ran around in Zelda. And it's voxel based, but instead of being procedurally generated, the whole world is pre-built, so it's way better. And it's huge map, but it's way better because you can find all these little hidden things that they've tried to hit, and you can literally dig through the terrain way better. That, you know how Valheim are kind of like raised and lowered, this you can literally dig tunnels. Like you can build your hobbit hole and live in it, and it's got base building and everything like that. But it's the death mechanics are far less punishing. Like you lose what you're carrying, but not your gear. So anything you've manufactured, you don't lose. But if you pick up a bunch of items, you lose that. So obviously you're going out to gather new items or new resources you've never gathered before. But if you die, you lose them, and you have to go back and pick them up. So yeah, it's just. I really enjoy it.
Sounds like Star Citizen's Endgame. It sounds really nice.
And you can go you can go into kind of like magic or attacking or like archery and bows and stuff. So you can, and then you can cross pollinate between the two. So for example, they've got like a battle mage, so he's half swords and half. So you've got all these really complex trees you can go out into and stuff like that. But if that's the baseline of where the game's starting and that's the early access, I can't imagine where it's going to go to, because like it just looks really cool, and I've been enjoying it. The biggest issue I have at the moment is once you go over 2 players, it starts to have a real problem with the netcode, and I believe Powerwell has been having the same issue.
Okay.
Yeah, I've heard Powerwell, once you go beyond 2 people, it runs terrible. And the same thing with Enshrouded. It's just really funny they both came out at the same time. But it's good to have. I think you guys would agree, no matter what the game is, it's good to have variety, and it also makes them fight off each other, and also encourage it. What's that word? Inspires. I think it inspires them both to be better games. So yeah.
I was a bit concerned about Enshrouded not having mounts though. Do you feel like you're missing like mounts and things like that? Do you think they'll make that?
So you can basically teleport back to base at any time, and you can find these spires, right? And essentially they're like, think of them almost like Assassin's Creed, where they're a really tall tower, but you jump off them and you glide. You know, Link glides on a glider like this. It's like a possum suit, and you just glide out, and there's even talents around that that allows you to make you go further and even get a boost to go higher and things like that. So it's a more natural, like the game's got a way more exploration element to it than any of the others I've played. Like it actively, like you can see something really far away and it encourages you to go there. The other part of the game that really changes it up from anything else that I've ever seen in another game is the thing called the Shroud. So they have these areas of like blue smoke, and when you go into them, it's all the same creatures that were on the outside, but they're all morphed. So like you might have a flower on the outside that spits poison, and then on the inside it spits like a mutated venom type thing. And all the humans that are in there have basically all been morphed into enemies and stuff like that. And all the bosses you run into are all Shroud based. And so, and while you're in there, you've got a time limit and it's ticking down. So you'll go into a boss area and you're trying to get to the boss as quickly as you can because you're on a time limit. You can't stuff around. And then you kill the boss at the last second. You might have 30 seconds of time left. You kill the boss and then the whole area despores and you can, like, your timer resets and and you can't, when you're in the in the Shroud, sorry, you can't teleport back to base. So you're it's got this real sense of urgency while you're in there.
When you beat the boss and like can you remove the Shroud from that area and
that's what it does
for everyone else on the server?
That's what it does. But if you restart the server, like, or restart your game, that area will come back to unlock again. Yeah.
Oh,
so the objective is to remove the poison from the landscape.
Yeah, essentially, yeah. And if you loot a chest, right? If you loot a chest, because this is the problem at the moment, is that there's only a single item, right? So if you loot that item, but then restart the server and someone else wants that item, you can go back there again and open exactly the same chest, and you'll get another copy of that item. So
yeah, I heard about people like cheesing server restarts and things like that to get basically, get started. I think they should try and bring some kind of persistence to the server state, right?
Early access. That's all I'm going to say. Remember, early access.
Right.
And there's like for example, like if you've ever played Valheim, we've really got off topic here, but anyway, but you know how you play Valheim and you have to use dirt to build the terrain up. There's a rake in this game, and it's all free. And the rake is just bizarre. Like you can, so the flat level thing, you can actually like hold a key and you can actually spin it like this. And I was doing it in live time and talking to someone, and you could actually, it was almost like the train had a wave, like a sphere wave. It was really nuts, like, because all the voxels are just, so smooth. And it just, you could see the train just like, so one side would be a complete hill with a shaft, and then the other half was cut out. It was almost like it was cut out and then moved onto the other side as a hill. It was really, and then I could just like wave it to the other side. It was
Things like that have to be a nightmare for multiplayer games.
Oh yeah,
like, to send all that information, to send basically a sine wave through the landscape and then have all the physics collide in real time. It's got to be mental.
Yeah. All right, I will point out right now we currently have one question, so I'm gonna answer this question. No, two questions. Sorry. So yeah, please get some questions in for Pisspoor Pete, myself, and Expat. First one here, we're gonna read one and then we'll probably end up watching ISC. But here we go. So Warring Pro says, does the updated Piss system now allow CIG to implement the Titan suit or other powered armors? I assume that's for you, Pete. Piss? That sounds like you.
The personal interaction system and the pie wheel is it's a way for us to interact with items in the verse without it being esports aids. I'm sure you've all played this, like the game where you're in a bunker and you're under fire and there's a guy in line next to a thing you want. And you're under fire, and then you're dead because you can't pick up the thing you want. This is going to fix that. This is just the new interaction system. Whether it'll enable Titan suits or not, I'm sure it'll help. But I never thought it would be a direct blocker for it at all.
Okay. Right. Yeah. I don't think that's a blocker. The interactive. We're about to get an update to the interaction system, aren't we? Based on what they're rolling over from Squadron 42. So
I believe so, yeah. I think I've frozen on your screen, by the way.
It's probably because I clicked off. There we go. Sorry, my bad.
Okay, cool.
Yep, you're back.
That's much better. Thank you. Yeah.
Content creators are so particular. Anyway.
You scared the pants out of me. I thought my internet had died. Don't.
All right. All right. How about we, so I'll flick us over. I got to hit the right button or it's going to go bad. No, there we go. Right, so that's what we're going to be watching later. I left it on that. That's the shanty. But let's watch this. And if you want to stop at any point, just speak up, and I'll stop it, and we can talk about what we've just seen or whatever. All right, here we go.
The new year, and with every new year comes the refresh after holiday break, the review of process and personnel alike, and the renewed sense of determination to make each year of Star Citizen's development even better than the last. And in 2024, that includes the return of so many Squadron 42 developers to our persistent universe fold, all of which are working to add their features and advancements to the already stellar work of the SC devs we all know and love. And so to get this multi-month marathon started, let's throw it now to Chris, Alexis, Gennady, Inez, and Kian of the eponymously named Team Kian to show us a bit of what they're working on for Alpha 323.
So we showed a lot of interesting things in CitizenCon, and a lot of which is from Kian's team. We're going to be bringing a lot of that to you guys soon this year. And we're going to be talking about the designs of those features and also how we went about making them. You're going to be doing a lot of these the next 4 months, aren't you?
Yeah.
The old EVA system had its purpose, but it had a lot of problems.
So the old EVA was not quite controllable.
The entry and exit into EVA not being very smooth, a lot of face
I've never seen these
planting.
people before.
Yep. They are new. I think I've seen one of the second one that popped on, but I hadn't seen the first one.
I think that Irish guy looks like Henry Cavill, and I can't unsee it.
No, don't be jealous, Pete. Don't be jealous. All right, here we go.
He's working on Superman poses, so it's appropriate.
True.
Changing orientation was a problem. You never really knew which kind of way your body was in. The upright pose was a little bit awkward for traversing spaces as well. You couldn't really fit into narrow spaces, and it was a bit restrictive for transitioning around space stations and things like that,
We've all
especially
done
interior
it.
spaces.
Yeah.
In addition to that,
Can
the
relate.
volume you take in order to rotate and look around is huge. It's basically rotating your body every time you just look to the right, look up, etc. That doesn't look terrible, but it doesn't look great, and it doesn't feel wonderful if you're in a confined space because again you're clipping against everything.
Just don't really think it fit with what we want to do in our game.
It's not a bad system. It got us to where we are today. But we want to make improvements, and there are other features and systems that we need to tie into EVA, which brings us to what's coming this year.
That looks
So
cool.
there's multiple aspects of the new EVA system that makes it
So I'm assuming this is going to be all the updated stuff we saw at CitizenCon, yeah? So like the walking on the hands
so.
and all the animations and stuff, yeah.
I hope so. The current EVA system
maybe
is a
some
patchwork of
evolutions.
so much just old. It's just going to be so nice having this. I can't wait. Even if it's broken, it's going to be so nice.
What were you saying, Expat? Sorry?
Well, the thing is, it can't be worse than what we've got now, right? I mean, so many
Exactly.
things in Star Citizen. It's like, well, it can't be worse than what we have now, right?
Yeah.
So
Well,
anything's going to be an improvement.
yeah, it's good to see they're updating it because we've had that old system for ages. So, yeah. All right.
a lot more versatile. The first is that when you start looking around, it's your camera and your head that's moving. Your body, most of the time, doesn't. So if I'm heading in a certain direction and I want to see what's...
First thing I've kind of noticed is as soon as it's anti-gravity, it almost looks like he's swimming rather than walking. Like we've been evaing around like vertically for all this time, and it's like they're now moving to more of a swimming system, like the room's full of liquid or gas.
But that's the smoothest way to do it. Look how it's flowing through this area here. Like, look, imagine being an EVA in this space in the game we have right now. You'd be doing mental.
I'm not criticizing it, Pete. I'm just saying that it's like they've finally recognized that they're in a low gravity environment. It just shows that the updating of the system. You can tell they've put some thought into it.
Yeah, definitely. It looks beautiful.
Well, if you actually watch, which I have because I'm a big space nerd, the live streams from the International Space Station.
Yep.
They also EVA in a similar manner.
Absolutely.
Nice.
Yeah. All right.
behind me. I can just look behind me, but I see my body. I get that instant frame of reference. As to
that almost
where
looked...
I am.
I have to go back there. That almost looked
that's Aquaman.
Yeah.
That is Aquaman.
That's someone kicking off the side of a pool in the Olympics. Watch it again. Here we go.
but I see my body. I get that instant.
That is 100% the Olympics.
Like that looks swimming. Did they make up this underwater?
I don't know, but that's what it looks.
That does look swimming. You know what? I think
Look
you
behind
know
me,
how they do
but I
it in
see my
movies,
body.
right? Is
I
they
get
do
that
actually
instant frame of reference.
mocap space scenes in water.
Well, that's how Avatar was
You know,
done.
they then obviously tweak it. They obviously tweak it later, but
Yeah, Avatar Way of Water was done like that, all underwater. So, yeah. All right.
Yeah,
it was in water. But I'm talking
where
about
I
like
am,
the
where my
film
body-
Gravity with Sandra Bullock and stuff.
Oh, okay.
They were in like blacked out they were in blacked out swimming pools for the 0G stuff.
Oh, okay.
Body is, and it just grounds experience.
So with the new system, we put the player into a more prone pose, kind of a superhero pose. Makes them a much smaller silhouette when traversing around areas.
Can you show us how the EVA works? Show us how the EVA works.
So now EVA works like this. You move forward and you just fly.
I like this guy.
Best demonstration so far,
Have a
by
wee-
far.
wee-
Anyone
Big
willing
church.
to do their own sound effects is a
Yeah.
hero in my book.
Yeah. He's loving it like a big kid. Love
Yeah, look at his. That's a child's joy
it.
there.
Yeah. Great joy. Oh, I love it.
And when you rotate, you're like,
The footprint of the character doesn't start to change. So if I want to look around in this tight knit space, I'm not suddenly spinning around and knocking all the things off the shelves. I'm just looking around, which means that the metrics we can support for that feature suddenly become much more versatile. You can get on a vent rather than not being able to fit into a room. It's also a lot prettier to watch someone who's got a weapon or just looking around.
You know, I just had a thought with this. Notice the dead bodies flying around. I'd love the ability as a state that you could set yourself into like a play dead state. So you just float like you're dead or whatever, and then you could come out of it and attack someone.
Like a ragdoll fake death.
Yeah.
Yeah, like an
So you-
ambush state.
Yeah, and you're just like floating or whatever,
with
and then
the
next thing
emotes
you're
and stuff, that'd be cool.
Yeah, no, that would be cool.
Yeah, if you could emote in 0G.
yeah.
Rotating around as they're doing so. On the outside, it looks better. From the player experience, it just really helps out.
I'm also noticing and thinking now, like all the different places where this is going to be more effective. Like I was just noticing where I was flying through the hammerhead back here, like that. I've never in that room flown through that room like that. Like the ability, like you could fly right up to that engineering bay now. You know, so it's totally taking these
You
shit.
always could, but it was a pain in the arse.
Yeah, so what I'm saying though is it's making the spaces a lot more vertical now, right? And it'd be really cool if we could actually just like turn off the gravity generator to see how these spaces change. Can you imagine how much a Starfarer would change? Like the ability to walk straight in the back door and kind of like fly up the balcony like that. That just makes that whole space a completely different terrain, essentially.
Actually,
But we need jets on our boots, and we need jets on our hands like Iron Man.
That's
and,
coming. That's coming. Like on this though, you'll see that they are talking about the new EVA system.
and fuel, and it's got to be fuel that you can use,
Mm.
and then you can be buggered.
Pete, you were gonna say?
I was going to say, like, changing the interior space like that by removing the gravity, because this new system will make traversal in 0G so much more efficient than trying to walk around in gravity.
Yeah.
Like, if you could just have a state on your ship where you could toggle the gravity on and off so you could move through it and just be less annoyed by the animation times and the traversals, that'd be amazing.
Well,
I think a lot of players would use just 0G all the time.
There's so many opportunities.
Yeah, like
there.
open all doors, remove gravity, and go.
Yeah.
I was just thinking, can you imagine a caterpillar that's like landed up against a cliff and it's completely vertical, and how much that completely changed how you're going to transverse the ship? So you're either trying to climb up or climb down when the whole thing's like on the side of the cliff.
If it was against the side of a cliff, you would be inside of a parent gravity well, and you wouldn't be able to EVA. You'd just be stuck looking up.
And I'm now talking the other way, right? So the ability to put ships in different positions and having the gravity on and off. Think of all the different combos of all the different ships that we have there.
The thing is, the only place this is ever going to be applicable is in space. Because if you're on the ground, you've got a parent gravity field that'll override. Doesn't matter what your ship's doing.
Yep. But what I'm
If-
trying,
if-
so I'm talking about something different. I'm talking about reusing all the art assets that we have and how they can present them in every different way possible now. So you can use gravity, non-gravity, different orientations, and all that stuff. And like all that stuff totally changes how we see the ships. Because let's be honest, all the wrecks that we have now, have you seen them do one upside down? I think they've got like one that's upside down, and that's it. So again, if we put ships in different orientations, there's all those art assets you can use again.
The thing is with that, you're still saying that those things have crashed into gravity wells where there's gravity. This EVA system isn't going to apply in gravity. You can have a ship that's upside down.
You've missed
It's
my
not
point.
made to be maneuvered.
You've missed my point. That's fine. It's fine.
I
So-
don't go on. Say again.
Yeah, so I'm saying it's not just about the EVA system. I'm talking about like reusing all the stuff that we already have, using both gravity and non-gravity to essentially create all these different environments that we can traverse. You can instantly make it a thing that we know completely different just by flipping it.
Yeah.
so to
Okay.
speak. Yeah,
So
what I was-
you want them to
yeah.
make you want to make space environments that now are cool because of this enabled traversal system.
Yes and no. Well, because the other part of it obviously is all the jumping and stuff that we saw in Squadron 42 as well, right? So this is right now they're talking about space traversal, but we also know they've redone the traversal system on foot, so to speak, as well. So I'm kind of jumping the gun a bit, I guess. But yeah, all right.
From the outside, it looks better. From the player experience, it just really helps out. You know where you are and what you're doing.
We've smoothed out transitions entering and exiting EVA. So no more face planting unless you really try.
It's animated. I wish that was in game.
In new EVA,
Ah,
can
damn.
just-
Go back. I'm pretty sure they animated that. The hammerhead. I mean, it would be amazing if the game did. I mean, if it did do that, that would be
what you're
amazing.
doing.
But they animated that.
I think it will be able.
Transitions entering and exiting EVA. So
No, that's just camera placement.
Oh,
Yeah, that'll all be doable.
no.
Yeah.
That was
Okay.
if that was in game with people actually doing that, that was perfect.
we've smoothed out transitions
yeah,
entering and
if
exiting
it
EVA.
is-
So no more face planting unless you really try.
I think that was all timing. Yeah, let us know in the comments, please, Disco. How many times did you record that? That'd be great.
in new EVA, you can just press forward and you fly. If you release the button, you keep flying while you still can rotate and look around.
Yeah, we've allowed it so you can turn on the spot without altering your silhouette, which is quite nice for interior traversal again. Feels a lot more natural, a lot more responsive to the player.
Yeah, we're going like this.
Again, that transition was
Oh,
perfect.
nice transition.
Mm.
Yeah, really nice.
Hang on, let's watch
You
it
can
again.
tell they spent an extra couple of days on this video.
Yeah.
Which is quite nice for interior traversal again. Feels a lot more natural, a lot more responsive to the player.
Yeah, we're going like this.
Yeah.
It's the same character model as well. That's really well done.
Great.
The features we're going to be bringing out at some point later. Soon.
I'm excited about this.
We've got
Yeah.
zero-G traversal, and that's you attaching to a surface. In the previous system, again, because the character was upright the entire time, it just wouldn't have gelled well with that feature. You're effectively in prone, but attached to a surface, and you're moving along that surface or gliding along it if you sprint. This transitions really nicely from the pose we have for zero-G traversal to the EVA pose. It's
Does this mean
almost
that we've
exactly
got
the same.
magnetic
It's also
gloves?
very similar to prone. So
Um,
It looks like it, yeah.
Yeah, it does look like that.
Like, can you do this when those objects are moving? Like, because I think we can all agree, clinging onto the side of a ship when it's in quantum would be amazing.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess that's the thing. Well, I look forward to seeing your testing, Pete. Let's just put it that way.
if you were in an event and all of a sudden the gravity went out, you could run along it in zero-G traversal or move around it in EVA without changing what your body's doing, which just means that it's a far more seamless experience. There's much less chance of anything going.
Did anyone just notice that that was the same scene as before? So this is the swimming scene we saw before, but from a different angle, like from the player's perspective. Did you notice that?
Traversal or
Watch.
move around it in EVA without changing what your body.
Because he does the swim kick.
which
Watch.
just means that it's a far more seamless experience. There's a much less chance of anything going wrong as a result of that
Same
as well.
room. Yeah.
We've also introduced the EVA fuel and momentum. So once you start traveling forwards in one direction, you'll keep going in that direction until you press another input or the space brake to stop. This becomes especially important when we introduce EVA fuel.
Nice.
So you'll
Yeah,
have a
that's nice.
finite amount of fuel, and just that little boost could be enough just to get you back to the safety of a space station or your ship.
No more holding W.
Sets us up
My
nicely for
goodness.
zero-G push-pull,
Basically
which comes
decoupled
first.
EVA,
Sorry, Pete?
which is huge. That'll feel right in space.
Mm.
You should conserve momentum.
They're down the line.
So in terms of what that means for user player and what you're going to be doing with this feature, it allows us to use EVA to get you guys going from your ship to another ship, from your ship to an abandoned space station. You can fly inside ships and space stations without gravity now, without fear of bashing your head and your legs all over the place. It really makes it a much more smooth and easy to use system. And honestly, at the end of the day, it's just more fun. I enjoy just flying in and out of test levels between ships, etc. With the old system, it's a bit slow and lackluster. With this, I feel like I'm a superhero while I'm going around in space.
Someone's going to make a emoji.
I really like that guy.
Yeah, someone's going to make an emoji of that. I can see that now. Just, pew, 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 pew.
Feature. As you guys see it today, it's hopefully going to look even better.
Maybe
once it
this
gets,
is this
into
guy
our
is
hands.
already the bone
And,
of this
yeah,
year.
we're really excited to see what you guys think of it.
All right, let's
So this is
talk
the new
about,
pipe pit,
yeah. Interaction?
pipe.
Go back. Execute.
How far?
Is that new interaction? This.
Passkey authorization. No, this is
This
the
Xbox.
this is the
This Xbox menu.
Look at the overlay.
yeah.
Not the menu.
It's the com link. It's the com array. You can see it in the
Yeah.
top left-hand corner.
But look at the interaction system. It's not hold F, do
Look at the
thing.
interaction.
It's hold F, wheel.
Yeah, but we knew that was coming. But yeah, all right. Yeah, that's the new one. Four corners.
Yeah.
All right,
Pipe
let's
pits,
talk
isn't it?
about
Console friendly.
pipe pits.
Well, it was better when it was piss pit.
It used to be piss pit.
Yeah. Player interaction
Pipe
system.
pits.
Yeah.
So let's talk about the new pipe piss.
Stop saying.
Let's talk about the piss pie. You know.
I was too late to change it. I like to say PIS because, yep. Sounds
Say it,
better.
come on, say it. Say it.
I prefer to say PIS. I don't want to say piss. Yeah.
Say it.
I try to avoid HR complaints.
The burning question is, what is pi piss? Well, it's everything you interact with around you and how you go about doing that.
It's not always easy to select the interaction that you're looking for.
You have to drag your cursor then to make your selection. And it's not really very fast or intuitive.
And in general, it got in the way of you doing what you wanted. It added an extra layer of menuing that wasn't necessary.
But there's some things that we wanted to solve, and that's what the new system does.
So with the new personal interaction experience, we have multiple ways of improving how you interact with the items around you.
So we've released little parts of the new system in the past with the pit wheel and the quick select wheels and the control wheels.
So Pi Pit
This
is
is
this.
by far the biggest iteration on it and will totally change how you interact with things in the world. We've introduced the new interaction prompt, which will show you which item you will interact with by just tapping F, and will also show you the type of interaction that will be performed.
So much better.
So the new system,
That is so much better.
Yeah. Don't you remember, guys?
Not
Remember
even
this from
visually, just
CitizenCon?
the quality of life thing.
Don't you guys?
That is
Did you guys not see this at CitizenCon? Because that's why I'm confused.
yeah,
by
but
it,
it being imaginary, it may be at CitizenCon, and it being possibly in the next patch now are two different things.
That was a very elaborate fake. If it was, it's just I was going to say, but yeah, I get your point.
You know what I mean?
No,
like we've
but
seen
what
stuff at
are you
CitizenCon
saying
before
is-
that hasn't quite made it in the game yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right,
like CitizenCon was we're gonna try this year, or we plan this year to get these things, right?
Yeah, but that was
you know,
in
we're all
game
sitting
and
here.
but that was in game and working though at CitizenCon, so I knew it was just a moment of porting it over. But
We've
yeah,
seen
I get
things
you.
in game
It
at
was-
working.
No, no, it was in Squadron 42 working. Let's be clear, it
Yeah,
wasn't in game.
Yeah, but that's
It wasn't in PU.
that is a single player engine and a multiplayer engine that share a lot of
Okay,
similar
it was
components.
an engine. Okay, we can agree.
I'll
It was an engine.
agree that I'm a lot more positive on this than you guys are, but that's fine. That's fine.
Oh, no, I'm positive about it. It's nice to see it
It's
now.
not about being positive. Yeah, it's not about being positive and negative. It's about
Okay.
we are happy to see it now.
Yeah.
Because like next month or a month from now, or whatever it may be, we know that our lives change in some way. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, it's cool to see. It's like we've seen it before, but like, oh, we're getting there. It's like 2 weeks before your birthday, you're like getting a bit more excited. You know your birthday's coming, right?
Now it's coming.
Now
It's not just a maybe. It's on its way now. It's not just a video on the screen. It's almost tangible.
I'm getting hounded by chat now. I kind of misspoke when I said positive or negative, right? I'm not saying they're negative, but I'm trying to think of the right word. I just like I see it working in the single player game, and I know that it's not going to be that long until it's in the multiplayer game, right? Because when I see it working, it's up and running, I know it's not hard to go from one to the other, or it takes far less time, so it's not that far away. And again, realistically, what is it, 3 months since CitizenCon? So it really hasn't been that long, and now we've got it there working in Star Citizen. That's what I was trying to get at.
Historically, CIG haven't been like, let's say they've been aggressively optimistic with their CitizenCon presentations, whereas this year seems like it has been the most realistic and potentially the best, or because of the content they showed. It's like if they stay 12 months,
but
I
again,
actually believe them.
but it was
It's nice
there
to see it now.
But it was there and physically working. There's a very difference to saying this is what we're going to do, and you've got an actual active example in front of you. That's what I'm.
We've had that. We've had like mission examples on planets in game on CitizenCon that aren't in the game yet.
That's also that's also a networking issue, right? Because when you have missions, they're tied to the back end, right? The interaction system doesn't. That's a more local thing. It's not a.
Another example. We've had NPCs boarding and getting on and off ships and stuff in demos on CitizenCon. That still don't do it in engine now properly.
And again, because that's a back end thing, not a front end thing. So yeah, I get where you come from.
It's nice to see it. It's nice to see it now. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
we're on the same page. Believe it. It doesn't sound like it.
No. This is just us talking this through. We're not fighting. We're just.
But
we're
have this.
I'm tired. By the way,
we're watching this video. We're watching this video now, so we're reacting to what we're seeing in this video.
Yeah.
Of course, we understand the context of CitizenCon, right? But at the same time, it's like, oh, it's cool to see now. It's cool to see it again, and it's cool to see it potentially a bit more fleshed out. Because there's a couple of things here I'm seeing that we didn't see before. Also, I mean, like say the same things you were just saying about being confident about it coming in game, about destructible environments and the water tech and all this kind of stuff. I mean, not all of that is guaranteed.
So what I'm hearing,
this is an easy win.
So what I'm hearing, tell me if I'm wrong here, is that it just seems even closer now. Is that the short version? Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Seeing it in a video and being able to play it soon are two different things.
Okay.
Because these features they might seem relatively small, but the quality of life features you see here are game changing. They will stop it feeling like the alpha that it potentially is.
This is core gameplay. This is core gameplay. Whenever they mess with core gameplay, that's when I'm excited. When I see a new ship, like nice, cool, great, okay, good. When I see something, nice, cool, whatever. When it's core gameplay, how you move, how you interact, how you understand where you are, like the map, etc. All that kind of stuff, like actual just. As soon as you spawn, this is the stuff you interact with, and this is the stuff you feel being in the environment. That's the important stuff for me. Because that ultimately dictates how you feel about the whole thing.
So it changes every interaction you have in the game.
There's a few people in chat having a go at me, right? But the reason I ask this is I like to see different people's perspectives. So I'm getting them to explain to me why they have this perspective, because not everyone, you know, if you're so deep into something, sometimes you miss other people's perspective, right? So I'm asking them this because I want to see why they are so excited about it, right? That's why I'm trying, what I've just extracted from them. And you're telling, so there's a few people there saying it's nothing, move on. No, for me, it's finding out why they find it so enjoyable, right? And why they're excited about it. That's why I ask them these questions. You know, it's to pull those pieces of information out, to see other person's perspective on things. That's why I ask these questions. So it's for me, not for you, it's for me. All right, here we go.
The players don't have to go into interaction mode to interact with the objects.
We've updated that to have an on-screen icon. It gives you the input that you need to press, and it gives you an idea of what you're actually going to do when you press it. So that ambiguity of, am I in range? Is it the item I'm going to interact with? It's gone. You've got an immediate bit of feedback that tells you what you're going to interact with, what you need to press to interact with it, and what you'll do when you interact with it.
So if you're looking at a plushie on the desk, it'll show an F above it with grab, and you can just pick that item up with
F
that.
for plushie.
We've also introduced the personal interaction wheel, which instead of the list view, will now give us a nice radio menu that lets you select exactly what you want to do in a much more intuitive manner.
Hold it a second.
Yeah, sorry.
That interaction was used on a ship control system.
Yeah, on a button.
Yeah, which means that a lot of these annoying, but you know how we've got all these big panels with the buttons really close together and they're really a pain in the arse to interact with? Yeah. That's another thing that this system's going to fix. This is huge. I didn't even see this.
Yeah. Well, again, that's good. It's good that you've caught up. I've thought of all this, but you know, again, I do want to see how.
Yeah, I don't think they showed this in a ship in CitizenCon.
It wasn't a ship.
They showed the individual button presses.
They showed it on a plushie of Finley and a plushie of the Zeus. That's what they showed it on at CitizenCon, and it had a wheel that came up like this, and there was 4 different options, right? The other thing that you can see, though, as Pete's saying, though, like that one button now is open exterior, press to lock, and press to unlock. You remember how it had 4 things in the menu?
I don't think it's necessarily that one button. I think it's just the buttons in that region where the menu is.
Well, the reason I bring this up, what I'm trying to get at, is there used to be a list of 4 on most of the ships, and it was open exterior, press to unlock, and I think it was something like close exterior, right? And they've simplified that now, so it's on a radial menu, and I'm assuming closed is not there because it's already closed.
Yeah, it's state-based.
Yeah, so
yeah, but do you think you have to look? Do you think it's the same menu, right? So the same full screen menu, but now you have to look in specific areas of the cockpit to show the specific parameters.
I still think it'll be. I still think it'll be looking at a button, and you'll have 4 different options off the one button. But which is kind of what it's like.
I wonder if we can play without. Can we play without this and hit individual buttons though? Because
yes, eventually.
I might not want to have a Xbox.
You've got that right now.
Xbox console radial menu coming up all the time.
You've got that right now. There are keys that you can set for open and close exterior, for an example, and you can set keys to lock and unlock the gimbals and stuff.
I think this might be a bad example. I don't think this is based on just. I know it's highlighting the single button, but I think it might be the region of that window is encompassing. It's showing the options for all the interactions within that window.
So you think
think about the Crusader Hercules?
Hang on. So instead of being the individual button, you're saying like the area where those 4 buttons would be. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, the circle inside the interaction menu would be showing you the interactions on the outside. Basically, it just gives you a zone instead of the singular. I think that's what I think that's what's showing.
Because right now I can see a button highlighted in the background, right? Like behind, and there's like 4 buttons on that panel. But if they change that highlight to be that whole panel, I would be with you. I reckon that's how. And that also gives you bigger areas to interact with. So it's not a terrible idea. I think that would work really well, actually. Yeah, or at least an option to go between 2 modes. But again, that's more work. I don't know. I'm sure whatever they come up with will be good. Looking forward to it either way. All right.
It'd be nice to see what it's like inside like a turret, because you've got those 3 buttons that are really close to each other, the enter turret, change mode, and all that.
Yeah.
It'd be nice to see that.
Maybe it's just a way to condense and uncondense things. I don't know. We'll see how they present it in time. Maybe it just gives them a bit more flexibility. Yeah, we'll see.
It's a nice radio menu that lets you select exactly what you want to do in a much more intuitive manner.
And with the
Go back.
wheel,
It wasn't just it was highlighting another button. Look,
clicking.
It was
highlighting another
button in a much more intuitive manner.
What?
Sorry, go back.
Wait a minute. I thought we were supposed to click
Personal
on every
interaction
button
wheel,
in our ship. Was it?
which instead of the list view will now give us a nice radio menu that lets you select exactly what you want to do in a much more intuitive manner.
Oh, instead of the list view, so it's still
Yeah,
not like each
that's what I was
button has
saying.
a function.
Yeah. So I was just saying, instead of having the list,
Well,
instead of the list, it's
yeah,
in a
not to be
radio.
not to be a Debbie Downer, not to be a Debbie Downer, but I thought that when they were coming out with this interaction, you know, your finger goes to click buttons in the cockpit.
Yeah.
I thought that meant that now, like, more buttons would do things because it was easier to then.
I would hope that that's
okay.
still how it is, though. Eventually, your character will reach out and click it. I think it will be.
I'm sure as they rework the ships and they introduce more functionality, they'll tie those things to buttons in the cockpit. They've kept them, you know, most stuff does stuff.
Yeah.
And especially the newer ships, they've got more buttons than ever.
Yeah. For what I'm seeing, though,
we're still looking to
so from what I'm
highlight
seeing,
something.
So from what I'm seeing, instead of it being a list, it's just now in a radio menu. And whatever you set as your you notice how there's a star. So if I'll play it again. See where it says holster, and then there's like hollowed stars. So there's a solid star. I think there's like I don't know what it is, like a press and maybe a hold state or something like that. But whatever you do with the F key, there are two options you can set, like a primary action or a secondary action, and that's the star and the hollowed star, and you can set for those to be. And if you want anything outside that, I don't know, maybe it's a double click, I don't know, but you hold it down and then you get this menu. So essentially they're just speeding it up. So you have a default action that you do, a secondary action, and then basically if you want to go into more detail, you open the menu and change it or do a custom thing that you don't do as much. That's what I'm saying.
The potential big time saver here is the fact that you don't have to use the cursor anymore.
Yeah.
Right. And that these Fs are going to appear wherever you're looking.
Well, it's like,
and then you open up this
that lets you select
and then
exactly
you can mouse to where you want to
in
go
a much more intuitive manner.
So what he's saying,
it's just going to be more obvious what you're interacting with.
So see here how it's set to F, and above it says inspect. So that's the default action is inspect. And if he opens the wheel here, you'll see how the wheel, the inspect is a solid star. So that is the default action. So if you just tap F, it'll do inspect straight away. So they would pick it up and look at it straight away. So you can set it to what you want.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's just setting, instead of having to have a list and you always pick, it's got a default action now, is essentially, and it seems to be a secondary.
Choose your quick action.
Yeah. But it appears to be two of them. I'm not sure about the second one, but see over there in holster where it's got the hollow star. That's what I think is a secondary one. Maybe it's like F or hold or yeah, something of that nature. I don't know. We'll have to fix. I'm sure we'll hear about that in time, but yeah.
Wheel, it's much more seamless, and it feels more like there's no barrier between you and the interactions.
And that's locked the screen, so you can't miss. You're always selecting something, and it's
That's interesting. So it actually locks the screen now. So you know how when you had to get that weird position where before it was the list. They're locking the camera. I wonder if that's similar tech to what they were using with the terminals. You know how the terminals now will lock your screen and position them on the ASOP terminals and alike. So yeah, similar tech, I assume.
9% of the time, what you want to interact with. Don't sneeze while you're pressing the button. It's much more intuitive. It's much easier to use. And that option, that problem I mentioned, where if you're trying to interact with what's in your hand, that's gone. Now the new system just opens the wheel and you select what you want to do with what's in your hand. It just works.
So this new interaction wheel plays really nicely.
Sorry, Pete?
That looks so much smoother than usual.
Yeah,
that experience was clean and quick. That's what you expect on in a first-person scenario when you're under fire.
Well,
just nice.
You've also got to add to this, Pete, like what he's doing here right now is we're about to get that new looting system as well. So that's all about to speed up. You know, the quick looting menu, you're going to get all that as well. So yeah.
With default item actions, which has been in development for a while, but it needed the whole system to come together as one before we released it.
If, for example, you're out mining gems after blowing up rocks with your multi-tool, you might want to pick the gem up and look at it. Or you might want to just store it directly in your backpack. You now have the option to customize and say, when I look down at that piece of gem, show me the prompt. It's always going to show store. Or it's always going to show carry.
No, wait, hang on. He just changed that.
Show me the prompt. It's always going to show store. Or
see that? Did you see that real quick? It said
as
set- it said-
default.
It said set as
Show
primary,
the prompt.
set as
It's
secondary,
always going to
set as primary. So that's what those two stars are: primary and secondary.
So tap and
yeah.
double tap. So tap and double tap.
Well,
okay.
it doesn't say double tap. That's the only thing we don't have. I'd like to know what the secondary is. But it could be double tap. I don't know. But yeah, but at least you can set everything as a secondary or primary. So it's good to know. Well, we're getting there. We just need that last bit. What is the action? Is it a double tap or is it something else?
restore, or it's always going to show carry or inspect. It's up to you. And you can change that on the fly and it'll remember it. And it just allows you to customize your own experience.
Now the player doesn't have to go to interaction mode to make a selection. It can just simply tap to trigger the behavior.
The new system is entirely data-driven, so from our perspective, it makes it really easy to customize from a designer's point of view. And again, because we've set up that data, you can then customize it yourself.
It allows you to customize the primary and the secondary interaction. So you can change what just tapping F while looking at something does.
If the player changes the default item on that item, the selection will be saved across all the items that match that state and the item category.
I think that just confirmed everything we said. But anyway, this happens a lot when we do these episodes. We figure out what they're doing and then realize they tell us later anyway. Anyway,
Picks up on.
Well, I
what?
actually read your Twitch chat.
Hmm.
Somebody in Twitch chat let us know.
Well, I've got it up on another screen. What did they say? It's click and double click. Thank you very much. So it is double tap. Thank you. All right. So you were correct, Expat. Good job.
You want to do with different item types. So if you want to cuddle a plushie, you can set that to be your default inspect. If you want to be picking up golden lemons and storing them directly whilst you're harvesting, you can set store to be your default, and then that's the way it'll stay. If you want to equip ammo as soon as you come across it to your suit, you can set that as your default item action. So it's something that...
How quick is that going to be, Pete?
So much better.
Just pick and go. Like you can run and gun now. That's going to be mad.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
with a little bit.
Those small little time savers here and there, they compound and add up to make a better playing experience just generally.
Absolutely. Yeah. Quality of life changes.
Of interaction from yourself means that you can customize and tweak your own play experience and really rough out the edges in terms of your minute-to-minute gameplay and how you interact with things.
We've also introduced a new scoring system for interaction points that allows us to better select which interaction point is of interest to the player. This is based on distance from the player, angle to the cursor or center screen, and whether it's on screen or not. It also allows us to interact with things that aren't quite on screen. So if there's a trolley handle just below you, you'll be able to tap F and you should just grab it. This makes it a lot more intuitive. Something on the ground can have a different default action to something in your hand. This is all set up and customized through the interaction wheel.
And then obviously the player now doesn't have to go into interaction mode, drag the cursor, make the selection. You can just simply tap or double tap to trigger the secondary action. And that should be a much easier experience for the player.
We'll forget about what was there before. It'll feel like it has always belonged. You won't be able to live without it, really.
That's just some of the things our team has been working on over the last few months and bringing to SE Alpha 323.
We're looking at bringing you lots more stuff from our work on Squadron 42 into Star Citizen. We're really excited to get that into your hands to improve your overall player experience, the way you travel through the verse. Yeah, when you get your hands on it, please let us know what you think. We're really excited to find out.
So what did we learn this week? Well, we learned that EVA looks sick.
Yeah, it does.
Sure, usually I'm a bit more eloquent than that. But damn, I'm allowed to mark out sometimes. That the way we interact with the persistent universe around us is getting a whole lot more intuitive and customizable. And that this new EVA, new default item actions, and new personal interaction system are just the beginning of what this spring's Alpha 323 has to offer. Yes, Virginia, it's going to be a big one. For Inside Star Citizen.
Do you get that reference, by the way? The Virginia reference? Do you know what he's talking about there? Like this is like the third or fourth time he's used it. I know what it's from, but I don't think a lot of other people do know what it's from. So I thought I'd ask. Have you guys ever heard of the movie?
No. Any ideas?
It's from the movie John Carter.
Not seen it.
Oh God.
Right. So John Carter was the Disney flop movie that was made by Favreau, who does Star Wars and all that. He also did Cowboys and Aliens, which was also a flop, but he also did Iron Man, which was a mega success. But in that movie, there is an alien played by the guy that plays the Green Goblin. God, I always forget his name. He's the
Willem Dafoe.
Dafoe, that's it. Yeah, he plays Dafoe. And when John is introducing himself to this alien, he goes, John Carter from Virginia. And so the alien hears Virginia and just goes, Virginia. And he starts calling him Virginia.
Okay.
And that's where it comes from. So John Carter's called Virginia by the aliens. Anyway, yeah. It's a weird ass reference, but I don't know why he's using it. But that's what he keeps calling us Virginia, like we're the space explorers. I assume that's where it's from, but I got no. Why else would we be calling us fucking Virginia? But anyway.
And I'm Jared Huckabee. Be sure you check out tomorrow's Star Citizen Live, where we dive into even more Alpha 323 goodness. And we'll see you all here next week.
I know. I just find it a little weird when people use. Oh wait, there's more. Yeah, there is more. Is this him flying around with the spaceman?
Wait for it.
Da, 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 da.
I don't get the reference, but anyway.
It's the Avengers, you div.
Oh, is that what it? Oh,
Or
the
whatever.
Avengers. Yeah, okay. The Avengers. Yeah, right. The Avengers, and they're actually got all the Avengers for heads. All right. Yeah. Okay, I get it now. Right.
Oh, it's the Avengers. I
Yeah,
was
yeah,
like Teen
yeah.
Titans. I think it's.
I didn't get the song because they'll go dan dan. And like again, if they obviously they can't play the music, and that's probably why. All right, we'll come back and have a look at this in a minute. But yeah. Wrong button. Oh, wrong button. Oh, wrong button. There we go. All right, we're back. All right, now I'm going to rejig everything around so I can see what I'm doing and re-Twitch chat so I don't get yelled at. All right, there we go.
Hello.
We're back to how we normally are. Good. Right. So yeah, I had that set up so these guys could see the YouTube and that while watching it. So it just makes it hard for me to read chat. 3 dads telling dads jokes. Yes. Yes. I don't know.
So if you read back, I think somebody found has an idea about the Virginia reference.
Okay, please just read it out to me so I don't have to go find it.
So no, it's from an Mad Jack McMad says no, it's from an article. Yes, Virginia, there is a Santa Claus.
Ah, okay.
But I don't know about that. I'll have to read it.
Maybe it is. But again, it's like I'm 42 years old, and if I struggle to figure out what reference is, like that just cuts out half the audience. So my biggest problem is you need to explain these references if you're going to use them. Yeah. No, I've got too many monitors. I've literally got 3 of them, and then I've got a TV over there, and yeah, it's too much. It's too much. All right, let's have a look at some questions. Oh, got a few more. Luna Mario says, counting questions less than... Oh, wait, that's just her talking about questions. Citizen Ninja, question. Do you think we might see a new ship vehicle released during the Red Festival or Kimura this month? What's Kimura? Kimura. Or not until 3/23. What's Kimura? You guys heard of Kimura? Coramore. Is that a thing in game?
Coramore.
Yeah, I've never...
It's the Lunar New Year, isn't it?
Oh, is that what it is?
No, Coramore is...
Coramore's Valentine's Day, isn't it?
Valentine's.
Yeah.
Ah, okay, right. I just call it Valentine's Day. I don't know if you've ever noticed, I don't call... So when I do like AIE and Victus, I don't use the 29, 50, whatever. You know how they have the date, the in-game dates, which are like 29, 53 or whatever? I just call it 2024. Because it's just too hard to track, and I don't know, I just prefer things simple than needlessly story complex. I just don't, yeah, so I simplify things. So I don't call it Coramore, I just call it Valentine's Day.
my prediction for the Valentine's Day is that we will get a new ship, but it's just going to be a ship variant. It's going to be maybe another variant of the cutter because everyone knows we don't have enough.
What would you call it? The divorcee, or I don't know. What were you going to?
Who knows? It's just going to be like a big bed in the back.
Yeah, I've shown these off a few times before, but I will open these really quickly. Hang on. They have a bunch.
I don't think we'll see any new ships for Coromor, but I do think we'll see some Valentine's themed skins.
Yes, there are some skins. That's what I'm going to get to. So we've shown off the just waiting for them to load. Got to go back a fair way here. Here we go. I found them. So these are. I'm going to open them in browser. Just give me a second. It takes a minute because I got to go back and open them all individually. It's a pain in the butt.
Are these leaks? Are we going to see leaks? Oh my god.
They are, if you want to call them that. And I'm not opening every single variant of them because obviously if you have one like a 600i skin, they have a skin for this one 600i and it looks exactly the same for the other 600i. Right. So these are all the ones, right? So I'll start with these ones. Hang on, let me flick this over. Right, I went to the wrong one again. That one, right. So this is the 600i for Chinese New Year. We then have a 400i for Chinese New Year. And
oh no! Can we zoom? Can we zoom? Okay, you can't show it like micro size.
The reason why they're micro like that is these are, if you've ever looked at the in-game system when they extract them out of the files, these are the ones that appear in the hollow view where you know how they're all in that 45-degree angle. That's what these are. They're just the in-game assets extracted, so you can get
the little thumbnails.
Yeah, the little thumbnail. Right, so that's why they're all so tiny. So the other thing that I don't like about these Chinese skins, and it doesn't matter what year it is, they always have an animal on them. So I think this year's a dragon or some shit. Last year was like a rooster. Yeah, so it's a dragon. So you can see the dragon head there, right? So all 4 variants of the 100 series has this, the 400 and both variants of the 600. Then we move on to Valentine's Day. We get a mole. Oh no, that's a raft. That's a raft, but it's the same as the arrow skin. And the MPUV.
I like that.
Yeah. So these are going to be popular. And the mole. Yeah, so they're all Argo based. So Argo is love apparently this year. You'll also notice the ones for Chinese are all Origin.
The pink MP. Oh yes.
Yeah, I'll probably pick up an MPUV one to be honest with you. I think the mole one will be very popular because we haven't seen any mole skins since the release.
Yeah, that's a beautiful color. That is really nice.
Yeah, I think they'll be all popular. I'll look again if you don't.
I mean, it's like on Valentine's Day you just fly up to someone you're interested in and say get in the van. That's what all this is about.
I think that's dependent on your appearance. I don't think I, as a big, fat, sweaty, bald, middle-aged man, could walk up to people and say, get in the van. It wouldn't quite have the same impact.
Yeah, if you did an expat, it's got a different connotation to when we do it. So let's just put it that way. The last one I'll show here, though it's a little bit ways off, is these are the St. Patrick's Day skins. So we're getting a Fury, Pete's favorite, the Hercules series, and the Razor series is the last one. So yeah, they're
green.
They're green. They are green.
Where? That's obviously green. They're the same color and hue and tone green on all 3 ships, except for the Razor. For some reason, it looks
St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah,
it's just the angle, mate. It's a smaller ship.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just an angle. Remember, it's
green and silver.
Bad lighting.
It's bad lighting, but it's a metallic green, much like this is that metallic orange pink, right?
Yeah, but they all look the same. That one ship looks a completely different color to the others.
Well, this one's really tiny. This one's really, really big, and this one's very angular, right? So because it's got all the angles, that's why it looks like if you look at the top part, see that darker green there on the top.
To me, that looks like a minty green.
Darker green.
Like a British racing green.
I'm telling you, it's exactly the same green on 3. It's just the lighting and the angles.
Okay.
That thing's a pyramid, so it's 2 flat faces. This has got all these different angles and curves, and that's why it's brighter. And you'll notice it's the same here. This is probably the weirdest of the 3 because it should still have some of the highlights. Almost looks like it's been muted a bit, but anyway. But yeah,
that's what I mean. They all look the same except for the one.
Yeah. So what I would say is because these skins are limited, if you've got the credits sitting around, again, you've only got to have the credits to I know they're only available for 1 day, and well, actually, usually they're available for a week. So you could essentially buy the most expensive one for credits, and then basically melt that, and then buy them and melt them all into your buyback, and essentially it removes the limited. So you can go back to your buyback and buy them, use your tokens to get them back if you want at any time, or pay cash to get them back. But again,
I have a question as a noob that I'm not quite sure about. You know the buyback system?
Yeah.
To add something to your buyback, do you have to use cash or can you use store credit?
You can use both.
Okay, never mind then. Carry on.
Yeah. So
I thought for some reason you had to use fresh cash to have something in your buyback, but if you use store credit, apparently it also works.
yeah, so I'll just show. Look, because I'll just show you what I. Oh god, I got it. Can I get? I reset my Hang on, phone's on the other side of the room. I'll be right back.
So this is where me and Expat fill the dead air with banter and talk.
Can you pass me one of those beers?
I would love to do, but my arms aren't small and I have no opposable thumbs. I may knock one over and roll it near you. Oh shit, he's back.
He's
Can't talk about beer. Shh.
You don't want to have one of those beers. They're disgusting. You'd be better
What?
drinking
How
your
dare
own.
you talk about one of your finest exports like this?
You'd be better drinking your own piss. There's a
You guys
reason
make
we.
like 4 things, and this is
There's
one of the best. How dare you?
There's a reason why we send it abroad because it's shockingly bad. I can't. I never use this authenticator. There it is. RSI. There we go. All right. So, continue.
Do we want this on the screen as you're doing this?
Oh wait, hang on. No. It sent it to my email. It's fine. You guys might be able to see it. It's fine. I just realized I'm doing it wrong.
Okay.
It's fine. I know what I'm doing. I'm not scared about people knowing where I live. If you want to come visit, you're free at any time to do so. It's so far away from anyway. Good luck. That's all I'm gonna say.
It's a $5,000 flight. Enjoy.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we were talking about that earlier, weren't we? Yeah. So for me to get to Pete's house and back, it's like $2,500. It's bananas. So yeah.
And he'd do it.
Yeah. Right. So my computer is called Cerberus.
Again, do you want this on the screen?
Yeah, it's fine. It's just my computer's name. Who cares? It's
Okay,
fine.
sure, fine.
And that's a one-time code that lasts for like 30 seconds.
Okay.
And it's gone.
Yeah.
That was when Execute lost his ships.
It's fine. He lost his shit. Yeah, or lost his ship. All right, why is this? There we go. All right, here we go. So, my buyback, the reason I'm coming in here, right, is it is mainly skins now in my buyback because I just buy them and melt them. And so these were all the Santoki eyes, and I buy multiples of them in case anyone ever wants them. I can just unmelt them and give them to them and stuff like that. So half the stuff in here is just literally
Actually, that's clever.
Yeah, literally just skins. And you can use
So if you've
credits
got
to buy
enough store
them.
credit, you can basically farm the entire store or buybacks,
Well,
and then just buy back what you want when it has its value.
Yeah, so before CIG gave us ships to give away, we didn't want the ships to give away. We wanted them to review them, right? So what me and Agra did was we stored up $500 USD in credit and just used that to buy whatever we want, and then would play with it for a bit, do the reviews, and then melt it. And so we just had $500 credit sitting there that we just used on a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah. Normally it's skins, but I did a lot of AIE stuff. So yeah, here you go. Here's the Reliant stuff. The F8 Lightning that I got in there. That was the Prowler upgrade I got to get the 600i. That's how I got the 600. So remember how I brought it in the pack, Expat? I said you can't buy in the pack because it takes the skin with it. So that's where we're back to. And then here's all the I brought five Arastras, melted 4 of them. And so if I go back here a little bit more, it'll quickly start now to become.
Wait, hold on. Was that 5 Arastras, not 5 Arastra skins?
That was 5 Arastra skins.
Okay. Sorry, I thought you were just swinging the big dick around then. I was like, whoa.
But you could do that if you wanted to, Pete. You could actually buy 5 and put them in buyback. No, see, it says Nocturne Paint.
Yeah.
But you could do that. There are people that do that. So you know those people that do the grey marketeers and stuff? That's how they do it. They buy 5 of the ships for credit, melt them into buyback, and that's 5 they can buy back at another time to sell to someone else.
Okay, so here's a question for you.
Yeah.
If I buy back a ship from my buyback and then melt it again, can I farm the same ship and get multiple buybacks from it in some way?
No, it'll only ever be one buyback. Once it comes from buyback, it goes back to the buyback as one ship.
Okay, so you would have to actually buy 5 versions of the ship to get 5 buybacks.
Yeah, so you can see things like this. So I brought all the skins for the Storm to do the Storm review, and things like that, and just looking at the coolest. This is content creator shit. You guys know what I'm talking about here. I brought 5 of the Reliant concierge paints because in case they ever go rare and stuff. Here's the Intrepid skin. the ruby skin even when you try them now. So these are all the Zeuses. I brought like, God, I think I brought 5 or 6 of these Zeus ones, right? And then, you know, I went through all the, you know, all the ghoul paints at Halloween. I brought all one of those and then just melted them. Because if I want them, if I want them back,
I'm finally starting to see the value of all this now.
Yeah.
Actually, my name mentioned because you are the potential value of this is insane compared to what you actually probably have spent would be comparatively little.
Cost me nothing, because if any time I want one of these skins back, like they come out and they happen to be awesome, I just pay the cash and pull it out. So I'm essentially removing the limited ability. This is why the whole FOMO system is stupid, because if you exploit the buyback system, there is no FOMO.
You remove the FOMO.
Yeah.
Yeah, but again, you can only do that once you've put in enough funds to begin with to melt that credit again and again.
And that's the negative of it. That is the negative of it, right?
There is a flaw to this.
Yes, but again, you know, content creator. But I
Yeah,
know
no,
I'm not the only person that does this. You know, I know.
You will be tomorrow.
Well, I know there are people that are like, you know, they've got $100 credit just sitting there so they can do things like this, you know? So if you've played this game for 10 years, $100 credit, let's be honest, that is a small investment. That is a very small investment.
Yeah, no, yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
No, see, I'm glad you've shown me things like this because I would have never even conceived of this.
Yeah. Yeah. It's hard sometimes, like, you know, when I was asking before, like, where I wanted you to share your experience with me, like, why...
I need a couple of moments, gentlemen. I'm going to be right back. So you carry on. I'm just need a couple of moments.
No problem. No problem. So one of the reasons I asked that is it is sometimes, you know, when you're in something and you're trying to teach it to someone else, and it's just like the most obvious things that you wouldn't see because your perception's different. That's why I tried to ask things like that, like for you to teach me why they were important to you, because then it allows me to teach better. Right. And it's the same thing like this. Like I would now ask you, now you know this, what were things that I could say that would make this easier to understand? You know, that's the type of question I'd ask you. Like, how would I now teach this to other people, Pete?
I never thought of the buyback system being used like this. I always just thought I never thought of it as like a bank. I always thought of it as a oops, I've done fucked up and I want that thing back.
Yeah, okay. Well, just to put in perspective, I have like Algrid's buyback is the last time I looked at Algrid's, it was over 100 and it's almost 200 pages. I think it was 190 or something, right? Mine, right now, if I can get to the bottom here, is what's that? If I get to, I think it's only 3 pages, so I only have. I've got 500 there's 100 per item, so that's 500 items. And Algrid's is literally 150, but that would make it minus 10. Yeah, so I've only got 50 less than what he's got, essentially.
Right.
In the map. Yeah. But yeah, you get to some really old stuff here that Algrid doesn't have. Like, have you ever seen something like this? And
no.
Do you know why they're so valuable? Right?
I'm assuming no.
All right, so this I'll show you why these are so valuable, right? Really quickly. And I do have 2 of these left. I've got a freelancer one, and the other one's called a digital kernel, which is a Hornet, right? And I had one called an advanced starter, which was an Aurora, which was $60, and I sold that to a friend recently. But these are the reason why they're so valuable. You get, not only do you get lifetime insurance, pretty standard, but you get Legacy Alpha, and you get Squadron 42 and Star Citizen in the same package. You don't get that anymore, right?
What does it mean by Legacy Alpha? I've never seen that in a game package.
Yeah, and what that actually is it means you get Squadron 42, Episode 1 and 2, is what that translates to. So you're essentially, you're essentially getting 3 games.
That's fantastic value for money.
Yeah, and that's why people want them. But that is essentially, like, I could easily sell this for $100 more than what it's worth. Easily. Yeah. You know,
especially now Squadron's not on the store.
Yeah, and you've got, so that's 110 because you got to add the $11 GST, which is the Australian tax thing. GST is goods and services tax, original. But yeah, so I got 2 of those. I'm sure at some point I'll probably give one of them away or something like that. But yeah, I've gone through this a few times in the past. I don't think I've actually done it on stream in a while. But yeah, there's some things in it that are pretty rare there now. There's the other one. And my actual, if you actually go back to my actual Aurora, that is one of the rarest of the rare. When people see that, they usually get a bit flabbergasted when they realize what it is. So that's on the very last page. So these are stretch goals.
South by Southwest one.
No, I'll show you in a minute. But these are the stretch goals that even our grid doesn't have, and he's really jealous. He can't look. This contains free hangar fees on starting planet, so I don't have to ever pay fees for my starting hangar. So I can have the biggest hangar known to man and never have to pay fees.
The big balls.
Yeah.
I bet you've got a land claim beacon as well, haven't you, somewhere in here?
No. So this is the this is what our grid doesn't have. He doesn't have the repair bot, the record breaker skin, or the Squadron 42 mission disc. I get a disc.
Now,
I don't know why.
You do surprise me. With base building currently being the new hype that we're looking forward to and stuff, how have you, of all people, not got a land claim beacon in your buybacks?
Believe it or not, our grid has a pioneer in his buyback that I'm very much considering getting off him, because he's gonna give it to me at cost. He's very generous to me with the things he gives me. So RSI spacesuits.
What do you think the land's actually gonna cost?
Next
are we going to be able to buy it again?
At the moment, those land claims are going for like $1,000, and they're not worth it, not by a long shot. So this is the one I wanted to show you though. So notice how it's an image as well, but it's it was like a colored image. So this also has the Legacy Alpha, but look, it's got physical goods. These are the only time they've ever sold physical goods, right? There was 2 versions of this. There was an LTI version, and even the ones with like, I think 6 months insurance or 12 months insurance still go for a lot. The last time I saw one of these, it had a Phoenix attached to it, and it was like 5 years ago, and they wanted $650 for it. I haven't seen one on the market since, but this thing is so it comes with a spaceship-shaped USB drive, CD of the game, glossy fold-up star maps, 5 Starship blueprints, 3-inch model of a spaceship.
Oh, wait. A spaceship-shaped US. Oh, my God.
Yeah, it's nuts. Yeah, it's nuts. So what I'd try to articulate from this is probably what the limited editions are going to be. Like if you go into a retail store like EB Games in Australia or GameStop or Game, as they call it in the in the UK, that's probably, if they do a physical edition, that's probably what you could get.
Yeah.
But we are at that point now where they are very heavily
do you
moving
think
away.
That's why they took the website down, is because the next time we see the website, it's going to have all the limited editions and all the versions that everyone that's already bought Squadron 42 can pay even more money for?
What, Squadron or?
Yeah, so this is what I put to you. Do you honestly think they're going to do, because there's a big move, like Best Buy at the moment, for example, in the States, have announced they are stopped selling physical games. They're not doing physical games anymore. They've stopped selling Blu-rays. Disney don't make Blu-rays anymore in Australia, as an example. They just stopped. Because they're trying to push people towards digital, right? Because there's more money in digital now for them than there is in physical. Because the other advantage is they can just take it away from us at any time. You never actually truly own it, right? It's like what happened with did you see that?
But
what happened
a lot of Star Citizen people do have like collectible items.
Yeah.
They might not even buy them from CIG.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So CIG may do it, but there's this scary future where, like, look what happened with PlayStation recently. They had a dispute with Warner Brothers, so they literally turned around and told all their customers, "Oh, we're going to be turning this off because the licensing fees are now too high," and they were just going to. It was like literally. It was seasons of shows, and there was literally hundreds of seasons of shows that these people had brought, and they just all going to lose access. That's a scary future where when they decide they just want to turn it off, they can turn it off. They can one day call it Max 1, and you own everything on Max 1, and they shut it down and then call it Maxi Max and sell it to you again. Like that—that's how scary this future is. So we need to protect physical media. Sorry, is what I'm getting at.
That's why I don't use Xbox Game Pass.
Yeah.
People were saying, why don't you use it? That's part of the reason why. It's because it's a slippery slope until you don't own anything, and it costs a fortune.
Yeah. That's how they're luring us in. They're luring us in for the bait and switch, and that's what I'm really scared of, because, you know, I how do I put this? So I'm a bit of a pirate, right? I've been a bit of a pirate my whole life because I've grown up quite poor, right? And Australians we're known as the biggest pirate country in the world, right? And if I downloaded a movie and the movie was good, I would then go buy it. I have a massive Blu-ray collection, and I don't think a single one of those films I watched on Blu-ray for the first time. I would download it or go watch it at the cinema or something like that, and then to support the movie, if they've done a good job, I will go buy it. And I think that's how it almost needs to be done. We've moved from this culture of demos in games to now
I agree so much.
this pre-order bullshit. Look what they're trying to do
Yeah.
at the moment with what's that? Kill the Justice League. They wouldn't give people review codes. They're trying to punish IGN of all people. Almost 16 million subscribers, and they're trying to punish IGN for saying their game was bad. I'm sorry, if your game is bad, it is bad, and you need to be called out on it because it's actually going to burn you in the long run. Because the next time you bring out a game, look at Bethesda. What's happened with Starfield? Now, are you going to be likely to go out and buy their next game without some serious thought and contention?
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay, you're rallying for physical media and stuff, and like owning something.
Yeah.
But you're buying digital spaceships.
I know. Isn't that kind of scary that there's people that spent thousands of dollars and eventually one day this will be turned off and they're worth nothing? It just shows you how finite it all is. Yeah, it's kind of scary. And I've thought about this. Don't worry. I've thought about it. But yeah, again, it is part of back in the game.
Hopefully by the time that actually happens, you know, maybe a lot of us might have trouble even using the computer. But not only that, maybe we'll have the ability to get the source code and run it locally and stuff like that. I mean, who knows?
What I'm trying to get at here, and this is a good way to put it, is wouldn't it be great, like, where if this is a generational game, you could literally hand your account, like, they need to make it so these digital items are sellable. Because if they are making a currency, because that's essentially what they're doing, right? If you make these items that people pay you real money for, you need to...
You're slipping into the world of NFT scams. I don't like the idea of it.
But
yeah, but I don't think any game at the moment. I don't think any game at the moment is far from being easily transferable into
So let me
currency.
Let me just address what he said there, right? Because you're slipping in NFT, the prices would be fixed. You could not adjust them. You could not like change them. If you buy it for $5, you can move it off to someone else for $5, right? There's no like I bought it for $5, 20 years has passed.
It's a difficult system to implement because if you look at Steam and Half-Life's skin system, you can sell things on the marketplace, and if someone wants to buy it, they can buy it.
Yeah, but they created that to create FOMO, right? Because essentially people had to buy rare. They've even done it with the keys. You had to buy certain keys to open certain boxes and shit like that, right? The point I'm trying to get at is it should be a very simple, interchangeable system. If I buy a physical copy of a game, a PlayStation 5 game or a Blu-ray, I can hand it off to Expat and she can play it. I cannot do that with digital media. I can't just go, I have now played Inshrouded. I'm sick of it. Here you go, Expat. You can now play it for 2 weeks. Almost like a token that you can pass to other people. And you could literally make it so that there is no money that changes hands. I could just give her my digital version of the token.
But if with actual physical media, you do have a lot of e-waste.
Yeah.
Because it gets to the point where once everyone's played that and handed it down as many times as it goes, because, you know, that shelf space and storage space is going to cost them to store and house. It's Steam all over again. The reason Steam was popular to begin with because they promised reduced prices because they no longer had to do the logistics of moving all the actual content.
All bullshit. But the thing is though, like why can't I pass this on to someone else? If I don't want it anymore, why can't I pass it on? That's the thing. Like they've set it up so that the secondhand or buying secondhand things is non-existent. That's another reason. Like if you look at why they're pushing so hard for the death of physical media, this is why. Because there will no longer, the secondhand dies. The whole like they all wanted a slice of that secondhand. Like if you saw how much money GameStop was making off secondhand memorabilia, and there was a massive fight between GameStop and they wanted a slice of that secondhand market, and GameStop wouldn't give it to them, and so they've just killed it. They've gone, right, let's move to digital only.
The reason why no one's going to do this is because like no one's going to implement your system of like passing things on necessarily, is because you're paying for access. You're paying for access to the items, and you're paying for access to the game. As soon as anyone can have access because I just pass it over to you, then the value goes down because, you know,
Yeah, but you'd have a
It-
time
like,
limit on it. Like, you
the-
can only transfer it like once a month or whatever. The point I'm trying to get at, Expat, right? There is no way, like if there's no secondhand item, they can always keep that price really, really high. It's like if I all of a sudden, you know, you can buy secondhand cars. If you could no longer buy a car secondhand, can you imagine how much money all of a sudden that company is making? Because every person has to buy
a used ship market in Star Citizen. It's just not CIG that's running it.
It's the other way around, though. They're generally more expensive, not less, because it's limited.
But the thing
ships.
Well, yeah.
The thing is, if you wanted to hand your tokens down and whatever you've got in your account, it's just a case of giving somebody your login and password.
Yeah, that's a bit different. I know we're talking about 2 or 3 different things here at the same time, but put it this way: IGN, right? Massive, huge gaming company, whatever. I could probably bring it up actually because it was only the other day, right? They did a thing on it, and that's what threw me. That's when I went, wow, this is mainstream now. Because I've been talking about it for a while. Just trying to find it. It was a couple of days ago. It was like 6 days ago, and they had a whole big expo day on the death of physical media, and I was just Well,
I mean, my Steam library grows bigger and bigger each day, and I mean,
yeah,
I don't.
it is.
At this point, I don't even think about it.
A new year.
So this guy talked about it for 10 minutes. You know, and I really want to bring it to people's attention because it's a really valuable thing. We're going to lose a lot of our rights if things go the way they're going, and it's all for profit.
But the fact is that physical media only works for items that are essentially single player and do not require online services. It's not about the death of physical media. It's about the death of somebody's ability to.
You're only talking
run
about
something,
but you're only
on their own gear.
You're only talking about games. There's movies, TV, you know, books. Like look at books. Books are all turning into audio books. It's all going the same way, and it's all for profit. It's the same. Like if you think back to when Star Citizen first dropped, and they went. They've told me that PC games are shit, consoles are the way of the future, and look what's happened in the last 10 years. It's gone the other way. Consoles are dying. It's the same thing. We have to we stood up back then and said, no, PC is the way to go, and it's the same thing again here. We need to stand up and
consoles are dying.
Yeah. Well, they're well. Okay, put it this way: why are all the console games coming to PC? Sony are now.
The architecture is a lot similar nowadays than it used to be.
But also, if you actually look at the trends, consoles are on the way down, and PCs are on the way up. You can actually see it as a trend now. It's slow.
Well, it depends. It depends when you're measuring the trend, because the issue that we all have with statistics and data at the moment is that the pandemic happened. So the pandemic ruins.
And the pandemic,
years
and
of
he talks about it.
calculations.
He talks about it in this too. It was the pandemic that reminded him and a lot of other people just how beholden we are to digital media. And the other thing is, like, and I'll give an example. If you think about cable TV and movies and normal TVs, they have a much higher bar than, say, the quality of TV on Netflix, right? Because Netflix is just pumping out content. It just needs things for people to watch. It doesn't give a shit about the quality. Right?
I disagree.
Okay,
I think if you because Netflix has such a wide variety of content, you're not forced to watch that particular thing at that particular time. You can tailor it to watch whatever you want at any time. I would argue that the benefit of non-forced, everybody has to watch the same shit at the same time, as opposed, you being able to just choose what you want to watch at any time. You can binge a series in its totality, is much more enjoyable as a consumer in the now.
Yeah,
I'm quite satisfied with online streaming and stuff. The only problem I have is that I believe that they've over-segmented the different services and different shows. I think I would much prefer a method of people getting compensated by how many times people viewed something, and it didn't matter where you saw it. I think I would much prefer like a unified service, which. Let's say Netflix
It's not going that way though. They've literally turned into cable.
Netflix would get money for this show.
The digital cable now, and they've actually shown that most people have a minimum of two different services, right? And it's
yeah,
just,
but two services doesn't cover you for everything. That's the issue, right?
So
it's too segmented now.
I'm gonna forget what I was gonna say, but yeah, I've forgotten. I had something important to say. It's fine.
Yeah,
like, I haven't watched any of the Strange New Worlds because it's on,
I remember.
on some other service. You know,
I need to say it, or I'm going to forget it. The quality difference is a part of it. The other part of it is the sheer number of series that Netflix cancel. They give it, like, if it comes out and if it's instantly not successful, they can it. So when things went on to TV, there was a time period, and it took longer. So there was longer for people to watch, longer for people to know about it. Shows come out on Netflix, and I've seen people go, "Oh, this show got cancelled. I love it," and they watched it 2 years after it came out. There's been
several examples of shit on TV that's been fantastic.
Yeah.
That was put in the wrong time slot to compete against something it was never going to win against. Firefly.
Yep, but it's way more noticeable on Netflix. You can go on there, and the sheer number of shows that get 1 or 2 seasons is astronomical, utterly astronomical. There's very few shows on there that make it to 5 seasons. But go have a look.
Okay.
I'm not gonna.
Well, that's why I've been very much enjoying Apple TV because certain seasons I've been watching, it's like, they're 5 seasons, 6 seasons.
Apple is doing it correctly.
They're just going for the story, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Apple has done it the best of anyone, but it's the same thing. They're all moving to this credence where essentially, like, they're now, put as an example, Netflix has now brought in the ad-based tier, and they're now removing the middle. They're removing the middle tier because they're trying to push people towards ads or towards paying more to get rid of ads, and they're removing that middle tier. And so it's
cable TV all over again.
It's cable TV. That's all they've done. They've just digitized cable TV.
Execute. What do you think of all these people quitting YouTube?
That's what happens in any industry. You're there for a time, you burn out, you move on, or you retire or change.
YouTube at this point is an institution. I don't think it's ever going to fail.
It's new people. The next generation.
Yeah.
Like one of the things I hear in a lot of videos is they become kids, or they've had kids and stuff. So they don't have time. They want to spend time with, their quality of life has changed. So they want to move on. The other thing you'll notice is that a lot of them are getting multiple people to take over for them because the job is so big. You're
talking about specific content creators having a time in the spotlight as opposed to just the platform itself.
If you want
having its time.
Yeah, if you want to look into it, Pete, just type in like quitting YouTube or something like that. There's heaps of people that'll wait on. I know Philip DeFranco and MKBHD both did videos about other people talking about quitting. That's how big of a topic it is at the moment.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
But I highly recommend, like, if you want to see what I was talking about, just let's move on from the physical media thing. Really look into your physical media because it's going to become really valuable in like as Blu-rays die off and DVD. Like, they don't make Blu-ray. Like, Samsung stopped making Blu-ray players 5 years ago. Their writing is on the wall. They want to move away from it so they can control it and basically make you rebuy and rebuy and rebuy. It is moving to this the ultimate consumer society, because when it's all digital, it costs them nothing. Once they've got one copy of it, it's no difference between one copy and a billion. They can just, and that's what they want. And it's like the control of knowledge. If you never ever actually hold the knowledge, but you have access to it, there's going to become this whole movement back to piracy, because people are going to want to, like, the only way you're going to get a physical copy is if you digitize it and save it on your
yourself
and keep it on your computer or whatever, right? Collections are going to go from my physical. You will now. Physical. I've got a whole wall of Blu-rays here, right? And that's going to become really valuable because it'll be rare. But what collections are going to be is people are going to start digitizing their entire collection, and they'll have some kind of hard drive or PC hooked up to their TV, and they'll just watch all their own digital stuff. That's
Do you think they ever lock Star Citizen gameplay behind a subscription model?
I don't know about that one.
That you can't fly the ships you bought? You don't think so?
I don't think so, yeah. No, maybe for new people, but not for the older people, but we'll see.
I don't think so.
We'll see, yeah.
I think there are far too many revenue streams for them to explore before they go anywhere near a subscription thing.
I have to answer. Hook 205 says, Hook 205 says, wait for it to come on TV. No one watches TV anymore. like if you're watching TV, I'm sorry, but and I don't mean to say this impolitely, but you're old. Like people do not watch TV anymore. I haven't watched TV for a decade. I went to a doctor's surgery about a month ago, and they had the TV on, and I was like, "Oh God, it's been so long." And I haven't.
Yeah.
Do you guys watch TV anymore? Like it's just YouTube and Twitch and stuff for me now. I don't.
No, the things that I would watch on TV, I watch on their online equivalent services anyway. Like if the only thing that I would watch would be Taskmaster. The last time I turned my TV on, Jeremy Clarkson was on Top Gear.
Sorry, I have to read what he said earlier. He says, I have a base TV pack, the smallest one possible, and I don't watch much, would never pay for more. And then he says, if I want to see a movie or series, I buy it. So he's talking about yeah, okay. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Pete, I started watching that damn Taskmaster because of you.
You're welcome, by the
I've
way.
lost many hours of my life.
Yeah.
You are more than welcome. It's
But-
one of the
but they were
best
good
TV
hours.
shows to ever have been made.
The last thing I'm gonna end on before we move on is the next thing they're gonna start doing because of cable TV and stuff is they're gonna start bundling. So you'll see Disney Plus Hulu. You know, they'll start because you know how they own 3 or 4 of them. They'll start bundling them together to appear like it's like when you go to McDonald's, Pete. You'll get this right. You can buy the burger, or you can buy the burger, the drink, and the fries for slightly cheaper than buying all of it. But they make more money where you get a small saving, right? That's what they're going to do. So instead of just getting Netflix, you'll get Netflix, something else, and something else, and they won't give you the option to just buy, you know, the tailored bundle. So you'll buy the whole thing because it'll be cheaper in
So
your
you're
head.
going full cable then. So you want the
That's what they're
Discovery
gonna
package
do.
as well as the movie.
These people don't
Got
like
you.
change, man. They're just going to copy the old system. Put it this way: why do we still have phone calls and not video calls? Why does it cost so much money for me to use this mobile phone? It costs me more money in Australia. I don't know what it's like over there, but costs me more money to make phone calls than it does to get on Facebook or Discord or whatever and have a video call with someone. It's
Yeah,
I can have it.
Data.
I can have it across the world and it costs nothing, or I can call if I call Sydney where Agra is and they charge me 25 cents a minute. What the hell is like? It makes no sense. It's broken. Nobody uses the old system because it costs too much. So how about you update your system? This is kind of what I'm talking about. Like businesses get set in their ways and they don't want to change. And I'm ranting now. We need to move on. I've gone way off topic. I'm sorry. Sorry. Yeah, I get passionate. All right.
Whatever, Grandpa, with your physical media.
Yeah. All right, Vulcan Labyrinth. First time.
I've got my VHS.
Yeah, Vulcan Labyrinth. Nah, it's Beta Track. They're way better. Sony Beta's way better. Anyway, Vulcan's Labyrinth is the first time chat and says, Don't forget that we want to be able to charge your store, that digital meter in the cloud. Yeah, that's the thing. They can turn the cloud off. That's the problem with that. All right, another first time chatter that's just laughing at my old ass. All right, that's fine. All right, let's have a look.
We're never going to finish any of these questions.
Yeah. We've been so sorry. Well, we don't really have that many. It's a bit surprising. So if you want to do a question, just put question anywhere in your question or a question statement will come through to us. If you want to talk about the physical meter, bring that up as well. All right. Next one is Prophet of Humanity says from Twitch says, hold it until after the relevant part of ISC. So I guess we've seen that. So it says, what sort of gameplay opportunities do you think this new EVA will unlock in the verse?
I think it would just generally make.
We're hoping that you're going to be able to do the. Oh, sorry, Pete.
No, go on. You go.
It's going to be you're going to be able to hold on to the side of a ship during quantum travel, but we'll see. But I think, to be honest, I've been enjoying like a lot of like first person shooting and stuff like that while EVA, like going to security post Korea and having like a really good time. So I'm just hoping it like makes all that kind of gameplay a lot more special. And also some of the favorite things I do is like, you know, like if you soft death a ship, you know, going in and, you know, actually getting into the ship and fighting and all that kind of stuff. I'm really excited to see if that actually becomes a thing we can do like on the regular basis. And if it's actually fun and doesn't feel super jank like it does now.
I don't know about you, Pete. I reckon I'm looking forward to seeing all the clips of people doing like the Tom Cruise climbing the plane in like Mission Impossible.
Yeah. I can't wait to see a group of players in an eclipse or something super stealthy, just absolutely covered in players like a moth swarm, just fly into an area and then just all detach from the ship.
You know what you reminded me of?
All his balls.
Did you guys ever play Battlefield 1942? and the EAL main map, and they had that massive plane, and players used to lie along the wings. That,
Yeah,
but
like
with
that.
rail guns,
Exactly.
in railguns on an eclipse, and you come in for a bombing round, it's just like all these railguns fire off the eclipse. That would be
It's
mad.
going to change gameplay because you basically turn anything into a sled. Like you know how you've got those underwater like jet things that pull you along in water.
Yeah.
This new system basically turns any vehicle into that, just a larger one. So you can attach whatever the surface area of your ship is. That's how many people you can attach to move through EVA space, and that is exciting.
Could you imagine if you could actually transfer your EVA power to the vehicle? So if you, say you had MPUV, you know, you can like push a car in real life. Yeah, if you could just like attach all these people outside of MPV and just slowly push it back to where it's. I don't know. That'd be an interesting thing. I don't reckon they'll program that in, but it'd be kind of cool if you could.
Pretty cool.
I wonder how many people are just going to be chilling at the. I wonder if it's going to give you any alert or anything. To some debris on the outside of your ship, because I mean people are just going to be waiting in armistice zones, right? Just to find a ship and grab hold of it, and if you can do that long enough, right, you can eventually end up at their little mission location. You know, off they pop to go to their bunker, and away you go.
So if it was another game, I'd almost say it'd be tied to stamina. Like you can hang on as long as you've got stamina to do so, but we don't kind
I think it would be tied to wind resistance.
Yeah.
Like, because in space, it doesn't matter how fast they're going. It's the acceleration that's going to pull you off.
Yeah.
Like, you can go 1,000 meters a second or 5 meters a second. You're not hitting anything. If you're in atmosphere and they accelerate fast enough,
well, you often see it.
Wind resistance to stop you.
You often so I'm thinking of like space shows I've seen, right? And you'll see there's a really big spaceship moving through, and there'll be something just floating behind it, and the gravity's kind of normal, and then all of a sudden it goes outside the kind of area of the kind of force of the ship, and it just drops back, like it's gone. You know, so I assume it would still be a bit like that. Like you could jump off and you float for a minute, and then all of a sudden the ship's just gone. You know, because we do kind of get we kind of get that right now, don't we? Like if you fall out of a ship with the bug, the next thing you look and they're just like 2,000 kilometers away.
Well, the thing is with this new EVA system, you're decoupled EVA, so you conserve momentum. So if you let go, you're still floating as long as they don't change direction. You're still floating alongside it at the same speed.
Yeah.
Which is very exciting.
Well, the question is, right now in Star Citizen, the way it works is that you change states, or you change locations when you leave a ship, right? So far, what's been happening is that no momentum has changed with you, right? So when you fire missiles, the missiles suddenly appear inside that new region, and they're at 0, and then even if your ship's going at 100, the missile comes out at 0 and then accelerates, right?
Yep.
So if you've exited a ship while it's moving, you come out at 0, right? And then the acceleration is like straight down, for example, if you're in gravity.
So that's because it's
so they need to figure out a way of carrying the statistics of movement, location, physics from one location to another.
And what you're talking about there is network code, right? So that's why it's not been implemented, because it was probably not needed for the single player of Squadron 42, and it's a network problem. But now as they move over to Star Citizen, that's where you'll see that. All that stuff that we're seeing.
It's an engine
Let me finish. Everything we saw them moving across from Squadron 42 was single player stuff, and it was all foundational stuff. And that's what we took out. When me and Space and Algrid sat down, and we did an episode on this earlier this year, the key takeaway for us is that all the stuff that we're going to see this year is foundational stuff for multiplayer, right? And that's why base building's coming, because it is such a foundational, like building our own bases is a massive part of the foundational thing. It is the biggest change, because no longer we are tied to a ship, but we can build bases. Our ships are base. That's a major structural, multiple part of this game. So that everything we see this year is multiplayer foundational in my book anyway, and Space and Algrid's. Sorry. Oh, all right. Next question then. Right. Monster Avery says, I thought if the new EVA will apply properly to NPCs, and would it remove the need for boarding ships for NPCs, plus stuff like moving docking collars? Wait, hang on. What's... Oh, so what he's saying is, will the NPCs now essentially superhero as well? I think that's what I'm reading.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
You would assume so. We've seen
Yeah.
splines of NPCs traversing around, and I think even then they were sort of doing the Superman pose before we were. I believe.
Yeah. I can't see why
we'll
not.
see. I mean, at the end of the day, like ultimately, it's going to have no use case, because I don't think currently the NPCs can. I mean, FPS NPCs, can they currently traverse anything other than a flat plane? Can they traverse in 3D at the moment if they're not a ship?
I don't know actually. I'm fairly sure once they're in right now, once they enter space, they just stop moving. They're stationary, don't do anything.
Yeah,
they don't
they
even
stop.
animate.
Yeah.
Again, probably not needed for Squadron. I'm trying to think. I don't think I've ever seen an NPC EVA.
Like Infernus, they don't even get out of the back of the cutlass when they're reinforcing now. So,
Yeah.
No, they have no pathing. I thought so. I thought they didn't have any pathing because they don't. I don't think currently. I don't think they really generate their own. And I think this is the Squadron tech, is that the AI will start to be able to like path themselves. But I think that also comes with the new map stuff somehow, because the mapping is then working with the AI, and then the AI is working with the mapping, and then we, it's kind of, I think it's a unified system, right?
Yeah. I obviously be something that we'll see them have work on, because it's such a fundamental part of the multiplayer. I can see why you could probably get around it for Squadron, but you think that surely want to have some space battles in EVA.
Yeah, there has to be some scenes in Squadron with something in EVA.
Maybe they faked it or something, it's scripted or something. But yeah, it kind of complexes me that I've never seen that. I'm just kind of sitting here racking brain, and I can't think of. Maybe there was an ISC where they showed some stuff off, but I'd have to go back and have a look. But yeah,
I remember them showing an NPC in EVA flying around a cutlass.
Yeah.
Yeah, so far everything they've shown has been kind of, in a hangar bay or, walking around a bunker.
Yeah. All right, so I'm going to look at this shanty. The whole video goes for 4 minutes. We might not watch the whole thing. If you think this is bad or crappy, Pisspoor Peter Expat, just let me know and I'll stop it. But I liked it, and I thought it was a really different take on Star Citizen content, and I thought what he'd done, it was kind of cool. So I don't know. I'll play it. You guys let me know what you think, and all right, here we go.
Yeah, it's all right. It's nice.
Yeah,
I thought it was.
I'm engaged.
Yeah, I thought it was really different. So I just thought, yeah, this is really kind of like a siege, like,
For us to leave her, shipping go.
All that stuff about the merchantman coming out was pure hopium, right?
Oh no, we'll see.
Away, Santukia East. Heave 'em up and away we'll go. Along the plains of here we float. Santukia East fought so bold. Away, Santukia East. Around vandal hordes through the dust and glow. Along the plains of here we go. Heave her up and away we'll go. Away, Santukia East. Heave 'em up and away we will go. Along the plains of here we float. So leave her, Johnny, off we'll go. The drunken spaceman, Manu Merchant, she bound away. Back here we go.
Hey guys, I just wanted to take.
I think I'll leave it there, but I will.
Wait,
You want to keep going?
You can't do that. Yeah, you gotta do his little shtick at the.
Video, and extend a special thanks to some of my org members, Cheese Whale, Devil, Meckles, and SOCOM, for helping me to capture some of the footage that I used. If you enjoyed this video and want a chance at winning a free copy of Star Citizen or some pretty cool ships, then don't forget to feed the algorithm, like, subscribe, all of that nonsense, and check out my giveaway video here for additional information. Should be linked here.
There you go.
Right, so you can
give him his full juice.
Yeah, that's fine. I've linked the video on both Twitch and YouTube there, so give him a comment.
That was awesome.
A like.
But I have two questions.
Mm-hmm.
One, what's the hype for the Battle Merchantman? It's a giant loot pinata. I don't get it. Two,
Oh,
are we going to get in-game radio
screen.
stations where we can put that on? Because that was pretty cool.
They've talked about, well, that's what the maker was doing in-game content.
Oh
and
no!
stuff. And 30k.
Oh no! Expats 30k.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. No, this is not live. This is pre-recorded, isn't it, Expat? It's pre-recorded. It's all good. Yeah.
Star Citizen doesn't crash, guys.
I totally forgot what we were talking about. What's the question again, Pete? The Banner Management. 2013. It's one of the oldest ships in the game that hasn't been put out. All the other ships that came out around that time are out. It's the longest.
It's just because people have been waiting for it for so long.
Yep, I've been waiting for over 10 years. I'm one of the people that brought on the first day. It was meant to be only available for one day. It was going to be that rare of a ship, and they've now sold it again and again. But yeah.
Okay.
So you're supposed to have a market in your ship with your own little economy. Is that right?
Well, that's not what it was. Like, originally, the replacement for this ship is the Reliant. So it was a blockade runner. It was meant to be like a small cargo ship that, for 4 people type of thing, that basically did blockade running and smuggling and things like that. And then it was a concept that came out from the 890 Jump that actually showed 3 shops in it. And lo and behold, now the Banner Management has grown to the size of the 890 Jump, and it's got 3 ships in it. So obviously they pivoted from that.
I wonder whose idea it was to make it like this Mahusive ship, man. I bet they're.
I think a lot of it's got to do with the name, Merchantman.
Also, didn't it have like conflicting advertising images? It wasn't really until fairly recently when they had the big push towards it. Wasn't it like not necessarily coherent? One image would show it one size and one shape, another image would show it another size and another shape.
It's been reconcepted like 3 times now.
Okay.
There was the original pitch, and then they looked at it like 5 years later, and then just before they did the stuff recently, they reconcepted it again. So it's changed styles. Like, it almost looked Vandal in the very first stuff. Right? That I had one image to look at. I think it was way back in the day. Like, if I bring it up, it was the original image was that one. Oh, that's a YouTube video. I don't actually want to open that, but it was that one there above your head, Pete.
Right. Okay.
That's
all kind
all
of randomly to me.
Yeah, it's kind of got all these spiky bits on it and stuff like that. So yeah.
Yeah.
And then 5 years later, they had this one, which is probably this one that we still use the most now. But I think they had this on the day it was for sale as well. They had this exterior view one, and that was about it. But you can tell it's changed a few times. And I think later on they had these ones too, but yeah, it's had so many different designs. Like even this thing, like, do you know what that is, Pete? It sounds like you haven't been as...
It's got to be Banu something or other.
No, that's actually the original Cyan design.
Oh, I would love stuff like that. See,
Yeah.
I'd like to see alien ships. With this new EVA system we have.
Yeah.
Someone's asking earlier on what we'd like to see. I'd like to see vertical ships like this.
Did you not take
advantage of that?
You did not take that from the Squadron 42 video? That in the Cyan thing, he's literally walking around the outside of he's in the ship, right? And the room's like a tube, and he's just walking around it like that.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, because go back and look at the video. The Cyan ships have all this anti-gravity stuff, and you can walk up and down the walls and everything.
That's an awesome concept that I'd like to see. Gravity just not in one orientation and like actual vertical, because a giant monolith like that would look dope. The only thing we've got remotely close to that is the Reliant Sen, and it looks weird when you fly it.
Yeah. Just a mention from our mod Lemming, he's saying may want to mention the Crucible and the Endeavour are in the same boat and very much due for a full reconcept. That's another reason why we recommend the Endeavour and Crucible so much, because we know they're going to grow based on their individual.
Have you got an image of the original Carrack?
I guess we can find one.
I heard that was like a big change.
Yeah, it had really big stilt legs.
I liked it when it looked like a dachshund in a jumper. That was the favorite iteration of mine.
What in a jumper? Sorry.
There was an iteration where it looked like a dachshund in a jumper.
I had it there, and then no, that's not it. There it is. This is the original one. So it had these big legs.
Wow.
I wonder if I can make that full screen. Hang on.
Looks more Firefly.
Open image, new tab. They're gonna go big. There we go. Yeah. So that was the original one, and It was $350 at this price. Half of what it is now, type of thing.
It looks so much smaller.
And I actually upgraded my retaliate. I'm just going to turn your video off for 2 seconds, Expat, until you find out where you're going, because
I'm there. I'm there.
You're blocking the view with your
Done.
big butt. All right,
Look.
yeah. I can't. Yep, there. Cool, sweet, awesome. Yeah. So yeah, really big legs, but like, look at the undercarriage. Just by, it's going to hide you for 2 seconds, Expat. Sorry, but yeah, see how high the undercarriage is now? Where now it's like really low down, and look how long those legs are. It does. The legs actually come
It
out
actually
of the.
looks like Starfield.
Yeah, it really does. It's a completely different ship, in a lot of ways. And all these antenna and stuff, we are still getting all those. They just haven't put them in yet. For example, we saw what was the ship we saw? I think we saw antenna on the Corsair. So we know that those type of things are coming back. But look at all these little, like, look at all the little. There's like 5 or 6 of them sticking out there. You know, a couple of back over there near Pete and above his head as well. They all fold out. Do you remember? Did you know that, Pete? They actually fold up like this.
Yeah, there's like 2 things missing from the carrack, isn't there? It's like the rolling shutters to protect the canopy,
Yes,
and the whatever those. They're not subspace arrays, were they?
That guy talked
the scanner
about it.
for wormholes, but I can't remember the name of them in lore.
The guy that did the Fury and the Saulian, he's actually got that on his worksheet to add to this. So we might see that sooner rather than later.
Cool.
Fingers crossed.
He talked about
it on the ISC when he was doing the Fury, introducing himself. So yeah.
You know what I found out the other day is that the guy who designed like so many iconic ships in sci-fi, and who made like the Roger Young and Starship Troopers and all this kind of stuff, which is one of my favorite ships, and you know, Star Trek ships, etc. Is also a designer on Star Citizen. He made like a ton of ships.
So
really, really famous sci-fi designers.
Yeah. Well, one of the guys that was one of the judges for the next great starship, he ended up working on Star Wars. You know, the Force Awakens and all
a lot
that.
of CIG employees have gone to work for Star Wars in some fashion or another.
Yeah. I just want to address what Luna Mario is saying down here for the chat. It's down here as well, I guess. But it says upscaling a ship is not a reconcepting though. But it is, and I'll explain why. If you change the outside of a ship, the inside has still got the same scale for humans. That's why it's a reconcepting, because you essentially get more rooms, not less, or you have to change the scale of the room. So it's just the internals that change, and that's the big difference. And obviously, you got to have the parts where the outside.
You don't necessarily have to change a lot, though, do they? Because the internal space,
not as much.
You can't just have super thick imaginary walls. They don't, you know.
Not as much, but it's also why they try to not have as many windows on ships. So let's take the carrack, for example. If you scale this up, you've got to have the windows match the inside as well, right? Where if there's no windows, they don't have to deal with that problem. That's why I think they've left a lot of windows deliberately off ships, because if they come back to rework them, they want them to be, you know, finalized and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, ships definitely need more windows.
Well, there's concepts. MSR was meant to have a skylight in where the chess table is. It was meant to be like the Millennium Falcon and have a skylight, but it doesn't, you know? So, not to mention all the 1 exits and stuff that ship ended up getting, but yeah.
In my mind, the Spirit's the MSR. It's the one that looks most like the concept images.
Agreed. I think that's kind of why we got it, because if you actually go back and look at the original MSR, they're actually... let me find it. MSR, what was the other word? Hercules.
You were right, by the way, Expat. The Spirit has really grown on me. I now have 2 of them. I melted my F8 for them.
Hey, there you go.
What do you have?
I can't help it.
I do hope there's some adjustments made to the cockpit and stuff, but overall, I think it's a really good daily. I mean, I always said it was just going to be a cutlass for people that didn't like the cutlass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
it's a really good cutlass competitor. That's a good way of putting it. It's got all the utility and everything.
Has always been the best.
Sorry, what ship did you get rid of and got a new one off?
The F8C, and I melted it for the 2-pack of the A1 and the C1.
Oh, so you lost an F8 and got an A1 and C1.
Yeah, I found that every time that I was going to use my F8, I felt like a bully for using it. If I was going to win, it wouldn't... Like, I don't win very often when I use it. But if I was going to win, I felt like it was down to the ship that I was using, and it was a bit of a cheat and a bit of a... I didn't feel good using it, and it felt bad, which was a shame because I love the look of the ship.
Yeah. So I think this is one of the original concept images, And if I open, it might be it, or I might have the wrong one. But essentially the MSR went from being the back third of the. It's really hard to show when I don't have the old content to show. But I'll do my best, right? Oh, it's not called MSR. It's called Star Run on here. I think Star Run. No, it's called Mercury. Star Run. There we go. And the other one is the Constellation. Right, cool. So if I put these two in the right thing, give me 2 seconds, in the right orientation, right? So that is how much big that is right now. The original version of the MSR was so small that it actually fitted in the back 2/3, right?
What are we looking at?
Oh, wait, you can't see that because I don't have the screen. Nobody can see.
Professional streamer.
Oh, I'm terrible. Right, there we go. Can you see it now? I'll put it up here so Expat doesn't have to duck down or whatever.
Yeah.
Right, and yeah, glad you guys are here to remind me.
Duck down.
Yeah, all right. Spirit would be the other one, right? Because I'm willing to bet some type of money this is like what the old one was meant to be. So, and it is very much on par with what it was meant to be. See? 2/3 of the, because if you cut the you got to cut that tail off the back because it's dead weight. But look, that's essentially what they've remade the Spirit in what the MSR used to be.
Yeah.
So again, some ships grow, so you got essentially got a free ship. So this was originally a medium ship. It actually was a medium ship in the old spec sheet, and it's now a large.
It grew. That's one of the few ships that I know that grew. Like it significantly grew in size,
especially in the modern era, so to speak. Like we haven't seen a lot of growth like that since the much older ships and the changing of the metrics. But it does happen.
If you got that in concept, you got a lot of ship for your money. It might not have been what you wanted when you paid for the concept, you know, with the chin and the extra decks that everyone knows about now. But you know, it's still great. I really love the Star, and I wish it was. Just didn't feel hard done by.
It's kind of weird though because it was priced at a large ship, but it was actually a medium ship. So I almost wonder if it had anything to do with the amount of money you spent, because this is a lot better budget-friendly option. But it also kind of look how bad it makes the Connie look now. Again, you got to cut off the wings. But if I cut off the wings, these ships are very similar in size.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, they are.
Yeah.
The downside I found with the
be like more just less of a hassle to use, you know, compared to like you go in a Spirit now, it's so quick, you just go straight to the cockpit, like there's 3 doors or whatever.
Again, you're seeing
if they just get an elevator or a ladder, you know.
When you play for a while, that time to cockpit being as low as possible really is what you go for most of the time. I know I find myself choosing worse ships just because of the time to seat is quicker.
Yep. It's the evolution, though. They're learning the design. They're learning, you know, well, look at the Zeus. The Zeus now has a ladder at the front. You know, and let's be honest, the only other ship that's even remotely like that is the Freelancer. You know, the Cutlass used to have one and they took it off. You know, so they're learning. But
the Cutlass had one.
Yeah, back in the day, before they did the rework and made the ship bigger, it actually had a ladder where you would climb up onto the wing and then go in a door above the wing.
That was the Cutlass, wasn't it?
Yeah, original Cutlass. Yeah.
Yeah. The original Freelancer was like the Planet Express ship. You boarded the front landing gear. It was awesome.
Yeah.
It was not secure because every time you had your landing gear down, the door was open, but it was awesome.
Yeah. But yeah, look, take everything you've seen. Every time, this is what we talk about with the gold standard. Every time a ship steps forward, right? Like, look how much better the Spirit is than, say, the Cutlass and the Freelancer, right? Eventually, they'll all come up to whatever that last state is, the last standard, they'll all be brought up to that standard. And the older a ship is, so let's just look at these three, because there's a gap between all three of them. This is clearly the most current, but these two will eventually be brought up to this standard. Can you imagine the changes that's going to happen to this thing to bring it in line with this thing? This thing is going to be awesome when it's done. Right now, it's got so many issues, but it's one of the oldest ships in the game. Like this thing
had only have the top and bottom docking ports that the CIG said they definitely don't want anymore.
They're on the side.
Doesn't it have one in the top? I'm fairly sure it does.
It might have one in the top. But it's also got 2 on the sides though, right? Okay. The one that I can tell off, I'm not sure about the Connie, but I can tell you the Reclaimer's got one on top. and it's also got these two doors on the
Connie
back.
does have one on top.
Yeah, the
just
Retaliator's
behind
got
the,
one top and bottom,
cockpit.
and the reworking
Did
it
I
to the
say-
side one.
Sorry, if I said I meant to say the Reclaimer. Sorry, the Reclaimer's got one on top, and it's got two big doors on the back, but it's capital size, so it probably needs a capital size docking collar. So probably what they'll do is remove the one on top and put two capital ones on the back where the two airlocks are. You know, so that there's so many ships that are they're gonna have changes, right? And you start to apply all these metrics. Think about all the lights and that they added to that to the Spirit and stuff like that. If they go back and bring everything up, we're gonna get it's so much work that needs to be done. Like it's a couple of years of work easily. Just taking what they have and updating it will take ages. But yeah, they'll get people on it. I have no doubt. And now with more people moving over to Star Citizen here, ships are going to come thick and fast.
Yeah,
this
the
year.
floodgates, bro. The floodgates. Be careful.
Yeah, or bursting of the dam, as we've called it for a while. So yeah. All right. Next question. If I can remember which button to press. I'm not used to pressing 3, so it confuses my little brain. Right. North End Trooper says, "It's been 8 weeks. Was this the longest IRC drought we've had until today? Last one was 1st of December. Yeah, it's probably been the longest one, because usually they start back up around about the 8th of January or the 15th of January, somewhere in there. They literally left it all the way to February. It's the first time I've never not seen an IRC in February. Sorry, in January. My bad. So yeah, definitely the longest we've had. You guys want to say anything against that? I think it's pretty cut and dry.
I think the quality of the program was justified the wait, if I'm being honest. Like the little extra touches here and there, it looked professional as balls. I can't describe it as eloquently, but you get the idea.
Yes, I agree. Professional as balls.
Need that on a t-shirt. Expat 2024. Right. Wearing Pro says, question, maybe ships will be able to have zero gravity zones such as the hidden crawlways in the MSR. Yeah, they actually talked about this way back when. It'd be really cool if you could. They talked about shooting into a ship, and if you actually hit the gravity drive, you could disable it, and then all of a sudden everyone in the ship would start floating. So yeah, that is a thing. But back in the day, gravity drives were only meant to be on bigger ships.
But would that be zoned, or would that be for the entire ship?
It would depend on the ship. Because if you had multiple,
I think the implication there is that you could zone certain areas off.
Yep.
And you know,
well, again,
instead of just doing everything.
If there's an airlock and it's one part of it's vented to space, obviously yes, there's a zone. You know.
Okay. Yeah.
I just got an email because I left my email open. I need to close that. Sorry. But yeah. Back in the day, they were only having certain sizes of gravity generators. I've seen smaller ships now have these smaller gravity generators. So that gravity generator thing appears like it's now going to be a component on all the ships. And if you hit that gravity generator, it'll cause chaos on a lot of ships. Think about if you're trying to fly and they turn the gravity off.
Again, but yeah, like you say, but will we have the option to turn it off in different zones of the ship, or will it just automatically just turn off everything?
Well, again, I thought it was implied. I'll explain it again. If you've got a big ship, right, and it has a big gravity generator, no zones. But if you have, say, 4 small gravity generators, then you would have zones. Because you could shoot one and turn that off.
I didn't even conceive of them adding multiple copies of it. That's a good point. Carry on.
And then the other part would obviously be, like I said before, where it's the rooms and a part of it's vented or whatever. So yeah. Because
basically, Pete, if somebody destroys your gravity generator, you basically thank them, because then you can move around your ship in a super cool and fast way.
You can just turn your gravity generator off too.
Rip it out the moment you fall on the ship.
But it's part of the room system too, because they've talked about how you can kill people by venting the room and stuff like that. You can obviously vent the gravity from a room as well, not vent it, but you could.
No, I think that's more implied than stated.
Well, we'll have to see.
You could individually fuck with the gravity in a room.
I think we'll have to wait and see. You're probably right there. I'll concede that.
I hope
point.
so. I hope that's the case. Don't get me wrong, because that sounds awesome.
Yeah. Again,
hey, can you go and fix the engine again? Then you turn the gravity off, and Billy flies about the room. We got him again.
Hard G's wobbling about in the back.
How you getting on back there?
Right. That was by Warrington Pro. Citizen Ninja says, at least the question that's burning, not the pie piss. Right, okay. Monster AV asks question, assuming the seat area with Picos to be Legionnaire. I think we will see this in. Wait, it was in Legionnaire in the. Was this in? Wait,
What?
apparently saying that the Legionnaire was in the ISC that we just watched. Hang on, I'm gonna go back to my history. Hang on.
When they were picking up the big pile of Picos from inside a ship,
Yeah.
apparently that was the what?
Apparently, he was saying. So I'll just mute this. But apparently, when they were doing the Pico picking up, that was inside the Legionnaire. Essentially, let me just try and find it.
Okay, it looked like a cutter to me, but go on.
Yeah, I'm just scanning through. Give me a sec. Picking up the Picos. I think I've gone past it. Picos. It's here somewhere. Right, so it's after this because that's still flight stuff.
When they were talking about default actions, wasn't it?
Can you give me a timestamp, please, sir? Whoever that was. I missed their name. Sorry.
The question was from Monster AV.
Monster AV, you got a timestamp for us, bro? Oh yeah. That is a different ship. Look at the door. There's no ship with a door like that. Good spot.
Are we sure that's not just a Spartan?
If anything, it looks like.
I think Pete might be right.
No, I think you're both wrong.
I think that's a Spartan.
No, I think you're both wrong. Actually, now I've looked at it. If you look here at the angles, see the angle up here and the angle up here, and there's an angle down here and an angle down here. Yeah. That is the MPUV.
The wheels are.
No, it's the MPUV.
No, that's a Spartan. It's just that I'm gonna bet my gaming integrity on that being the Anvil Spartan ground vehicle.
What ship's that then?
Well, this is the Connie.
You reckon that's the Connie?
Yeah, it's a Connie. Connie
yeah,
Phoenix.
Yeah, that's the Connie. It's just running for a sec. So
But I noticed it was Connie Phoenix with the new lighting system.
What, with the new ambient lighting system?
Yes.
So half a
you
second.
can see on the chairs. You see the chairs?
Hang on, I'm going to turn
There's something going on with the lighting in there. Slightly different.
Turning the playback speed down just so I can catch this. But
in fact, you can see even the items on the desk. It all looks a bit different.
Yeah, they look like they belong in the environment as opposed to being placed on top of it.
Yes. This is the new lighting system.
I think you're right, Pete, and this is why. Just look here for a sec. I think it is a Spartan. There's a door there. On the left.
Yeah, that's a Spartan.
Yeah, I think it's a Spartan now.
Why someone's transferring a lot of Picos in the back of a Spartan? We just, you just don't know. I mean,
you've got to find a use for ground vehicles. Why not?
Thank you for the super chat.
I mean, they're useless otherwise.
Thank you for the super chat, Arthur Van Lee of $8 Australian. Thanks, bud. Appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah. All right. I thought there might have been a new ship there, but it doesn't look like it, sadly. Right. Next question. It's from B. Cavalier.
You did skip two, by the way.
No, I didn't see. No, we did those. Oh, wait, hang on. No. Oh, we did. Shit. My bad. I was the same guy twice. That's why I skipped it. I thought I'd already read his question. My bad. What is? How about you read it, Pete? Actually, I'm gonna let Pete read it since I skipped him.
So Warring Pro asks, what happens right now if you're standing on top of a Corsair's elevator if the ship starts moving or jumps to quantum?
I've never tested
now,
it.
what happens right now is the automated animation system kicks in and readies the ship up and closes all its doors and takes you back down into the living quarters. That's what happens right now.
Yeah. But yeah, I still think the reason that's got an elevator on top, so as in atmosphere, you can kind of go behind. But so you've just raided a ship and got all your guys onto the ship, and so you land slightly underneath it, almost like in Firefly, where they're jumping onto the train. You can jump on top of the Corsair and take the elevator back down the ship while you're in atmosphere.
So yeah, I think it's Drake style EVA access. That's what it is.
So what I would have liked to have seen on the top of the Corsair, with it being an exploration vessel and stuff like that, I thought the top elevator would have been a kind of cool thing if they had like a platform they could deploy up there, like like a seating kind of thing, so you could sit on the top or whatever,
like a Winnebago,
or like a Winnebago, or up at the top, they could have had an ability to strap down cargo, you know, like stuff that you don't need
That'd be
for
cool, yeah.
that doesn't need to be cooled or refrigerated or whatever. Just long-term storage that you don't want to put in your cargo bay, because your cargo bay should have your vehicles and stuff like that. And literally the top of it is just like they've strapped boxes to the top, or like gravitated boxes to the top of the Corsair for like long explorations.
I think you've just given,
and that's where you go mess with it.
I think you've just given Zay the worst idea I've ever heard, which is we need a Corsair Rambler. Ugh. I've still got a bit of taste in my mouth what happened to that last one, so I don't want to hear Rambler. Yeah. All right.
Great cargo netting, it'll be fine.
Do you want to read the next one, Pete, or you want me to do that one? No, that's just a statement, yeah? Next one's a statement. It's a statement, that one there. Because it doesn't say question. He's talking to someone else, I think. Yeah. Big Cap, you want to do the next one? I'll let you do the next one. Go ahead.
Sure. Do you think they need to add this new interaction system into the game to make bounty hunting missions go more smoothly? I don't think it's gonna. I don't think it's gonna not help. You know.
I think it's almost a little bit like what Expat was saying about the MSR versus the Spirit. It's speeding things up. You know, it makes things more convenient.
Yeah. If you think of how many interactions you're going to have to go through in the new loop of bounty hunting, you've got to find the dude, in-cap the dude, you've got to get the dude to a pod, put the dude in the pod, move the pod, get the pod to a place.
Take all his clothes off. Read him his rags,
teabag,
sometimes.
slam.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, think of all those interactions just in that one chain of this one mission. Every single link in that chain has been reduced in time because of this amazing new interaction system. Yeah, it's gonna affect everything.
Expat, I've just noticed. If you notice the barman in the background of the background here, and then follow it up and look.
What barman?
Can't you see the barman? Look,
yeah, I see the barman. Yeah.
And then follow it up and look how it connects to the dog spot. We've got a dog barman.
Nice.
It was almost like perfectly lined up. Anyway, sorry, distracted. Next question. Do we want to do that one, or do you want to keep? I don't think there's anything else I want to add, unless you want to add anything else. But you didn't really talk about it too much, or you don't.
No, it's like any speed. Again, core gameplay mechanics. Speed up anything. Core gameplay interaction, moving around, traversing, anything like that. And ultimately, everything becomes easier, smoother, better, faster, stronger. We have the technology.
Maybe call it a game sometime soon, and it's going to feel weird.
Yeah. No more.
I know, right? God, the more of this kind of stuff I see, the more I'm like, I can almost just see the box set, you know, with Xbox Series X and S, you know, PlayStation 5. You know, it's getting to the point where like it's almost not like it could get to the point this year where it almost feels like it's something that you could, I don't know, I don't want to say AAA, but like it's getting to that mainstream accessibility potentially.
Yeah. It's shining up it's shining up the interaction to be as pretty as the visuals. You know.
Yeah. That's a really
because
good
right now they're antiquated.
Yeah, good. It'd be good to see the gameplay match the prettiness of the game. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Chris says, scratch my curiosity itch, please. Remember the original Constellation package sold for $250 or an upgrade for $225 in 2012? Which variant of the Connie did that package end with? It would have been the Andromeda, because the Andromeda was the first before it was called the Andromeda. And then when they announced the variants, they changed the default to be called Andromeda, and they added the other three, which was the Inquisitor, the Taurus, and the Phoenix. There was no variants before that was added. So yeah, that would be the original and the best. Still the best variant in my book is the Andromeda. Anything you guys want to add to that, or before your time?
Nope, I don't know. And this is where I will defer to you. Anything store related, ship related, history related. My memory's no good. My RAM is broken. Need upgrade.
Yeah, no problem.
I've got a good website for you. It's getmoreram.com.
Download your RAM. Yeah,
Let me write that down.
Yeah,
Sounds important.
Yeah, yeah. Oh god, that used to be so funny. I was working in retail for a stint when I was younger, and it's still the funniest thing I've ever heard. And I've heard this, like other people have had old people say this to them, but at the time, this is when the iPod had come out, and it was the big white one, you know, the original iPod.
Yeah.
And
Classic one with the round dial.
yeah, and this guy came in, and he was a fairly wealthy guy, you could tell, and he would have been 70, you know, 70 to 80, somewhere in there. And he was umming and ahhing, and he was asking about all the features on it. We went through all this stuff, and he goes, "Look, my major concern is this, though, right? I don't want to have to be, when I'm around, carrying something that's just going to get so heavy that I can't carry it." And I go, "Sorry, sir, what do you mean?" And he goes, "Well, when I fill it up with songs, it's just going to be so heavy."
Oh,
I just lost it.
Oh,
I'm like,
that's
it's
from a different time.
It's digital, sir. There is no physicality to it, and I had to explain, because it was that's the advantage of being digital. You can carry an entire library of albums, but it's digital, so there's no. And I had to go through all that with him, and he ended up buying one.
Slogan? A thousand songs in your pocket.
Yeah, something like that. But yeah, he honestly, because he couldn't conceive of it. It's the same thing when like. There's an ad at the moment for the new Samsung phones, and it actually shows when they brought in tapping of phones for paying. And I remember, like, I was into it. So I actually changed banks to use that feature, right? Because I wanted it that badly. And I remember when they first brought it into shops, the teller was saying, "You didn't pay for anything." I'm going, "Yes, it did. It's told me on my phone." She goes, "You can't pay with your phone." And the manager had to come over and tell off and go, "Yeah, he just did pay, and it's all here. It's all good." And it was like they hadn't even informed their staff on it. But yeah, people would just look at me really weird because I'd just be tapping my phone on everything, and they're like, "What is this?" And now it's just totally taken over in Australia. No, almost nobody. The only people who say paying with cash is like really old folk, you know, that just don't, you know, their phone is a Nokia brick. You know, they haven't.
I know, man. Those are the same people that it's crazy, because those are the same people that shout about physical media.
Yep.
Got him.
Got him. Yeah. I was the same, right? But just you freaking wait, right? I was the same. I was the same. I was like, nah, full digital, like, and I've done a backflip on a lot of things. Like, I was really wanting automated stuff all my life, and now I hate a lot of that stuff. So, like, do you guys have self-checkouts where you guys are?
Yes.
So they have completely dominated here, to the point that if you go into a really big retail store, they'll probably have 3 cashiers and then like 50 self-checkout terminals. And I hate using them, because you've got to weigh everything that you do. They don't trust you. Like, if it was just a beep, 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 and you pay and you walk out, I'd be no problem. But the fact that I've got to put everything on a scale because they don't trust me, because they think I'm stealing stuff. By the way, I just don't put it on the scale and walk out with it. So what is the point of this scale? It makes no sense. You just...
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and there's always still someone there who like lingers over and like watches what you're doing, and you're thinking like,
yeah,
could you just...
Can't you sit down and do this for me like you used to?
So literally, we're literally doing our own shit now. That's all it is. That it's just so they don't have to pay staff.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
What? And you're taking jobs away.
Yeah.
And you're taking jobs away.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that like that's like the best job in the world, but it's a decent job. Like, it's a decent job for someone. Like,
I've actually talked to cashiers about this, right? And they said there's good things and bad things about it, right? And the good thing is that they, you know, there's less people that work there, but then there's people they know that don't have less jobs. And then they said the other good thing was, this is the one I found really insulting, is old people that just want to talk to me, because that's the only. You got to remember, when you get old and you're alone, they want that social interaction, and that was the only social interaction they had.
Said that was a bad thing.
Yeah, well, because the young cat, well, you know, they're like 20. They don't want to talk to her like an old person.
Oh my god! I hate people now. I hate people now.
Yeah.
I'm going to bed.
Yeah.
I hate hearing stuff like
We've had
that.
enough today.
Damn youth.
But I hate using the machines. I like the fact that, like, if I could just beep them through. And in my local Coles, actually, they've added this new section for trolley people that needed bigger areas, because the complaints people were having with the self-checkouts were designed for people with just a hand amount. So they added these ones in that had bigger areas, and you don't have to put things on the scales. So I've started using them now, because I can just walk and go beep beep.
Yeah.
and I can do it quicker than the cashier can. But when I had to put it on the scales, it's driving me mental. I was like, this is stupid. And
they've got the place. Like, if you're just going into a shop to buy, I know it's stupid to go into a big chain store to buy a single or a couple of items, but sometimes it's the only place that sells them and it's the only place that's open. You have to do it.
Yeah.
So it's nice to be able to walk through the self-checkout and just not have to go through 3 family of 4 shoppings to get your stick of gum out to the car.
Yeah. I like it when they have the different, like, well, here in Australia, they call it an express checkout, but you get people that refuse to go through one of the other ones, and they try to push through, and the older staff will tell them to piss off and go to one of the other ones. The younger staff have no confidence, and so there'll be 3 people with like 4 items standing behind this person with like $500 worth of stuff in a trolley, and we're all looking at them like, you need to tell this person to piss off, and they won't. And it's just
It's okay. We don't get that in the UK. We've got line Karens that will put that shit in order rapid. They'll count their items in milliseconds, and if you've got more than 10 items in the bagging area, you can get the fuck out. They will let everybody in the store know that you are fucked up.
Can we get line Karens in Australia, please? That sounds awesome.
Oh, you don't want line Karens.
Why? What's wrong with line Karens?
You just need a good sense of morality, and everyone will tut and look and give them the look, and then they'll move. The line Karen is a step too far.
Yeah, well, it's not working where I am, so I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, I don't mind if I don't mind.
I would like to speak to your manager, please.
I don't mind if someone's got 2 items over the 10 limit. I got no problem with that. But it's when they've got like a trolley and everyone else has got the little baskets. Like, they used to have this thing and it was called baskets only, and then they changed it to the number of items. And I reckon they just go back to the baskets. It tells people straight away, you have a trolley. Piss off. Anyway, we got off track. Jake Raven says, question. How many of you are celebrating that they finally fixed the Reliant Tana? Wait, what they do to the Reliant Tana? Jake, fill us all in. What happened with the Reliant
library?
Tana? What happened? They added a library.
I'm assuming you can spawn it now without it being in a weird position, making it unusable. But
oh yes, the bed logging on the Reliant Tana. It saves the state of the ship. Instead of like automatically raising the landing gear and so yeeting you into planet or space, or exploding you altogether, or trapping you in the bed, which was always a fun one.
I'm happy for the Reliant owners, but it's not a ship that interests me in the slightest. I'm glad that it works.
I think when that sheep gets a gold pass and they make some drastic change to it that it really needs, it's an advanced starter that operates like a starter. It needs more cargo, or more to it. When it gets that gold pass, it'll really change. Like, me and Algot have complained about it for years, and I'm sure Pete.
It's actually one of my favorite ships
visually,
on camera.
Visually, it's awesome.
There's something amazing about that, like, vertical thing, and when it flies across, and you get like.
I agree. When it's in its vertical mode, it looks awesome, but it's not a ship you can fly in that mode unless you're just taking sort of screenshots of it. It's not a.
And it's
like
not
we were
really
talking earlier on about those alien ships that could potentially be giant monoliths. It's not one of those.
Yeah, and it's not really combat orientated either, because it's like a giant floating sail. It's kind of weird. Why would you buy that when you can get the Avenger for cheaper and it does exactly the same thing? It's got 6 cargo.
Its cross section is huge for combat. You can say it's a combat ship all you like. It's just too big.
The only advantage you get is a second person. That's it. And everything else is detractory. Like it needs to carry more cargo. It's that simple. Like they need to put cargo in the wings or something like that.
Well, I would like the cargo variant to actually have a proper sized. I mean, they need to unify. They need to figure out, okay, what is the size of a vehicle in this game? Okay, this is the size of the vehicle. Whether they measure in meters or blocks or whatever they want to do, and just unify everything. Okay, this is a PTV, and everything is going to be the size of the PTV, or the STV is going to be the smallest vehicle we ever get.
That's
okay,
what
fine. Moving on.
If you actually look back, though, that's kind of what's happened. It wasn't until someone kind of brought metrics in did things start to change. Yeah. And you can actually
that's what stalled the Titan suit for so long. They got it in engine, they put it up against assets, and they realized that it couldn't walk down into the hallways that it was designed for.
Yep, and it's another one that's kind of weirdly stuck in the middle that I'll give you an example of is the Carrack. That Carrack snub that was built for the Pisces, it really should have been built for S1. So any snub can land there, right? It would have changed the whole versatility. Then you get to see things like the Polaris and the Odyssey that have now come along, they have a standards S2 hangar. They are both to those metrics. So as things have gone on, they've changed, and it's just taken them time to learn. They're not engineers. They are not military people. They are game developers. They had to learn this shit. And it's like anything. If you go into a new area, if I took Expat, who you make TV commercials and stuff like that, and I took you and said, now I want you to cure cancer, it would take you forever to, look, it's not a thing you can just switch on and off like a light. You've got to take time to, it's taken them 10 years to move over, so to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean that's probably a bit of a bit of a stretch for me. I mean,
I'm trying to give you an analogy.
I put my mind to it.
Well, it's the same thing when people say, they're doing
Guys, I have an announcement to make.
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
Well, it's like
From this day forward.
It's like when people ask about the game and they want it to be done by a certain date. Why won't you give us a date why it's done? Well, they've got all this R&D to do. They've got so many things, like server meshing has just never been done before. And people come out and say, they try and say, it should take 2 years. And then they get really aggravated when it takes 4, right? It's how long's a piece of string? And it's the same. And I put the same thing to you. If I gave you unlimited money and you were the utmost professional in the world, and I went to that person and said, how long would it take you to cure cancer? They would say, X number of time, and I guarantee you it would take longer than that because we just don't know. It's a best guess.
So wait a minute. Just back to Star Citizen for a second. So what is the smallest ground vehicle now? And
PTV,
is it in its final state?
PTV?
Well, I mean, you've got the hover vehicles as well, but they're long instead of wide. So
okay, so technically it'd be the Ranger then if I start to think that way.
The STV, wouldn't it be? The Stevie?
No, the Ranger. The Ranger's
so
half the width.
Yeah, so Stevie's maybe meters squared or whatever you want to do your calculation or whatever.
Hang on. Are you guys...
But the PTV,
is this
the
not
PTV
on?
is the smallest.
Sorry, it's the Ranger. The Ranger's only the PTV and the
The
Stevie.
Ranger's not in game. The Ranger's still imaginary.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, they've got models of it, man. It's been driving around in the background of ISC, so internally they've got.
How is the Ranger smaller than the PTV? There's no way.
One person.
It's got to be longer than the PTV
because it fits one person.
It's narrower, but it's longer.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
if you do it by volume, it'd be smaller.
Let's have a quick look.
So they just need to. So they just need to now figure out, like, this is our smallest. This is because we could have bicycle hangars, right? Like, I mean, look at the 400i. It's supposed to have one, right? We could have bicycle hangars in a lot of smaller ships that you wouldn't otherwise get a vehicle. Like the Mantis, it always makes me think, like, oh, couldn't it be cool if in all that space you had in the Mantis, like if you ripped out the whatever that technology is to like stop the quantum, you could probably like fit like a little hangar for like a ground vehicle or something. You know, I don't know. I would just.
Is there any other ones you want me to add here? Because clearly I can tell the Ranger's smaller. So you reckon the PTV is the other one? PTV.
Yeah, PTV. PTV's mini, micro. But they just and somebody mentioned the X1. The X1's pretty tiny too.
Yep, we'll chuck an X. We'll
chuck an X1 in there. That's not to scale. That's not to scale.
Hey, look, you'll have to take it up with Grim. Okay, it's not.
Not to scale.
Yeah, X1's not even in contention. It's longer than the Ranger. It's bigger than the Steve. Yeah, X1's gone.
Yeah, the PTV. The PTV goes inside the STV.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's just those three really, and I would say, yeah, that just doesn't seem to scale to me.
Yeah, just make the chairs the same size because the chairs should technically be the same model.
Yeah, Grim, if you're watching this, Grim, fix the scale, please. It's a little off.
Yeah, I bet the Banu Merchantman has been made like 5 times bigger in this application to make everyone feel good.
How big do you reckon? About that size?
It's too big. No, it's too big.
I'm looking at
just a touch smaller.
I'm looking at the head of the chairs. So it's one touch.
The chairs are a different size.
So 2.3.
And the wheels are much smaller.
2.2. 2.
Smaller.
That's exactly 2.
I'd say it's about that size, maybe a bit smaller.
You want to go smaller again?
Yeah,
1.9.
Yeah, you're about there.
Okay. So there we go. All right.
Okay, now
So this
place
is
that over the top of the
so
SUV.
I think this is the smallest based on that, because it is longer, but it's easily half the thickness of those two. Easily, I think that's the
Yeah.
smallest thing in game.
Well, as long as they have a metric for that, then they don't even need to test it, because recently they've said when they've released ships, it will fit all cyclones, or it will fit all rocks, or and that gives us the size metric that they fit that for. Like they took a vehicle and sized it up beforehand.
So what I think I'm hearing,
as long as they also sized other vehicles to the Cyclone, that's the issue, right?
So let me just
it's all very well saying like the Cyclone would fit, but if they haven't done that as like a metric or a standardization, it makes it incredibly difficult to like unify design, right?
So let me ask this then. We have ship pad sizes, right? And we have different sizes of ships. So what I'm kind of hearing is they probably need to give us a standardized metrics of vehicle sizes, because currently we have small. All of these are small, by the way. Medium and large.
Yeah.
That's it.
These are all tiers. These all spawn on a tier 0 pad. They're all classed as the same size, even though they're obviously not.
Well, how about we make it right now?
I'm a Spartan as well.
That's V1. V2 is medium, and V3 is large. V1, 2, and 3. That's how they should probably do it.
So right now we have, and if you think about the cargo containers, all these things are supposed to fit in cargo containers, right? So vehicles should be, you should have one SCU, 2 by 1 SCU, 3 by 1 SCU, 3 by 2 SCU. There should be they should have the ability to fit perfectly within those
the cargo
specifications. So
the
if
cargo,
you know that you've got a
so they're going to fit within the cargo grid.
You've got a cargo grid of a certain size. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, we know an SU is a cubic meter, so we can apply the same.
Yeah.
We can convert them to SU quite easily.
Well, it's even you got to go less than that, because actually the smallest container now is a quarter SCU. So that would essentially be what's that? 25 centimeters. That's similar to what they carry.
Plus,
you said a meter. You said
you need to be able to push.
Hang on, you said 1 SCU is 1 meter. Yeah, is that what you just said?
Yeah, it's a cubic meter.
So a quarter is 25 centimeters. Yeah. Well, half a meter is 50.
No,
so...
an eighth would be half a meter by half a meter.
No, I didn't say an eighth. I said a quarter.
That would be a weird size that I can't think of right now.
Well, half a meter is 50, so a quarter of a meter is 25.
Yeah, but then you're making 64 boxes, not 4.
Wait. Why am I seeing 250 centimeters in? So wait, it's not...
No, 25
so it's not...
centimeters squared is basically what he's saying.
Wait, I think
it's got to be square, because it's going to be up, down, side.
Hang on. Just to clarify from chat. So 1 SCU is 1 meter, yeah? Is that correct?
Yes. And the box you carry around are 1/8 SCU boxes.
We are now officially being trolled by both chats. I just sort of put that out. 1 + 1 is 3.
The boxes that you can store in cargo grids are 1 SCU. The ones you carry around are 1/8 SCU. You combine 8 of those and you'll make a 1 SCU box.
They're not 1/8. They're 1/4.
I swear on my life, they are 1/8 SCU. I am an engineer. I know my geometry. You can look at them.
He has sworn on his life, chat. On his
they just
life.
are.
All right. I thought they were 1. I thought they were 1/4. All right, I'll take it back if I'm wrong. Guys, are they one? Let us know in chat. Are the smallest SCU boxes 1/4 SCU or 1/8? Just
library says 1/8. I'm going with library on this one.
Okay.
Split a cube into 4 for me. Let me know how that works out for you.
Split a cube into 4. No, it would be the SCU.
Think about it.
Yes, you're right. I'll shut up.
I got you, Chief. Visualization with Peter. You're welcome, everybody.
Well, there's 8 in the SCU, but it's 1/4 the width. So, yeah, I can see the confusion. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah, so
we've solved the mystery.
So basically,
yeah.
look at the little like mathematician physics, whatever, all the different sciences we just have to try and figure out what the hell we even have in the game right now. This is the issue. They need to just unify, simplify. I think this is coming with the cargo grids stuff, the cargo moving, the cargo trolleys, whatever it is. We're gonna have to be able to push stuff without getting in it, turning it on, driving it, all this kind of stuff. You know, well, I suppose we got the tractor beams for that because, you know, space magic makes it easier, right? Easier to develop. And sorry, I mean, that's maybe a cynical outlook, but I see an increased use of space magic at the moment. It makes me very uncomfortable. And yeah, so I just hope they unify a lot of this stuff and make it just so you know what you're buying, you know? I mean, it's fun to play Will It Fit? But I mean, sometimes like it fits, but like you can't get out the seat, or you know, or they say, oh yeah, it's got enough room in the back for an STV, but then you park an STV in there, and you're like, okay, it does fit, but the practicality is zero.
Yeah, it clearly
having
feels
a
like
defined metric for will it fit a cyclone or will it fit a rock, or you know, if they've got an actual size class and they can say on the sales page, yes, this fits comfortably in here with all animations included.
Well, it's kind of
that would be a real nice improvement, I think.
The one I'm thinking of is the Cutter series when that came out. Like the first one can hold a mole, you know. The Rambler can't hold diddly shit.
Oh, it holds a mole.
A mule.
Holy shit!
Mule.
Cutter was bigger than I thought.
I misspoke. I've done this like 3 times in the last week and been hung, drawn, and quartered for it. I said, what did I say? The Cutlass had respawning, and I got absolutely flamed for it. I meant to say it heals, and I said respawning because I'm driving and I'm doing different things in the background, and my main's all over the place. But getting back to what I was talking about, the different sizes of the Cutter background. They're all 3 Cutter variants. The back is different. So one holds a mule, one doesn't. The other one holds something bigger than a mule. Like. It just throws it all off.
Yeah, and also like, you had to like park it and then get out the seat, and then you couldn't exit the ship because you got that thing, and you got, you know, like.
Well, you can't put a rock in there, but a rock is the same size pad as a mule. It makes it really annoying.
Yeah, so this is the issue I see, right? Unless, and maybe they do. It doesn't seem like that sometimes, but maybe they do. Unless they have a unified measuring system throughout the entire game, from the bases that they're building on the planets for these missions where you're going to be able to land a ship and go in there and and drive on these roads, for example.
They definitely do now.
The road, you know? I very much hope that they have that now unified so that
they do now. Yeah, you can tell with the new ships.
Okay.
Yeah.
Size of hangar to size of ship in hangar to size of vehicles that you can put in ship in hangar to, you know what I mean, all the way down.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And it's a quick calculation. It's not like a difficult thing.
They didn't have it before. You can tell some older ships were like, you know, a lot of the ground vehicles that we now have weren't in the game when these ships were concepted, so they didn't know to potentially make it an option.
Yeah. Look,
whereas I'm sure now, even before the concept started, on paper they're going to have a list of what they want it to fit. That has to be an option now because it's always the first question. Does it fit this? Does it fit that?
I'm gonna say I'm just gonna look at the Storm. I'm just gonna look at the Storm. Storm is new, right? Storm is weird. Storm does not conform, right? Storm does not conform because, like the Ursa goes in the back of the Corsair, right?
You're talking about 2 different.
Ursa goes comfortably inside the car.
I've got you here though, right? Ursa is medium, Storm is large. They are actually different sizes.
Yeah.
No,
right?
but
so let me just say what I want to say.
But in a jank way.
Hang on, let me just say what I wanted to say, right? Like what I was talking about with the Carrack before, like it's clearly got this oversight thing because they built it to fit what was needed at the time. I have no doubt when they go back and they go past the shit out of all these vehicles, right, which is a huge ton of work, things like this are going to change. I think you're going to find that you will get the metric stuff. So I think the Carrack will go back and they'll make it to an S1 sized hangar. They'll go back to a ship like the Cutter, like I just talked about, and they'll go, right, this vehicle can now hold V1 size vehicles or whatever, maybe.
But do you think they have the resources and the resources, the time, and the do you think they're brave enough to make significant physical changes to the ships that we currently have?
Yeah,
I think that the 600i, the Banner Merchantman, all the reworks we've ever seen are always an improvement. Like even the Carrack we looked at today, when that came in, people were like, "Oh, she's so fat. I hate the way she looks now." But most people were way happier because the ship, they shrunk it, like it grew huge, and then they shrunk it back to 128 meters, but it made it look fat and a bit bloated. But it had all this functionality in a smaller ship, and that was awesome. And they went to the trouble of laying out all the corridors way better and all this. So essentially, you got a better ship in a smaller package. It just takes so long to do that, though. And you got to remember, they've all been working on Squadron 42, so this is why all this stuff looks so glacial. You move half the people on Squadron 42 over to Star Citizen, give it a couple of years, and all the ships are just going to come up to such a better quality now than they were. We just got to give them the time. Like, you guys know this. Good things take time. You know,
as the features get improved and implemented, we'll get them slowly.
And you have no.
So I have
the one
I'm most curious about is Freelancer. I'm very curious what happens with the Freelancer, because it's got to get torn out.
Again, it's one of the older ships in the game. So things like that, the Connie, the 300 I got its rework, the Cutlass got its rework, but they have issues again now. You see. All of them will be brought up to par, and I don't think that'll be the last time they're ever brought up to par 2. You know, what if they add in a new system that changes all the ships again?
Every time any new feature that remotely touches against ships is added, they've all got to be updated.
Yeah, it's like what we saw today in that system where they were walking around. They were saying the whole system had to be finished before we could implement all these changes. It's the same. It's why you see the star map's never been updated, why the HUD's never really been updated, because they have to redo it every time they add a new functionality. That's why they're waiting to right to the very end to go back and redo all the ships. That's essentially when they put a ship in, it is just a flying ship. They copy the code of one flying ship and paste it on the other, change a few of the stats and make it fly slightly different, because they're dirty nerfing it and just trying to get it in quick and ugly so they get back to working on Squadron 42, knowing they'll eventually come back here one day and fill everything out. Like armor, for example.
Can you imagine if Squadron 42 ends up looking like, I don't know, old compared to the PU? You know, it's going to end up dating itself.
A decade.
Right?
I have no doubt Squadron 42 Episode 2 will look better and play better than Episode 1. Again, if you've ever looked at a series of games, and this is a poor example, but they had Half-Life 2, they had Half-Life Episode 1, and just between those two there was massive changes. You know,
They have the Far Cry. They don't have them anymore, but they have the Far Cry. The devs that developed the Crisis engine are working for CIG. If there's ever an improvement to be made, they can literally do it in-house. They don't have to worry about anything. Any new technology comes out, they can implement them themselves.
We can take that as the example then. We can take that as the example then, and literally go back to Far Cry and look at how Far Cry and Crysis all came along. You know, it was originally made with Ubisoft. Ubisoft got to keep the engine, but Crytek broke off and made their own version. So Far Cry, all the way back to the original Far Cry, all the way along, and you go all the way through Star Citizen, that is all engine improvements. We've got over 15 years of development upgrades there. That's the example right there that you need. Not just building the engines.
Okay, in your heart of hearts, the both of you, in your heart of hearts, would you rather they stop releasing new ships now and focus on all the old stuff, or stop releasing new ships, stop releasing messing with the old ones, and just get everybody who possibly could be on anything to get engineering gameplay, all this stuff that's core gameplay, gameplay mechanics that are needed for the entire thing to function for the
development doesn't work that way.
Women can't make a baby in a month.
Exactly. It's exactly the same thing. It goes back to the cancer thing. I can't just put anyone on it to cure cancer. You've got to have a person that knows what they're doing. It's exactly the same thing. And this studio is not just game developers, it's environment artists, level designers, animators, character artists, vehicle artists, prop artists, programmers, network programmers, blah 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 blah, technical artists, blah blah blah. They all have roles because they're not the same thing. With
engineering gameplay not being out and not being tested in the public and all this kind of stuff, do you think it's a mistake to release any new ships?
No, because it's the most profitable funding method ever created. It's why the game is so successful. People are passionate about the ships, and it's funded the entire game. They are not just going to
with the money is life lesson number one.
Yeah, because if you turn that off, this could all fuck off and go away. You don't want to do that. Don't fuck.
You've got a guaranteed revenue stream that you're turning off for a maybe.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a very risky when you've got 1,000 employees under your umbrella.
But Expat, not to have a go
That's
at you,
true.
right? But the number of people that I've seen come into this game and they discover Squadron 42 exists and they get mad is astronomical. And I've had to other content creators like yourself, I've had to sit them down.
I'm not mad.
Oh,
by the way.
I'm not.
That's not having a game
Okay,
go at me.
okay,
by the
well,
way.
yeah, well, I'm not having to go at you, but I'm just saying the number that I've had to sit down and explain why, like, that's why we don't see any development, because it's all on Squadron 42, and once that's out the door, like, until you actually explain them the financial stability of why they're building Squadron first, and a single player game is easier to build than a massive multiplayer online game. So they wanted to build that, get it out the door, use that to have the revenue as a nest egg, and use that money to build Star Citizen. Yes, we've brought all these spaceships for a multiplayer game, and we've funded a single player game. Sounds like an oxymoron, but that's how they did it. And all the money Chris said, all the money we raised before the game comes out will be put towards the game. And I have no doubt
it's a medium-term investment on our part.
Yeah.
They're not. They will be spending it on Star Citizen eventually.
Yeah,
Just
exactly.
not quite yet.
Well, you have, like, again, like, to go straight into that multiplayer with all the tech that was unknown. The real key tech, you could, like, a lot of that stuff doesn't need to be in Squadron, right? That's why it's safer to do so. So all that R&D that we hear about, that is really mainly for Star Citizen. So things like that's why Squadron has been worked on first, because you didn't need server meshing, you didn't need object container streaming, you didn't need any of that shit, right? Because you can just do it in a single. That's why we don't have armor in game, because armor's
Weirdly
not.
enough, didn't they say they did need object container streaming?
Oh, maybe
wasn't that one of the few things they said they didn't? Because you were basically running the game in single player.
Maybe they
you're
did.
running your own version of the server.
Maybe I did, right? The point I'm trying to get at is there were certain things that were needed, there were certain things that were not needed, right? And it was obviously quicker, because this thing needed 10 things, this thing needed 5. That type of thing. So you make the one that needs less resources than the thing that needs more. It's just that simple. It's simple math, right? And once you
how did the persistence testing go, by the way? Because we're talking about, like, the server stuff.
Actually,
did it go well?
I got sent a message yesterday, right? By someone that was in Evercardi, and apparently there's a developer thing going around at the moment where the devs are going to get an Idris, and all the people in Evercardi have to disable the Idris and like board it or whatever. And apparently it's like some big test coming, and that will eventually become the board the Idris mission for the live server. So that
sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah, and apparently that went down yesterday.
Boarding ships is a thing that's missing from Star Citizen. And I know you can technically do it right now, but it's not quite the right, is it? I think we can all agree.
Well, all that stuff they've been talking about for years, Pete, we're going to finally see some bloody movement on it. How long have they been talking about the time to kill? You'll eventually be able to do this again and again and again. It's
not having a ship just instantly explode because it's reached a certain value of damage.
Yeah. You know, like everything's going to change. Like, I hear these people talking about, other content creators too, talking about how, like, it's so good how this is right now, and they're pissed because it's going to be changing to this. But they've been talking about it going to this for a decade. You know, so if you're into your light fighter meta, you can kiss that goodbye, because that's going off completely, and it'll be a rock paper scissors approach where
there'll be meta against the light fighters.
Well,
don't get me wrong, like.
It's just going to change.
They're not going to be the light fighter. You're still going to have a good time.
Yeah, the game is.
You just won't be able to abuse everyone all the time.
That's
in anything.
right. Yeah, eventually someone's going to be able to rock up in a certain ship, like, I don't know, a Redeemer or a Hammerhead, and ruin your day. But by the same token, there'll be ships that you can ruin. It's this, again, rock paper scissors, and they've talked about that for years. And that's a fundamental of game design. You know, having something that you're dominant over, but something's dominant over you. It's very, very, very common. So yeah. Well, that was a tangent and a half, but anyway. All right, next question. Here we go. All right, we're getting down to the last few. We've only got a few left here. How long have we got left? We've got 5 minutes left, so I'm going to cut the bot, because we've got like 10 questions here, so this will well and truly get past the time. What are we up to? Hook 205 says, I don't think building base is one of the promised 2024, was it? Yeah, it was.
Yes, it was. Everything in this presentation in the next 12 months. That's our plan.
And I also think that's possibly why the Galaxy's on the cards straight after the Polaris, yeah? So you guys correct me if I'm wrong here, and this is a level of hopium, obviously. Polaris comes out of Invictus, then you got more people working on ships, they could possibly get the Galaxy done by the end of the year. What do you think? I
think they'll learn the lesson with the Banu Merchantman of putting too many asset builders on a large ship like the Pioneer that's going to have, for base building to do what they needed to do, they needed an interim ship that was big and did the thing, but wasn't stupid big and unique as to waste resources. And the Galaxy was a great choice to add that module to, I think.
Yeah. Again, instead of building a really big Pioneer or having to build out the MPUV that they had in the photo or just the Surveyor thing, the only option really there then becomes the Galaxy, right? And again, they're already working on RSI stuff. Makes a lot of sense. They can make it in they could already be working on it in tandem with the Polaris because they use RSI assets. So I don't know. I think it's very possible the Galaxy is coming towards the end of the year. Now I'm not saying it is. I think it's very possible it could be because we also know they've doubled they've doubled the number of ship teams. They've gone from 2 to 4.
I don't particularly want to see base building. I don't really want to see base building or anything like that. Until it's like super fleshed, until it like really looks good and it's a nice interface and it's a good menu and it's, you know what I mean?
I don't think I think you're going to find it's not like hang on, it's not going to be base building like
it's not too iterative.
It's not going to be base building like Ark and Enshrouded and games like that. It is a building you put down, the bots or drones come out and they build it for you, and then you put things inside the rooms. It's more. What's the game? There's a game that does that where it builds a building and you assign rooms to it. I'm just trying to remember what it was called, but it's not the same as you detail it all out like Ark or Inshrouded.
I am super excited for base building in any form, but specifically underground base building.
Yep, that's a thing.
Because it's the VFG industrial hangar that started me off on this path. I want to see bases inside asteroids and shit. Which means that we're going to be able to need to build down, and I want to see what tunnels and pathways and connections and random hangars and shit you have for internal spaces.
Again,
that's where it really excites me.
With the system we have, that is all possible. So essentially, if you look at the room system, which is what really
how is that possible?
Hang on. Let me.
How is that possible?
I'll explain. Just so people are aware. By the way, there is a big lag between Expat and us. I don't know why, but there is. It's way worse than the lag between me and Agri.
No. So it's not a lag. It's not a lag. But when he says something and I interrupt and go, what? Yeah. I have to interrupt and go, what?
No. Because there's about a 5 second lag.
That's kind of crazy.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So let me explain. So if you look at the way that everything is built around the room system, right? So basically you have essentially got these rooms that modularly connect to each other, right? So you've got you can do it in a ship, you can do it in a building, you can do it in a cave. All you are changing is the outside container, right? So to do underground base building, as you call it, right, is you just need an entrance to go under the ground, connects you to the outside, and then after that, they're just modular pieces that connect to each other.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. There's those modular pieces that excite me.
Yeah. So when I was talking about,
you want to have control of the modular pieces, like you're going to insert
and that's what I was trying to explain with the base
section.
Hang on, that's what I was trying to. So I was trying to explain with the base building thing, right? When you put down a base, you're essentially modularly able to put rooms in it, but you're very limited, right? It's not like in Ark where you build the individual walls and all that. It is literally, it plonks it down and it'll build the building and then you put the modules in it. And it'll be the same for underground base building. And the way me and Algard have talked about it on how they could limit it is he talked about things like, there was a game called it was a medieval game, and you had to you had to maintain the structure of the tunnels and stuff like that. In Star Citizen, it could be power and stuff like that. Every time you add a different room, it adds more power requirements, more components that have to be maintained. And so basically, the bigger and bigger you make it, the more you got to look after it. So that's
there's definitely going to be a time sink, cost money sink in these bases.
Yeah.
They said so just for like maintaining your shields and shit. If you don't pay the tax man, you ain't got no shields, and someone's going to ruin all your day.
I think that
everything you just spent building.
I'm just thinking of this now, though. Like everyone's going to want an underground one because it's obviously more defendable, right, Pete? But then how do you make it so that there's a downside to that? And the only one I can think of is airflow or oxygen. It costs you more to ventilate it around or something like that.
I think just generally underground bases are better for the game, in my opinion, because give me a second.
How do you balance it?
Because as a player, all you're sending out to everyone else is a hangar door. You don't have to render in the entire base or anything else or any of the contents or anything like that. All you need to display is the hangar door. And then if some player comes along and shoots it open, they can instance whatever internals they want. It doesn't have to be your hangar. It can be anything.
I agree on.
But that's going to be
I agree
on any individual server because you're not rendering as many objects in the open.
I agree on all points, but again, we've already seen on-surface base building, right? So how do you balance it so that not everyone just goes to the underground bunkers, right? Because clearly it's the stronger defendable one.
Yeah, it definitely is.
So what I'm saying from any good gameplay design has a negative to balance out the positive, right? So the negative of the ground surface one is obviously you are more open to attack or you need more defenses, right? So that's obvious, right? So what's the negative to being underground? You have to assign some kind of negative to balance it out. And the only thing I can think of is why? Because that's how games work.
Surely the negative should be the time spent in the game to acquire the blueprint to build underground.
Okay, that's part of it.
That's simple enough.
But then once you've got it, you've got license to print money. It has to have an ongoing negative to balance it off to the other one.
Again, if you only got the blueprint for X amount of internal space, then you're not printing money. If you get all you can put in there is
so you're saying limit the size.
Yeah.
I think that's a silly negative though, because you've actually got all that space under the ground.
No, yes, I mean you can build whatever you want, but if it costs more resources to build anything comparable underground.
So you're saying it's a cost thing. So it's negativities that cost so much.
You've got to basically imaginarily tunnel out that area anyway to excavate it with magic space lasers to do anything building anyway. So you've got time cost associated, you've got extra production costs, potential blueprints that you have to work harder for.
Yep. They're the negatives I was looking for. Yeah, that's all valid. 100% agree. Yep. That all works.
It's funny because the way that you were talking about base building earlier, Execute, where it reminded me of like a joke I was doing on stream where I landed at like the smallest, those little research outposts, or those little, you literally go in and there's like 2 bunk beds and a box and like a storage area. And I was like, guys, I bought the budget pack, it's just my budget base. And outside is like one little farm module, and that's like my one farm module. Yeah. I paid the cheapest.
Well, that's actually
possible money.
That's a really good example though, because those outposts are modular. They are all interconnected rooms that are just joined by tunnels. That's essentially what base building looks like at the moment. It's just like what the outposts are.
Do you think it's going to be you build like a shell and then you buy like a hangar bit or like a medical bay module?
It's not,
and maybe you get like 3 options visually.
It's not
and
about
then you just click where you want it to be in that space.
So it's not about what I think. It's about look what they've already got in game. So you look at those outposts.
Changing the appearance, you'll have blueprints to change the appearance, but the actual functionality of the room itself will just be universal.
The different shells, right? So if you look at the outposts right now, they all kind of have that box look on the outside, and the internals change. So Pete's right. You can just change the shell on the outside, and then so there's different shells and then different interiors, right? And you just mix and match. Right, but if you look at what we've got right now, you have
so you get like maybe like a 1x1 medical, a 2x1 medical, a 4x4 medical, and then they'll be on stilts.
And depending on who you have rep with, you can use their signage and their style and their blueprints to actually decorate it in that style.
And then obviously the tunnels to connect them and things like that. So it's just like, is it a room? Is it a tunnel? You put that all down, and then you go inside and go, right, this is a 2x2. These are all the different modules you can put in a 2x2. This is a tunnel. You can only have tunnels here, and that's it.
So essentially, we're potentially getting access to just the assets that they're using to make the
and the tools that they're using to make it with.
The level editor that they talked about, where they're flattening the whole thing out and blah, blah, blah. It's just taking that internal tool and making it a gameplay tool.
They're going to add a fancy UI onto that and just give us that tool. That's what's so amazing.
Can you imagine some kind of tool, guys, where it's like a drone or something, and you activate it and it actually flies up into the air, and then it gives you this, all right, we're in building mode now, and you just start planning out where everything wants to go in like a hologram or whatever. You click go, and then all of a sudden all these drones just fly out of a box and start building what you told them to build.
Oh my God, that's a pretty good idea.
And the reason
tell that to my friend Todd Howard.
Oh, well, the reason I know that it's going to be drones is I talked about this in last week's stream, but I still can't find it. If anyone can find it, when they were doing the slides at CitizenCon, there was one particular guy doing like the slow-mo walk away from explosion type walk, but in the frame it had these drones like zapping and building a building, and I just can't. And I'd have to go through the whole thing again to find it, but there's like one frame where they talk about it. You know how the slides that they brought up? It was one of the slide shots, and it just shows these robots.
It's probably going to look a lot like Subnautica. What is it? Subnautica game, I guess.
Yeah.
I think it's
yes.
kind of like
think
that.
I don't think that's that thing either. I think that the construction mechanic in that game is brilliant.
That's the game I was trying to remember. It was Subnautica. That's exactly the one I was talking about. Yeah, before, but I just couldn't remember the name.
You know, and if they can do internal spaces like Subnautica does, like underground, that'd be amazing. That's my dream right there.
The Starfield ship interior thing was actually pretty clever. The only downside about that was how it like randomly generated like doorways and stuff. Like if they actually had control of like where your doorways were and all that kind of stuff.
I didn't find the thumbnail. Oh, don't play the video. Just give me the thumbnail.
What did you find, Execute? Come on, don't
welcome to the channel. I'm Loud Guns. And
it's a Loud Guns video, but he actually used the picture I was talking about in a thumbnail. But every time I open the picture, it just automatically starts playing. I just want to see the thumbnail. There it is. All right, cool. Now I'll flick it over. Right, so this is Loud Guns video on base building. But see the drone? Look, right behind. I know.
Yeah.
So there's a guy walking there. There's a robot here building. There's a robot here building. See how it's put out.
I'm uncomfortably close to this man's crotch.
Well, you'll get used to it. There's these holograms here that it's filling in, right? And that's what it is. And I actually have envisioned. By the way, base building is linked in repair, because how do you repair something? You 3D print it like this with a drone or an arm. So the way repairing,
they're like the old Cry-Astro repair drones, basically.
Yeah, essentially. But you can see how they take systems in the game and they use it in multiple places. So the base building system is very similar to the repair system. They're going to use the same tech for both. You know, it'll be very similar to each other. So I have no doubt.
It's going to be one of those drones with an SCU of random construction material on top.
Yeah.
And then when it runs out of material, it'll go and fill from the station, go again, keep producing until it runs out of material.
Yeah. And essentially, it's a little bit like an RTS, but you're seeing it in first person. You know, like you're actually seeing the outside built.
Building queue in progress. Cannot build.
And again, because they do this hologram system, they can just have the holograms fill up with material. You know? So it's
cool,
because what you're doing is essentially you've got the 3D model. So I'm going to use my phone as this example, right? And all you're doing is the whole model's there, but you can only see half of it because it's a hologram. So as they fill it in, it becomes real. Rather than actually having to do all these animations, it's just that, and they add
it all in the shader.
And they just add, that's it. They just do it with animated texture or shader. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, they do that in Palworld.
Yep.
You know, I was just thinking about like okay, so you had to get like a bunch of resources to your base to build this thing. So let's say you've got like a caterpillar or like a C2 or whatever. I mean, you could have people that just kind of, you know how like they sit next to mining outposts at the moment, and then they wait for the C2 to show up, and then kablamo.
Oh yeah. Knowing that once base building's in, there's going to be raids on those bases before they even thought of being made. Just the materials being stolen before they get a chance to place a hologram down.
Yeah,
guaranteed.
Yeah.
There you go. I found it on his video halfway through. So that's the one I've been trying to find for like the last week. But yeah, very clearly how they're going to do it, and they're just going to do it in segments like that, and just build it up. So this one here at the front is probably some kind of foundation post or something, and then you're off to the races. So yeah, it's pretty simple. If you what's wrong, darling? Come here. You want attention? All right, say hello to everyone. Well, that's very grumpy of you. Anyway, yeah.
That's the best cat.
Yeah,
it just went nah. I don't like it. Go away.
No, go away. She's being grumpy. She wants attention. Yeah,
cat's not interested. Look at his face.
Her face. This is a she.
Oh, sorry.
She's pissed. You want pets, don't you? You want food. Yeah, anyway, I'm really looking for the base building. I don't think it's too daunting. It's similar to tech that they've already got to work on. There's one connecting dots here. This is a lot me and Algo do, right? So we know repair was on the roadmap. We know repair is linked with salvage. So this is the other side of repair that they need to get to repair to work. So by doing base building, they're also getting the other side of repair. So I actually think we'll see repair this year along with base building. Is long story short what I'm trying to say.
When you say we'll see repair, what do you mean? Like, because we already have a weird squirty magic gun that sort of repairs.
So I'm talking about like Crucible level repair.
He's got a weird squirty magic gun. Yes.
You can see it if you like.
Yeah, keep that in your pants, please. Yeah. So the Crucible's on the roadmap for a time. I don't know if you guys remember that, but that's essentially kind of what those arm. See that arm on the robot? That is essentially a miniature version of the Crucible arm, but it's building instead of repairing.
Right.
Same thing.
It's the same thing. It's just changing a shader for an object and that you can't see yet.
Just changing the position of where the arm is. Where the arms are attached to the Crucible, it's just attached to a droid that makes it mobile.
Okay.
That's it. You know, and I'd almost assume every single time it does.
We need
every time it does that.
Drones first.
No, you don't. Well,
yes, we are going to need drones. There's so many ships that are missing drones.
But drones is a little different. This might be the first version of drones because these are unmanned. You just press a button and they'll go.
We're going to need AI to work, aren't they?
These are like AI drones, right? Where an actual drone, like let's look at, say, the Vulcan, that is the tech of a snub, the ability to fly a ship remotely. So you take remote turrets, combine it with flying small ships, there's your drones. It's just, again, it's a combination of tech. So it's there as well. It's just a priority order. So I think the last thing...
Well, it doesn't even have to be a drone. I mean, it can just be like a sprite thing that flies about and looks like a drone. You know, like it's just an animation of like building, generic building animation.
It's like what Pete said, the Astro Armada droids that were before your time.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's essentially what they are. They're just AI drones.
No, I think that was still my time.
Oh, was it? No,
Astro
Armada.
The original Homeworld.
Oh, no, it wasn't Astro Armada. What were they called, Pete? The repair hubs?
Astro Armada. The station was called Astro Armada.
Was it? Okay, yeah. They haven't been in game for...
They decided that they were no longer going to officially support Star Marine and Arena Commander, even though they sort of were and had a team working on it in the background.
2018?
The PvP community that was using it decided to blockade Astro Armada and make the only repair station in the verse
it's not Astro...
unusable for everybody, because fuck you guys, I'm taking my ball, I'm going home.
It wasn't Astro Armada, it was Cry-Astro. On Twitch.
My bad.
Yeah, Library Science. Good call. That's what it was. And I was thinking it was like 28.
Yeah, I thought Astro Armada was a game.
Yeah, 2018.
No, Astro Armada is the shop in ArtCorp. For ship.
He's mixed up his companies.
Oh God.
Yeah.
There's too many. I'm not good with the law. You need Paul.
Yeah.
Wait. You want to go back? So there was 3 games.
Wait, you want to go back?
There was what?
No,
Sorry.
No. Go back. I said. Wait. There's 3 games. What are you talking about? 3 games?
No one's. What do you mean 3 games? I
3
don't know.
games? Where are you?
There's Star Citizen, and then there's what's Cry-Astro or whatever.
Cry-Astro
was
so Cry-Astro was a company in game, and they had these stations. You know how you've got like the
okay.
This is so we could refuel repair arm on pads.
Yeah.
There was only one place in the verse you could do it, and it was a station. So it was being blockaded by pirates.
You know how you've got the what do you have at the moment? What are the comm links you turn off? To the comm links
comm arrays.
Yeah, the comm arrays. So they were like a comm array in size, right? But they had pads, and you'd go there and land and refuel, and they were only there for maybe 6 months, 12 months, and then they disappeared, and they started appearing. They started appearing.
You should play the video of it.
Let me finish.
You should play the video of it for people that haven't seen it.
I don't know where the video is. Essentially
so cool.
They made them pads on stations. So yeah, I'd have to look up a video on it. Let me have
the PvP community was blockading the only repair stations in the PU. Out of protest, so CIG removed the bottleneck and made it so everyone could repair anywhere by adding extra pads and landing pads and stations and on the ground and stuff. Before that time, you couldn't repair. So thank you, PvP community.
All right,
there is one
here. There is one here. I'm gonna.
Yeah. Let's see it.
If I can switch over. I don't know whose video this is. This is Speaker 420. So I'm just gonna mute it.
Speaker! Oh my God! Speaker.
It's actually got voice.
Speaker's a long time fan.
Money.
Wait, what happened?
Yeah. So you can see it's got the same solar panels on it like the comm array. I think they used pieces of the comm array to build this, basically. And then, yeah, you've just got your pads there that you used to land on.
Well, if I'm bugged out.
Speaker is the whole reason I'm playing Star Citizen, by the way. It's all his fault.
All right.
I used to tell him it was a scam.
We knew how to blame
And I
you.
used to tell him that he should be more careful with his money.
Yeah.
Oh,
And look
is
at
that
me now.
landing camera. Come on, let's not get excited now.
Yeah, that landing camera's on there too.
Bro, remember I only just remember that now. I forgot that was a thing.
Yeah, well,
Wow.
all right, go on. See you, darling.
Holy shit.
Yeah. We'll get all that back, don't worry.
Oh, some fancy flying.
Let's hope the drones actually work. Because it used to bug out and not work a lot.
No, that's a landing.
Right, so it used to have these little drones that come out and repair. Let's see if it works. There you go, look.
We'll be right back.
Hey.
Oh, there's the drone.
Oh, that is good. That is bringing back good times. We were all so innocent when this was a thing.
Yeah. And like everything, a patch or two later, they broke it and they were gone. Yeah.
I think it's funny how space drones spin like helicopters.
Yeah, a lot of things were fans when they should have been thrusters back in the day.
Yeah.
Look at the Aurora.
Oh, that was good. Man, it's been such a long time since I've seen that, but yeah.
Yeah, that was awesome. It was a nice trip down memory lane.
All right. Let's move to the next question. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We've got 8 to go, so let's fire through these. All right. KYNF says, are there sandworms still on the table or are they scrapped? I think it will be when we come around to Lear. What do you guys think? When you get back to that planet.
I agree. In law, that indigenous to Lear 3, and until we get Lear 3, we won't see a sandworm.
Unless they have a zoo for one somewhere.
Where is that place?
It's in the Lear system.
You know how they're building all the, like they talk about the line of 5 and all the stations they work on. The only system they've ever not worked on that's in this area of line of 5 is Lear, and it is literally on the other side of the solar system, the galaxy. It's miles away from everything, and it's where the Good Doctor appears and all that. Like a lot of the maps for Arena Commander appear on that planet. So it's just
basically
it's an outlier.
Soon TM.
I wouldn't expect it it's going to be late stages.
Yeah,
just because of how far away it is on the map.
What last 20%, last 25% of planets that they work on for the game? I'd say in that ballpark because it's so far
crazy,
away.
Because I always assumed, I'm sure a lot of people assumed that the sandworm was Daymar.
If you watch the presentation, it clearly says it's on Lear 3.
Yeah. I can see. I can see why she assumed it though. They do look similar in, sand planets. Yeah.
And with the sandstorm and everything, it does scream Daymar. I'm sure a lot of the geometry and the assets to make the planet was similar. Like if you've got to make a planet for a presentation, why not use existing assets and just build on that?
Yeah.
It makes sense.
I can see why you'd assume that. Let's put it that way. Right, the Rusty Pigeon.
Well, I mean, I tell you what, we need to see the cows and the whales first before we think about the sandworms.
Yeah. Rusty Pigeon Gaming says, "Where will you wake up?" That is the real question. Okay, I don't think it was a question. He was saying someone else, so I'll skip that one. Northern Trooper says,
"Where will you wake up?"
Don't worry about it. Northern Trooper says, "Question: what are your thoughts of the new ISC structural goal for this year? Less drought between major patches." So this is going back to the letter that Jared got Jake to drop last week, where he said we'll be getting a lot more content this year, and I think that's them ramping up and hyping Squadron 42 for release. I think it's not unexpected. We've been talking about this for 2 years now. You'd see them ramping things up to that hype.
I don't think it's necessarily about the ramping up as well. It's now they've got not extra resources, but they've got more resources. Like when Jared asked for an interview from a team, quite often that team's just flat out busy, too busy to interview. Now with the extra resources coming across and all these extra devs, there's a chance that maybe a spare 5-10 minutes here and there for an interview that will make Jared's workflow just smoother.
I've just thought too, also the ability to talk about Star Citizen because they're not working on Squadron 42 anymore. There's more things they're able to talk about. Yeah,
exactly. There's no spoilers in this. Apart from the fauna that they won't tell us about until it's in game.
Yeah. Anything you want to add to that, Expat? Or nope.
Well, I was just thinking in my mind.
Does it hurt?
It was probably
when I do it.
A little bit. Not gonna lie, but the I was thinking it was going to be probably like the best idea they could possibly do to get as much of Squadron 42 into the PU before a Squadron comes out. For the simple fact that you're going to have so many new people coming to the game but with Squadron as an introductory, you know, to Star Citizen, and then maybe they unlock some stuff that in Squadron that they can use in the PU. It would just be such a pain in the arse to have different menu systems, different maps, different, you know, you'd want everything to be unified, right? So that all these players that learned how to playing Squadron would then come over and play the PU, and it would all be nice and smooth, and then they would have a good experience, and then they would buy a different ship. And then they would carry on, right?
No, absolutely.
So,
I think that's a part of it. Like, they want to have more multiplayer. Like I think that's what Theaters of War was. It's like the multiplayer component that they can kind of give to people that come in with Squadron 42. So it's like, this is a taste of what we want the Star Citizen to be. So they kind of come in, they get moved into the multiplayer component of Theater of War, but then stay for Star Citizen. And Squadron's just this gateway drug, so to speak, you know? It's them hooked.
but as far as the question goes, as in their, what was that about ISC inside Star Citizen, basically, and like it coming out more frequently.
Yeah, that's a sense.
I mean,
I could probably go find the letter if you want to see it, but it's on the page.
From what I can tell, not to sound like a lawyer, but from what I can tell, contractually people are paying for it. So you should probably deliver an episode a month.
Especially when they're paying so much, because back in 2018 they paid 3.6 million, and it's only gone up since then. They haven't released figures on it since, but there's no way we got $3.6 million worth of content, and they had 4 people working on it.
You know, I have to say, as much as the curated videos are nice and they sit on the set and they're well lit and good job to the DOP, good job to the person doing the sound. If it is all Jared or, you know, et cetera, you know, good job, guys, you know, especially the video this week. It looks really nice. Some of the cutaways, some of the editing is top notch stuff. Whoever you've hired for that.
Why don't they get you to do it, but you make ones from Dubai so we could have a second set of shows? You could be the co-host.
Yeah. 100%.
You can have another host other
100%.
than Jared.
You know, MSR Night Runner, you know, Saber Raven, you know, stick it in my hanger, we can talk. So basically I like that, and that's fine, and that's good content, and that clearly takes time to make, and it takes a lot of effort, which is appreciated. But I remember seeing a video of Jared just sitting at a developer's desk, and on his screen was like the design for the Caterpillar. And he was just sitting and talking about the Caterpillar and like the interiors and, you know, and like showing him stuff like on the screen and like some screen recording and like in the software, in the, you know what I mean? I miss some of that. I feel like it's become very clean, very marketing focused.
I think that's more in Star Citizen Live now.
Yeah, I think and I think things have changed. Like, it's like Pete said, though, they can't always have developers drop what they're doing and come and work on it. And I also think it's the Squadron 42 thing where they haven't really talked about all that Squadron stuff. So it's not so black and white. There are a few things missing in there. I also think, you know, like, this is one of the reasons why, like, me and Agra do stuff together, right? And we're almost polar opposite people. That's why we've always said they need other hosts other than Jared, because Jared's only got one perspective. You need other people in there to give different takes. And Jared is...
I disagree.
Well, Jared
Star Citizen has to they have to at least broadcast a unified narrative.
Yeah, but you can do that with...
we like.
You can do that with multiple
But as a company,
people.
they need to be in one mind, one voice. This is the plan. Or at least appear that's the way.
Well, they've gone for someone that's very humorous, and they are and very casual, and the people that they are like the harder core people that started out backing this were veteran players that wanted details. They should have gone with someone more detail driven then. But I don't agree in firing Jared. I think they just get someone that's more data information driven and pair him with Jared, and then you have your C3PO R2D2 thing, where R2D2 is all about the data and C3PO is the comic relief. You need both.
It doesn't sound like the
Yeah,
host
you
the
have to
problem. It sounds like
remember,
the content's the problem.
No, I think it's. I think
No, so you
I'm
have
not.
to remember-
No. You have to let me. I'm not leaving this up in the air, right? I need to fix this, right? So here's not the issue. What he does very well. But I'm just saying, adding another person to add the other side of his personality that he does not have. That's what I'm saying, right? I'm not saying he's bad. I'm just saying he a different perspective that's opposite to his is what is needed. It'll add to it and enhance.
Don't know. I can't.
Yeah.
You've lost me. I'm sorry.
All right.
You
Just the
have
way
to
that was,
remember
the way
that-
that you were leaving that was like I was saying Jared was terrible and needed to be fired.
No, but you
That's all I'm
have to also remember. You have to also remember that we're not thinking about one of the main things that his job is, and that's about like placating the community and it's a customer service and customer relations role.
Yep.
Right. It's so he does that, right? And maybe he's showing the information he's allowed to show.
Yep.
Right. So you're saying like we need a more technical person, we need a more this type of person, but that's not someone who can like
I can give examples
or entertained.
I can give examples of this, right? So there was an episode where Jared went to jury duty. He got caught up for jury duty, and so Will Weisbaum took over the episode. One of the most informative episodes I've ever seen. He followed up on questions. He just knew certain things that Jared did not know, right? Like because different people look. It's like how me and Algrid are very financially focused and talk about the ships. Pete looks at all the bugs. You look at all the cinematography stuff. Everyone has different angles on this stuff. So what I'm trying to say, if you get someone that's completely opposite to Jared, you get a completely different perspective because he's lacking in one area. He's lacking there's a massive hole in his knowledge base, just like there's a massive gap in mine around certain things and yours and Pete's because we're just not into that stuff. It's like I'm not into law, but Algrid and Paul are. It's exactly the same thing I'm talking about. I'm trying if you want to hit as many facets as possible.
The questions come from the community. It's not.
But he doesn't. Let me give you an example then, right? He'll see 4 questions about the Banner Mansion Man, and he will say, "Tell me about the Banner Mansion Man." He won't actually look into the nuances of the questions and get the questions answered because those people are after certain details. He misses the details.
He's too diplomatic and he's not specific enough.
That's it.
Is what you say.
Yes. Right? So I'm saying you need a yin to his yang to balance it out, right? And that's why you always have these great duos of people. He needs someone. The other part of this, though, is I heard way back when nobody else at CIG wanted to do his job. They tried to look for other people.
Interface with the community. You've seen Spectrum. It's a horrific hive of villainy and horror.
Scum and villainy. Yes.
Yeah, that's the one.
Absolutely. Right. I don't disagree with you, but like they need.
You couldn't pay me enough to interact with you assholes.
They went out and tried to get other hosts at one point, right? They pulled in someone from one of the former USA Big Brothers, never told anyone about it, never told anyone about an interview thing, and he literally walks into the show and goes, "I will now be representing the community." He was presented completely wrong, and that's why they're too scared to do it, because the last time they did it, they got completely nuked by us, right? So it's almost like they need to put it to the community and say, who would you like to also help represent you besides Disco, right? And that's how I would go about it. But again, they're building a game. They don't really care about that stuff at the moment.
You basically seeing Jared as a bottleneck to the questions you want answered.
Partially, yes. Right, but I'm not blaming Jared.
Well,
I don't blame him at all. He's doing his job to the best of his absolute ability. Right, I'm just saying that he is doing high quality video productions. I don't think we need to.
Dad said no. You want to go and ask Mum instead?
Sorry.
He said Dad said no, so you want to go and ask Mum instead?
No.
That's what it sounds like.
No, it might sound like that. But that's not what I'm saying. Jared wants these really high quality.
I've got an interesting contribution to your point. Execute.
Let me finish my thought.
Your point, perhaps.
Let me finish my thought process though. Right. So he made the best show he ever did was Calling All Devs, where it was just him sitting with devs on Skype answering questions. Now we get these highly produced, really expensive. I've built a ship that looks like a constellation type style shows. We don't need that. We just need the answers to the questions. So he's gone the inverse of what is required. Anyway, go ahead.
So, and I know that, stipulations and, in the, small print, it says, these are their personal streams and they're not representing CIG and all this kind of stuff. But when they are personally streaming on Twitch, so I've been to some of the streams, right? And
so you're talking some of the like Jake and Galactica and stuff like that. Yep.
So so this the particular individual in question, right? They were on their stream and they were saying they gave quite a long diatribe about how people want to know everything about things, and that's not always the best way to live your life, and almost, I don't want to say like against people, you know, but there was a feeling that he wasn't a big fan of people that want to know everything and all the specifics about things, and the idea that, you know what, some things should just be like, you know, they just happen, or they just are, or that it just is space magic, or it's just because, you know, and it was actually in a discussion about Star Trek, believe it or not, but it was a very large thing about keeping some things mysterious, right? And the way he represented the voice of the people that are asking the questions, like what you're asking, and these specific things about specific ships. He put the naggy voice on, if you understand the naggy voice, right? Well, what about this thing, and what about that? You know, now he was describing something other than Star Citizen on a private, you know, whatever. So but I can only imagine that maybe there is an idea that perhaps some of this stuff should remain mysterious, or, you know, why do they need to know how wide the door opens, and how, like, why is the wing there instead of there? You know, what is the lore behind? You know, I don't know 100%, but, you know, there might be something to what you're saying, Execute, in that maybe specifics and all that kind of stuff is maybe difficult, you know. But yeah, some things need to be internal. So I don't know. I don't know who's. I think at the end of the day, it's somewhat entertainment. I don't know how much I'm paying, or how much, and you know, I don't want to say like, oh, we pay you, so, you know, you owe it. But I don't know how much I'm paying for information about stuff, and how much I'm paying for entertainment. I don't know what the show is supposed to be, as far as what's been promised. Like, you know, it says joining us in the wonder of game development, but I think more and more it's like joining us in the world of marketing this game to you. You know what I mean?
I get your point. But you brought up a couple.
I don't feel as much the game development anymore from the gritty in their nature.
Smashes.
Yeah. Well, that I do believe for legal reasons, but yeah. Yeah, again, that comes down to personality too. Like, he might feel a certain way, but other people feel differently. The part where you were talking about marketing as well, like, I have a real fear about that. Well, I've started calling them the Ministry of Lies at this point, because that's how I see them. They say things that are just not true.
See, again, that's part of the problem. Asking for specifics from people when stuff is in flux gets you this thing here, where it's the narrow liars, because they said one thing and it's no longer one thing because changes happened that they didn't fully explain.
So you give a diplomatic.
It's a very dangerous road, having absolutes.
So you give a diplomatic answer and say, this is what we are looking at the moment, but it's subject to change.
And also to get as an answer in a lot of these questions, he also diplomatizes the question itself. To make it more ambiguous, because to define this as X, and then when it comes out and it's X plus whatever, the community is going to go.
Well, yeah, and that's why, and that's the thing that pisses me off, is people always forget they say things are in flux. Like, every ship says subject to change, blah blah blah, when you go to buy it. You know, like, it's the same thing. But just people get so antsy. So there is a part on us as well. It's not just on.
So if it is in flux, then they can't really give you any specifics. With honesty at the time, with their intentions they have.
Exactly. This is
what
we
can't guarantee that the answer is true, so they don't say it.
Yeah. I think they've just learned to be a lot more cautious.
It's got to be pretty difficult when you hear so much negativity coming at, you know, like, it must be a terrible balancing act, because you've got to protect the investment, and it's an investment that a lot of people have made. It's an investment in our time. It's an investment that people have made in their future, flying around in this space game that they want to be a success because then they can actually fly around in the space game, right? But it's also an investment of people's time and actual investment of money by the investors of the game. I mean, there's a lot that's riding on these pieces of media content that are coming out, right? So
I can literally
super easy to get super detailed.
So this is where I've said, me and Agard have talked about, and this is what I said to Agard at the time. I said I would like it be that they film this content, right? And it's basically, you know how it's kind of like disco at the front and disco at the end. So they give them that middle bit, and then there's a host in Germany, there's a host in China, there's a host in such and such, and they translate. So a Chinese person would look at it, translate, and do all that stuff, and then he'd put his stuff at the front, his stuff at the end, or a she, you know, and or an it, whatever you want to call yourself these days, front and the end, and then basically it goes off to all the Chinese people, and then there's one for every, like, all those localizers that they're hiring. They need to, like, for $3.6 million, you're trying to tell me that they can't afford to buy a few people from different places around the world and put some other people in, you know, disco land in those boots? Like, why isn't there a British person, a German person, an Australian person? Like, they could do all that. They've got the money. 3.6 million in 2018. Can you imagine what that's up to now? That's 7 years ago.
Yeah. See, that's something as an English speaker, I would have never even considered that other people need to be able to understand it as well.
You like as soon as you get outside the United States bubble, and I know you guys know this because you live in Europe and stuff, and right, but like, I get on, and half the streamers that are streaming when Australia's at peak time are from France or Paris. There's just Tarada, Water Pate, his girlfriend, all just heaps of them. Kebble TV's German, like they're just all on there. And their whole job, right? And I know you can turn around and say, "Oh, you're stealing content creators' job." Maybe hire them and make them the official people. I don't know, but like, the whole point is, there's no content for them. Their content all comes up. Their whole job, when you get on there and talk to them, there's a guy called Flexi. He's a German guy. All he does is sit there, watches a minute of the show, translates it, and then speaks it in German, so they can all understand what's being said in English. And I've seen Korean people, Japanese people, it's all over the spectrum. So you can turn around and say they don't need to do it, but it would just be really nice to have a different perspective. Even if you had a British person doing what Disco does, because I guarantee you that person would have a completely different personality Disco, and like that, the questions would change. You'd get different, all of a sudden you'd have different things coming from different places, and it would just totally change the landscape of the information we're presented through this singularized lens.
But don't you think that's about the content, as far as, like, you know, they're putting all the devs on display, so they do put the devs on display.
Yep, but to be
honest, this CitizenCon was amazing because of how dev focused it was.
I'm probably talking more about the Star Citizen lives. They are all presented through a Disco lens. That him and his personality and what he wants to present, and nobody is in there. One of the things I've learned doing this Inforunners, right, is you'll get different people that watch this show because of different personalities. Like someone said earlier today, you get a representation of Pete, you get a representation of you, and you get a representation of me. You get these differing opinions, and this whole show's been built on that, right? We learn to as a strength to do that, right? And that's how we know if they just add a couple more people, it'll change the entire landscape and be a far more popular. It'll grow, because if you're only catering through one person, it's up to you. You can disagree. That's fine.
As a company, they've got to, like I say, they've got to present a unified front.
But they can preside
in their planning meetings where they're discussing what might be.
You're missing.
Sure, you get different voices from different places, putting the questions forward, asking stuff. But once the decision's been made and this is how we're going to proceed, then that needs to be unified. One voice. This is how it's going to happen.
Yep.
And having a different presenter say the same thing is not going to make a difference.
It's also about how the questions are asked, though. I'm talking, the main show I'm talking about is the live one, right? Where they have the questions and stuff like that, because it's always truncated and shortened, and like, I've seen people ask questions and they're clearly trying to find out a very detailed, specific thing, and he will just truncate the shit out of it, and they don't get the answer that they want. Right? These are people that I've known that have been following the game for 10+ years, and he just turns a question that's a very detailed thing that they're trying to find out into the generic question that's asked every second week. Right? And that's what I like. Why have they started building a compendium of questions that have been asked before, where you can go to somewhere and just check on the question? So instead of getting the same question of will it fit every single time, they'd have a list of all the things that would fit in what. That's just another thing they could have done to change it. But again, they're working on the game. I know I sound like I'm bitching. I'm going to let it go.
Need to have that as as Darge's mega index.
That would be a part of it. Yep.
Yeah. I'm just saying.
Do you feel like this?
Clearly, I feel different
to
you.
Pete.
Clearly, I feel different to you, Pete. I'll just let it go. I don't want to argue.
That's the thing.
About
I don't understand. I don't understand. Like, the questions are the questions. I understand that sometimes. I think Jared does the best job he can at making it so that somebody can answer that question.
But sometimes
it's phrased in a very specific way that they're not going to be allowed to answer.
Let me put it in the least insulting way I can. Then maybe he doesn't understand the question. Right? That's the only other way I can look at it, right? Because I look at
the motivation behind the question.
Yeah, and so again, it's like I said, he'll have 5 questions on the Banning Matchman, and they all are after specific little different things, and he'll just say, "Tell me about the Banning Matchman." And yeah, that may hit the broad strokes of most of the question, but like there are so many little details that are missed. And again, I've been at this for 10 years, right? Before Disco even got here, right? And the number of questions that I saw asked again and again and again. They could have trimmed half the fat, saved so much time, and got into all. This game is so big.
Have an FAQ.
Yeah. There's just so many things they could have done that they did differently, but they're working on the game. I understand it.
Do you think
there's a whole bunch of people that didn't want to be.
Questions aren't good, or
there was so bunch of other people that probably didn't want to do what Disco wanted to do. He took the job that nobody else wanted. I can see so many reasons why it's come out the way it is. But again, with all the money they've got right now, I just can't see why they can't. And now when we're right between the two, where they're restaffing and all that, now is the time to go, right, we've got money here. We need to now, it would be a great time to find someone else to work with Disco. I don't want to get rid of Disco. I'm just trying to say, these are his inherent weaknesses. How can we strengthen those and make the entire show better? That is what I'm trying to say, and I hope that's clear, because it's not saying burn him at the cross.
Hard-hitting journalist, you won't take no for an answer.
Yeah, I just want it to be better than it is. It's much like Origin. I just want them to fucking do something, right? Origin's garbage right now. It needs more gameplay. Anyway.
Well said.
Yeah.
Clip it, chat. That's getting saved for later.
Yeah. Right, sorry, I'm banning. Rant over. Sorry, Expat.
No, I was just curious. I was just curious if there was any like specific questions that you feel like hadn't been answered.
Oh,
and do you think that him changing the question, like you said, he reads a question and then changes it? Do you think that's because the question isn't a good question, or because
he's changed questions of mine?
It's easier. It's easier to market the game. It's easier to market the game with a more generic question.
Yeah,
as opposed to something that appeals to only 1 or 2 people.
So I asked the question, why does John Crew always look like he's so much in despair when he talks about the Endeavor? And Jared changed it to, why does John Crew want to kill himself every time they talk about the Endeavor?
What?
Right? Yeah, that's why he changed it. But that's one question he changed where it really didn't affect the outcome. But that was one that he changed.
I think that's just the entertainment, like, you know, feeling like an entertainer and stuff like that, and feeling like you have the permission to do that, you know, and that people would like you to interpret what they're saying. So maybe that's just maybe a miscalculation sometimes on. Yeah.
Maybe it's like what Pete said. Like he sees it more as providing entertainment, where I don't want the entertainment, I want the information. You know, that's probably.
See, I think it's keeping the information as ambiguous as possible until it has been defined. They're very good at learning lessons, and what they say gets held against them in a court of law every fucking day. You know, leave it ambiguous until it's actually in the game and it's defined, and then you can find out what it is by playing the game.
Yeah, but
learning where those edges are is gameplay.
We've learned that through the Inforunners too. Like, there's people that really love our grid and they can't stand me, and there's people that like me and don't like our grid. It goes both ways. So, you know, our grid is going to be Disco's going to be one of those people. You're either going to like his personality or you're not, and there's just nothing you can do to change that. You know, I think he's fine, but like his comedy is a complete miss with me. As an
I think if you dislike Lando, you're dead inside, and you should seek counselling.
I think he's a fantastic person, but I just don't like his comedy. I don't know if you've ever noticed when he'll do a joke and me and Al are watching it, and we just kind of go real silent, like This is awkward and weird.
I like his stupid humor. It's
No, I
stupid.
can't
It's like
stand
that
it.
Avengers thing at the end of today made me genuinely laugh. The stupid da, da, da,
You
da,
can keep it. You can
da,
keep it.
da,
Yeah.
da. That's my kind of stupid humor.
Well, again, I was a
That's guys
comedian.
dicking about.
Humor is objective, right? It's subjective because it's an
Yeah.
opinion, right? And when I did different comedy shows at different places, I would change my routine. And again, he's just the same routine every single time, so it's going to hit for some people and miss for others. It's just how it is, right? But I can have
I
or
think
leave.
CIG are going to struggle to find a personality as accommodating and to do what Jared does.
The comedy doesn't faze me because it's not what I'm there for. I'm there for the information. So I can have it all, leave it or take it, or whatever you want to call it. But I don't mind. You know, I don't want to fight or anything.
It's a transparency issue,
Yeah,
basically.
I just don't care for it. It's like whatever. You know, I just want the information. But again, some people are there for the entertainment too. So it takes all
Welcome
types.
to Star Citizen. This is our new ship. If you go into the back of the ship, you will see a hangar. We will then go forward in the ship.
Now, if you did that,
working better for you?
if that was a hot chick naked, I guarantee people would watch it. Anyway, just
I am simply going to deliver information.
all right. Let's get it on.
There is no comedy here.
we got five questions. Yeah, it's different type of comedy though. Like I find things different, funny to what other people find funny. It's very objective. That's why you can go back and watch older shows and they like completely miss. And then there's shows that you can watch today that miss as well. So yeah. Anyway, different takes all types. Anyway, Architect TV says, question: do you think they will get around to taking gravity on the ramps and elevators while in space? So I think what he's saying is, like, you know how when you can kind of stand on the ramp and you don't get sucked off.
Ladies.
Yeah, I'll let you answer that one, Expat, since you're so excited about it. Yeah. Do you like sucking, getting sucked off on the ramp? Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry. Can we? What was the original question?
So
you.
So the gravity, when you put a ramp down, like say on the Carrack, for example, you put the Carrack ramp down, you can actually walk around on the ramp, though technically you're outside of the ship because it's a switch between the two places. So he's talking about as you go between the, I forgot what they call them now, when you transfer between
object containers.
Yeah, the object containers. That's it. So when you're transferring between object containers, there's this area that acts like you're inside, but really you're outside. So
I think the carrot ramp's a bad example because the carrot ramp, once you're out of the little hatch, you're outside external, and you are in the gravity's object grid and physics.
What's one that's a good example? Then, Pete?
So basically, he's trying to figure out why every time he leaves his ship, he gets sucked off. Okay. Let's see.
No. What he's saying is what he's saying is you should get sucked off, but there are some ships where you don't. Yeah.
I think it's just where the portal to the object container.
Sounds like he's got the wrong partner, if you ask me. But anyway.
Yeah, you got to get out of that cutter, man. You got to get your 890 going, the 890 game going. You get some legatus status.
Yeah.
So basically,
draw those ladies in. Yeah.
I would say it's because of the the grids. The grid system is the issue, right? So the global grid is the global grid. And then the physics grid is on your ship.
That's
and then,
it. Physics
and then
grid,
the elevators have their own physics grid. And then so all the grids kind of transition you between. And the magic of Star Citizen is that the physics grid is able to transfer objects and players, seamlessly, right? The issue is that they don't currently have for everything seamless physics transfer, right?
Weirdly enough, now that they've developed the whole sea and the whole sea's physics grids change size, that tech could potentially be used on other ships with ramps and stuff to expand that physics grid to encompass the ramp now.
That's it.
So that potentially, the work done on the whole sea could potentially fix some of these issues.
But physics grids, what I was trying to remember before. When you transfer between physics grids, you remembered it. Yeah, that's exactly what it is, though. And what you said about the whole sea, Pete, bang on as well. That'd be the fix. So that's your answer to your question. Now they've got that tech from the whole sea architect.
Which also, actually thinking about it, having physics grids that can change size, if you did want to piss yourself to the side of a ship and not experience weird shit, you could potentially increase the size of the physics grid of the vehicle you're attached to. Oh, that's and then you're bound to that object in travel and stuff. That opens a lot of imaginary doors.
Thanks, Chris, for letting me know we can skip this question and giving me another question to skip. Right, United Deer the Empire says Corsair is OP. How would you make it balanced Explorer? I think
Corsair is OP.
It's lost a lot of cargo. So if you look at the MSR, the Connie Andromeda and the Corsair, up until recently, they all had the same cargo amount. The Corsair has lost cargo now because it's got more guns. The MSR's got less guns, so it's gained cargo. That's how they, you shift it all around. So again, it's weirdly balanced.
The Corsair is only OP to stuff bigger than it and slower than it.
Yep. And again, once that rock, paper, scissors stuff comes in too, that'll change again, won't it?
Yeah.
Pete, do you actually like the Corsair?
It's a great ship. It's all right. I like the asymmetry of it. Like some of the art on the inside is beautiful. It's really great. I love it. But it's not a ship I would use. When they said it as a glass cannon, it feels like it. I'm not a good enough pilot to utilize what little maneuverability it has. Every time I get into an altercation with it, I get bullied into the ground.
I got one. But I've got a Redeemer and I've got a Connie Andromeda that sit either side of it. So I just went, I don't need it anymore. Like they do what it does, and I just didn't need one, so I got rid of it.
For a ship of a similar size, I'd always take a Hercules.
Yep.
Just because of the internal space. That internal space has so much value in a game, like in a sandbox like Star Citizen. Just having that, not even kidding. Like 9 times out of 10, when I'm choosing a ship, I just take the Hercules because you've got so many options.
Yeah, right now, but that'll all change again, won't it? Distance.
Again, I don't think it'll change that much. Your gameplay is defined by the tools you take with you in the space that you have available.
We don't have piracy in right yet, and it's very hard to. There's no scanning in the game.
We don't have piracy in right now. Shut up.
No,
have you been to
no,
in the past 6 months?
No, not compared to what's about to come. Once scanning comes in, if you've talked to Moist or Space Cutlet or Agent Letty. Like, I did a show with Agent Letty and Moist probably almost a year ago now, and it was so eye-opening to me. They can sit there for 2 hours manually trying to find people, and they can only see within a 25-kilometer bubble, right? Yeah. Once they can actually scan and find you, 2,000 kilometers away, well, there's a game changer. Because now they can find you and hunt you like dogs. And you don't have to have escorts right now. So all of a sudden you're looking at a Hercules ship that just does not have the guns that a Corsair does. Corsair just goes on its own and can shoot you. Oh shit, my camera.
But it doesn't necessarily have to have value on board, though. That's the thing with a Hercules. It can just have another ship on board. It doesn't have to have cargo. This imaginary world where the Hercules is loaded with goodies and they're going to plunder it. Like the Hercules is that good that it doesn't necessarily have to be full of cargo to be good. You could put a medical Pisces in there. You've got an explorer ship now. You can put a couple of ground vehicles in there. You've got yourself something else. Like that internal space has massive value.
Yeah. All right. I brought a fan thing for this, so I just turned the fan on. So yeah, this is only the second time it's overheated.
Oh God! I thought Jared found you, man. I thought it was over.
What are you doing? Are you doing the?
You're gonna use the 3 point.
What are we doing?
3.2 million.
Wait.
Just to target your ass. Get you off Twitch.
What are we doing?
If I could look down, I would.
What's that show called? The Brady Bunch. We're doing the Brady Bunch now, are we?
The Brady Bunch. Yeah.
I'll just I'll just drop this.
His name was Execute. All he did was talk about the ships all day.
I'm gonna bite my tongue when I got to say that. Anyway, she's an expat and she's a brat. Oh. Anyway, I'm not going to.
His name was Petey. He was a doggo.
Those same rules about piracy would also apply to a Corsair, though. Like, the only difference is the Corsair is a bit more of a glass cannon.
Well, the Corsair's weakness is behind. If you get behind that thing, it's done. Most of the guns are all forward facing. It's got this. Was it that tiny little turret. I think it's size 2s or something on it. That's nothing compared to everything else. You know, if you can get behind that, I'd easily take the hits to take it out. You know, you take off a wing. Oh god, that thing's gonna be dead in atmosphere. Like that large wing comes off, kiss your ass goodbye. You're gone. It's just gonna spiral out of the air like crazy. So yeah.
No, I really like the look of Drake
can't
ships
wait.
generally. The Corsair is not an exception. They
Mm.
look like the most human ships out of all of them, the most necessarily real ones. But when you compare it to comparable ships of comparable sizes, like the Hercules, it just wins. It just ticks so many fucking boxes. It's not even funny.
Yeah. Well, the other thing that me and Agrit talked about too was the wings. How like none of the other like the RSI, the Andromeda's got fans on it, the MSR's got nothing, and then the Corsair's got these giant wings. So it's probably gonna be the most efficient in atmosphere because it's going to use the wings to essentially glide, and we saw that with the Gladius at CitizenCon. So.
Although if you look at the shape of a C2, I would argue it's the most that looks like an airplane / an aerofoil.
Again, you're talking VTOL versus non-VTOL. It's got like you've got these pissant little VTOLs on the Corsair. Doesn't need them because it's got these giant wings.
Yeah, good point.
Right? Yeah. The C2 will be fantastic, but it's going to burn fuel like crazy. You're trying to hold an entire cargo ship like it's a flying pyramid.
Yeah, no, fair enough.
Well, imagine the
A2
trying to drop a bomb, and the way it's like hovering, like you hit that with the right torpedo, it's just going to flip and land upside down and explode. If you get it right, but, you know,
okay,
all coming.
Wow.
Let's give it time.
Imagine if these ships were actually designed to properly function in atmosphere.
They will eventually.
I mean,
it's all
let's
coming.
be real. Let's be real.
All right. United. No, I think that was the one we just did. No, that's a new one. United Under Earth says Unite Dear the Empire says. Wait, I'm reading that so wrong.
It's United Earth Empire.
It is United Earth Empire. Right? Yeah, I'm reading it totally wrong. Anyway, what is the opinion on Stanton being strictly for PvE as designed, except bounty hunting? Are players who skip PvP ruining the experience? He didn't type skip properly. Ruining the experience. Now, I think what he's trying to imply there is they talked about Stanton being a high security system. And if you go back to the base building panel, do you remember base building where they talked about how you'll have high security areas where you have high fees, but you cannot be attacked? This is your bases. And then they had medium where they'll turn up, but it might take them 10, 15 minutes to get there. And then they had low security where no one will turn up, but you make the most profit. Do you remember that? That's the three security
I was always
areas.
under the impression that Stanton was the medium security system. So you could do PvP, you could do PvE. It was supposed to be the middle ground. It wasn't safe, it wasn't dangerous. It was the generic experience you would expect from Star Citizen.
We've got UE in the Navy. We've got UE in the Navy patrolling the system. It is high security, 100%. All those.
No, it's the bridge. Stanton is the bridge.
I'm fairly sure Stanton's medium, bro.
All right, well, if I'm
It's
wrong,
a private system. It's not technically UEE.
well, we've got the UE Navy going around there now. I don't know. Maybe it'll change. Maybe I'm wrong. It doesn't matter. Really, at the end of the day, it's a trivial thing.
Well, you've actually got the civilian defense force and private contracted security.
So
you
maybe
do
you're right.
have the UE Navy at times, and the advocacy, of course. You're welcome, citizens.
Like you own it.
But yeah, it's
Yeah, we all do our part.
It is a mix of the. I think it is a mix of the two, and that's why, like, because it's the bridge, you can kind of have that half and half. Like, stuff can come through the pyro gate, you know, in special ships with special cargo containers, and maybe they can get to Twitch Pacheco in Area 18 and all this. You know what I mean?
Chat seems to agree with you guys mostly, but there are people that are saying that it's high as well. So it sounds like everyone's. I guess we'll find out in time. The point being is that I'm trying to get to is there is high, medium, and low, and they will dictate kind of what happens. So getting back to the original question, what is your opinion on Stanton being strictly PvE as designed? So from what Pete's saying, if it's medium, it's not. If it's high, It would just mean people.
Even if it's high,
Yeah, you can
it's
still.
not. The
Yeah,
devs
exactly.
multiple times.
Yeah.
You have no expectation of not meeting another player, and you cannot moderate their actions.
Yeah. You're just going to get.
You can design against them, but ultimately, if they're playing within the rule set, then there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, there's essentially a high security system is going to have more likely that the person causing the issues is going to get caught, right? So they're far less likely to do so. That's what it is, right? And again, if that's a median system, you know, you got Crusader security that can turn up, or Hurston, or Microtech, or Arcorp, whoever that is, and they will try and stop you. And they've even said that you'll have different laws and that, not just around planets, but in different systems as well. So though they might be a high system, their laws to another high system may be completely different. It really just depends on how it all shakes out. But yeah, the PvP thing, again, that you can make any system be into you want. I remember when I talked with Level Cap, he suggested this really cool idea. What if you have a planet that's like the Hunt Showdown planet? Then you have another planet that's like the Tarkov planet. So you could literally have games within the game. And that makes a lot of sense. You know, you just set up a scenario on a planet, and that, you know, maybe, so the Hunt Showdown one, for example, could be like, it's a prison planet and you crash landed there. So they just think you're a prisoner. So you've kind of got to break out of it by playing that style of game or whatever. You know what I mean? So, and if you want that, that game, you
I
can
can
go to,
see that.
Yeah. Or,
I'd love to see a zombie infection planet.
Yeah,
that'd be awesome.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
Halloween.
Yeah,
hell yeah, let's go.
Just like Sada Ball or anything like that, and even the little pods where they make them scenarios. They don't have to be a planet. They can be a virtual system within the pod as well. So if you're bored and on your ship and you've got one of those pods, you can just sit down and play that while you're traveling between jump points. You know, like if you're doing a cargo run. You know, but you obviously put yourself at a risk if you get under attack. But again, you know, you're right there, Expat. If I don't,
Wait a minute.
What?
Did you spoke to Level Cap?
Yeah. You've never spoke to Level Cap?
Oh, he's so cool.
Okay.
No, I never spoke to Level Cap.
I'll get you an introduction.
He's a cool guy.
He's a very good guy. He likes Lego. we related a lot on the Lego.
Yeah, he likes Lego.
Yeah. So yeah. He's a dad though. I think he's taking Expat.
Yeah, I've been watching him since the Battlefield days. I still watch his content. He's a good dude.
I think we need to find you a single guy, and then you'll be fine. Isn't there many single guys in Dubai?
Really rich single guys as well.
Oh yeah. Or do you swing the other way? Okay, we'll find you a rich guy in the Stanton system. It's fine, or woman, whichever way you swing, it's fine.
I do Alien. I love the tentacles. No.
A couple of weeks ago, me and Expat were playing Eco Pete, and her mum was there. And you reckon this one's a character? You haven't met a mum. Wolf. You know, add some years on that, and she is a character. Like you can see, like, and instantly you can see where Expat gets it from. Like it's just.
Oh, and execute. Yes, she will take your number. So.
Isn't she living with it? Like we were talking to her, she was like living with a younger guy or something, and there was a joke. I can't remember what happened on that day, but yeah, it's pretty funny. All right, last question of the day is from Zavith, who says, "Is this the longest axis LWH or the volume LWH of the ship that defines the ship size?" Yes, it is. So as soon as you go over one of those, the length, width, or height, it jumps to the next pad size. And I do have an image somewhere. Bear with me. I'll pull it up real quick. This is the last thing we're doing, obviously.
I love when I'm in something like a Pisces or something, and it gives me an 890 jump hanger to land in. So funny.
Right. So I need to drag this to there, and then put it up there. And go there, and then go back down here.
Now, careful you don't leak any of your personal information to Jared while you're doing this, okay?
It's fine. Jared is a big boy. I'm sure he can take feedback and hopefully take it on board, or totally ignore it. He can do that too. It's up to him. But it's only my thoughts and my opinions, and you can all completely disagree with me. That's fine. I'm just speaking, giving my opinion, and if you don't like it, tell me you don't like it.
Make sure to hit the thumbs down button, guys.
Yeah. Give me a big thumbs down. All right, so Expat, don't take this the wrong way, but I'm just going to move you over here. Or do you want to go to Pete? Do you want to go to me, or do you want to go to Pete? I think you wanna go-
Well, he's got the beer. He's got the beer.
All right, you go over there with Pete then. Right, so what we're looking at here, if I zoom in, is this is a Reddit post. Someone extracted this from the files, which is at the top, and then someone kind of translated a bit better down the bottom here. But essentially, you got your X, Y, and Z values. The main value you probably want to look at is Y, which is the length, right? So you've got what they have there is the internal and external names, which is snub and tiny, and that's why they moved to this S1, S2, S3, S4 cadence, because they'd used the internal and external ones interchangeably so much it had blurred the whole thing. So they've moved to this S1 to SK system, S1 to SK. You right there? Did you need a room? You right?
I moved my camera by mistake.
Yeah, sure. So, for example, if we look at the S2 size one, until recently, the Freelancer was the biggest ship in the game. Then they put in the Legionnaire, and the Legionnaire went to 10 meters. So you can see the Legionnaire just at 10 meters in height, right? So now the Legionnaire is now the largest small vehicle, or S2, in the game, right? And so if you go to metrics, theoretically, when they bring out the Crucible, S2 should be the biggest size ship you can fit inside the Scarab. If they go back and do what me and Pisspoor Pete and Expat have been saying today, when they go back and do stuff to metrics. So this is what you really want to learn, S1 through 6. And I assume, again, based on stuff that Expat and Pete we brought up today, they'll just do something similar to this, but with vehicles. Fingers crossed, huh? So where this is ship 1 through to ship 6, I assume it's V1 through to, at the moment, there's only 3 of them, which is small, medium, and large. So V1 through 3. Does that clear it up for you guys at all or not? There's never been an official statement on this, but that is taken directly from the code. And I stunned him into silence. Okay, cool.
Yeah, it works for me. I get it. They are the sizes. I don't know.
What are you using? It's very good. Yeah.
Oh, and that's, well, it's Vosine. It gets rid of the dandruff. No, like those sizes, they're just numbers to me. I don't have any reference for what they mean. Like, I don't know how the cheat sheet would be nice to have for future, just in case. But like without an object next to them to represent that size in game, I'm not. It's like I need banana for scale.
You remember how we were doing this thing with flipping people before the show? I'm just going to try this. Hang on. Wait. No, not that one. Transform. This one here. There we go. There you go, Expat. Good. Perfect.
Ah. Oh, look. I'm in 0G, guys. This is I'm pissing. Guys, I'm pissing.
Oh, God.
This is how it would be in Australia. This is fine.
Yeah. This was like for us in Australia. You just hang off the roof all day.
Yeah, this is pretty much what the underside of everybody's C2 is going to look like when they're sitting in Armistice. There's just going to be a bunch of people on the underside of the ship going, so you think he's going to start moving soon?
you ever seen that the remake of Total Recall where they're on the elevator and then the anti-gravity part where the elevator flips? You ever seen that?
Oh yeah.
You ready for the flip?
I don't remember it.
Oh, there we go. You're back to normal now. There's a guy from Breaking Bad was in it, and the other guy. Anyway, it was not as good as Arnold's. Let's just put it that way. Anyway.
No, it won't be. Like I was just thinking that Total Recall came out just after RoboCop, the new one came out.
Yeah.
Which again wasn't as good as the original, and I thought, well, this is just going to be another 80s action film that's not worth seeing, and it's going to ruin the original.
Yeah.
So I never bothered to watch it.
Yeah. Unfortunately, every remake they've. Do you know Tommy's Zemeckis or whatever his name was, who made Back to the Future? He's actually got a thing in his clause.
Tom Zemeckis.
A clause in his thing that they cannot remake Back to the Future until
Robert Zemeckis.
Yeah, until he's dead. So we will not see a remake of that until he's dead, because he didn't want them to remake Perfection. And it is.
Oh, fair enough. It is one of the best.
One of the best movies, even to this day. I still watch it on a yearly basis.
No, it is one of the best movies of all time. Fair play.
So good. And I guarantee you.
Question: how fast did they have to go?
From money, they would have remade that 5 times already.
88 miles an hour, obviously.
Yeah, 88 miles an hour.
Hey.
1.21 gigawatts. Yeah.
God damn it, Marty.
All right. Last question for me for today is: can you please explain why Batman doesn't wear hockey pants? I don't get the reference. I'd like to know the reference. And you said this all the time on your stream. I'm not wearing hockey pants.
Right. There is a scene in The Dark Knight
Right.
where there are vigilantes. There isn't Batman or Bruce Wayne dressing up like Batman, going around performing vigilante actions.
Right.
And Batman catches one of these people in the act of doing this, and while screaming for his life and shitting his pants, he goes, "Why, man? What's the difference between me and you?" And Batman looks at him and goes, "I'm not wearing hockey pants."
That's true.
And obviously he's dressed as a ninja in his suit of armor.
Right, because I'm not. I'll have to go back and watch that again. That actually sounds really fun.
Oh my god, I loved the impressions of the Batman when Christian Bale's Batman. It's so funny.
Yeah.
Where is she? Where is she? Lie to me. Come again.
So
Can we trust him?
I can tell you've watched that a lot, Pete. It's very good. All right, Pete.
No, I've watched the Peter Holmes comedy remakes of them. The original Batman, the first 3 Nolan Batman were amazing, but the Peter Holmes YouTube comedy shorts of him doing Batman are some of the best comedy you'll see just on YouTube. I highly recommend you check them out.
All right, Pete. 2 questions.
Where
can people find you on the interweb? And is there anything you'd like to hear from people in the comments below?
People can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv/Pisspoor Pete. 1 word, 12 letters, 3 P's. I stream Wednesdays and Saturdays. And I just chill out and do things. I'm not really found anywhere else. I don't have any other social media. If you see me on social media elsewhere, it's not me. It's someone pretending to be me for some nefarious reason. Ignore them. Social media is a curse. You shouldn't use it.
It's me.
If I could ever give you a bit of feedback, Pete, I think eventually one day you need to make a puppet of the dog. So when you go to like CitizenCon or whatever, you can just talk as the puppet.
I need to taxidermy a Labrador. Put it on the list.
Taxidermy doggo. I'm just so you know, I'm always giving Pete dog ideas for his different costumes and stuff, and he hates it. He gets mad at me because I keep making work for him. Anyway,
they're not necessarily bad ideas. It's just that I am incredibly lazy and I don't like work. If I'm not going to enjoy the process, then it's going to be a chore, and I'm not looking forward to it. And if I'm not looking forward to it, I'm just going to stay in bed.
All right, 3 things for you, Expat. Where can people find you on the interwebs? 2, why is haggis your favorite thing? And 3, what would you like to hear from people in comments below?
Well, number 1, if you don't like haggis, you're wrong. Number 2, you can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv/Expat Brat, for running around with my face moving like you've seen here, and cinematic music and all kinds of fun business. Or you can find me in Pisspoor Pete's chat, to be perfectly honest. And also watching you guys sometimes when you're behaving yourselves.
I'm never behaving myself.
But yeah, make sure to leave a comment about anything. God, just comment anything. You know, these damn algorithms these days. And by the way, I'm sure there's a bunch of you out there that are not currently subscribed to this, but you are watching it. You know what would be a good idea? Where's the button? Where's the button? Execute.
Oh, you want me to do that?
What do they have to hit?
I don't want to do this after the Twitch people.
Yeah, do the thing.
Don't forget to like, subscribe, ring the notification bell, and thank you to everyone that went an extra mile on the end of the video in the credits. I normally leave that until after the Twitch people leave, but yeah. So that's that.
I always remind him because sometimes he does forget.
It's not a. Let me be honest. I do this show for the fun of it and all that. I don't do this for the. I don't know if that comes through to you guys, but yeah, I do this for the love of it. I don't do this for.
Oh, and CIG, if you need a co-host for John.
Yeah. I've had every time I've talked about this, I've had people go, "Well, why don't you go do his job?" I'm like, "Well, they wouldn't want me."
Yeah, why don't you go do it yourself?
Yeah. So yeah. All right, I'm having a quick look, see if there's anyone on. I did see someone there for a second, then I lost.
Yeah, let's see if there's anybody playing Star Citizen today.
Do you guys know Yo-Yo Meg? She's one of the souls.
Yeah, she's lovely.
Oh, Yo-Yo Meg is so cool.
Wait.
Yeah, she's lovely.
Now I was going to rate her, but then I saw Toy, and I haven't seen Toy streaming for ages. And he's
Grubbin?
Yeah, Grubbin. I haven't seen him stream.
Wow.
For ages. He's streaming right now, so I'm going to raid Grubben. I don't think I've raided him in ages.
Meg! We're so sorry. Meg. He was so
I really
good.
like Meg, but I've not seen Toy Grubbin in ages.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
he's OG.
Yeah,
I used to
like
watch him as
me.
much as
Yeah.
possible.
So we're gonna raid Toy, and I'll raid Yo-Yo next time I see you. I apologize, Yo-Yo, if you see this and hate me, but yeah, I haven't raided Toy in like 3 or 4 years at this point. So yeah, all right. So
I'm excited to see this toy person.
he's a character. He loves watching sumo wrestling. So ask him who won the latest sumo match, and you'll be off to the races with him. So yeah, all right. So thank you for joining us on that. Me and Agrid have already recorded an episode for this weekend. We were hoping there might be some stuff come out from ISC, but there wasn't really anything new there. So I think we'll go with the episode that we recorded yesterday. But yeah, Agrid will be back next week. And if you are remembering, when Agrid comes back, the show will be moving one day backwards. So it won't be on US Thursday. It'll be on US Friday and Saturday in Down Under. Right. With that then, Pete and Expat say goodbye to Twitch. YouTube, say goodbye to
Goodbye,
Twitch.
everybody. It's been nice to be here.
Nice knowing you. Bye-bye. And they're gone. Right.
Straight to the crotch.
Yep. All right. With that, then, thank you for joining us. That's been Pisspoor Pete. That's been Expat. I've been Execute. We'll see you in the next one, citizens. Say goodbye, guys.
Bye, guys.
Bye, everybody.